going on, everybody? Oh my God, we got so many videos to get up. So many videos to cover. Y'all come on in, say hello, drop a like in your number of like in that chat, and subscribe if you haven't. Thank you guys for tuning in again. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion with Nick Brooks, a California attorney. Well, you guys should be make sure you support him. I love when attorneys give their insight on things. And I mean, of course, when it's factually based, you can see that, YouTube is not court, and court is not YouTube. And Candace Owens is about to find out the hard way. But shout out to all of you all who tuned in earlier in our fantastic discussion we had with Nick Brooks, Esquire, answering a lot of questions from you guys, questions that I had. Shout out to my brother Jay Witt, who was able to join me on the platform and have great discussion. I think he's going to have Nick Brooks over on Jay Witt podcast as well. So we'll be tuning in when he schedules that. I am so excited for these court cases to get to going. this Macron case especially. So we're going to do all 3 episodes, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Candace Owens. God. I have a video someone sent me as well. But I don't know if it was like one of those videos she had on a different social media platform, or if it was a video from her book club behind a paywall, because I can't show those. That's what happened with Milk Bar. You guys remember he told us they had struck his video because of that. So Candace ain't got time for the nonsense, girl. Y'all for doing it in, heifer. Yeah, I know it. Okay, I'm sorry, I muted myself. But yeah, we're gonna get to it. I got a lot of videos that I want to check out. We want to do the Piers Morgan. I don't know if I'll be able to tolerate the whole interview. It's an hour long. But he does ask a lot of questions. He does push back for once. And I'm not saying he doesn't push back, but he lets her over talk way too much for my comfort. That's how I feel about that. But if you guys want to watch the entire Piers Morgan interview with Candace, put a 1 in the chat and let me know. Let me know what's going on, Francisca. How you doing? Did I see you in the live? You probably were. I'm sorry if I didn't get a chance to catch any of your comments. What's going on, Colleen? How you doing? Shout out to my moms. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Yes, I am eating at the same time, y'all. I didn't eat anything before the interview with Nick Brooks, and we had a great discussion. I think it went over 2 hours and 40 minutes, but a lot of information. And he was very candid and very straightforward. And he, gave his perspective. He didn't give any advice, so I can appreciate, his candor in that. I really do. That's how attorneys should speak. They should just speak facts. If they're giving their perspective, they give their perspective, but they give both sides. They give both angles. And I can appreciate that. Oh, man, what's going on, Blanco? How you doing, Susan? Good evening to everyone. So I was going to cover the lawsuit that was sent to me, but I'm not going to do it today. I want to do that one separately for 2 reasons. One, I just want to focus on the few videos that I wanted to show you guys, as well as her shows, because I'm going to have Christmas movie night with the kids. And then 2, this lawsuit is something I have to go through. and make sure I have an understanding of it when I do the videos on these lawsuits and give my analysis on it or my commentary. I want to be familiar with the case to where I don't misquote or misstate anything. Now, of course, this is a federal lawsuit, so I'm going to pull the court docket from Pacer because I do have Pacer. It costs to pull court documents from Pacer. They do charge for that. And so I want to make sure that I pull the documents that I need for my video. And I'm not just pulling in everything because it does cost. It's like, I don't know, they bill you by page. So you can easily end up spending, $30-$40 pulling court documents. But I want to be able to do specific documents that I need to cover that video. So we're going to do that one separately. So I'll make sure I edit the title. And this one would just be, going over her shows. And then if you guys want to go over Piers Morgan, we'll do that. What's going on, Susie? Let me get some more comments up. How you doing, honey? She couldn't answer. Jacqueline. I want to say Jacqueline. Oh, God. Please tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name. She couldn't answer any of Pierce's questions straight. Susan said, why didn't Erica's personal attorneys explain to her that victims / loved ones aren't given access to all the evidence until the trial happens? Who knows? Child, who knows? Candace can be told a lot of things, but she doesn't make it like she doesn't care what you tell her. She's just gonna believe what she want to believe out of it. That's how ridiculous she is. She takes information and she just goes with it. And this is something either she twists up for her narrative, for her moot point, or, she'll look at something and then she won't acknowledge it, or she'll say, well, this photo seems to be, cropped or whatever. It doesn't seem authentic. I have no way to validate this. Like, it just little dumb things like that. But somehow she thinks that redacting the VA ID card of some random man named Mitch Snow, somehow that's validated. It's redacted. We can't even verify shit. We can't verify anything. No information that is of value on those cards that was shown. Everything was redacted. It's ridiculous. There's no way to validate these cards and the information. It's just, it's nuts. This is coming from the girl that doesn't vet her tip line. Oh, God. I was late and on the vertical version. Okay. Cool beans. Thank you so much. Because that vertical version can get out of control. All the bots go over there. I don't understand that. Colleen, good to be back, lady. Thank you so much. Y'all come in and hit that like button. Candace makes it seem like the lawyer in the meeting with her and Erica was involved in the trial, and it's such a lie and deceiving to people. The state of Utah and tireless defense. Only lawyers in case. Exactly. It was TPUSA attorneys that Erica called, and they told Candace the same thing everyone else has been telling her. No one has any information, no evidence related to that case. If you don't care about the investigation, then why demand evidence on the investigation you don't care about? Candace is, the candy asses, they don't care. The cult members, they don't care. They don't use logic and common sense. They won't say, hey, look, if you don't care about this investigation, neither do we, but why are you asking for evidence related to it? Shouldn't you be getting your own? That's common sense to me. Get your own evidence if you don't care about that investigation in Utah. If you don't care about what they're saying or doing. I highly doubt she's going to follow these hearings. She hasn't even shown the video of the hearings that have occurred. So she's not really covering it like that. Then get your own evidence, girl. Candace, you heifer. If you don't care, then don't care. But don't demand evidence to be released of something you don't care about. And you're not smart enough to understand that TPUSA attorneys are not a party to the case. They're not representing the state. They're not representing the defendant. They're not going to have anything. I mean, Erica Kirk can be there in the courtroom, but the only time she'll even have any input is if she's a witness, which I don't think she was there, and when she gives her victim impact statement. That's it. That's the only role that her attorney is going to play in this murder trial when she gives her victim impact statement. That's it. She's a victim in this. They got a protection order over her and the kids. She's not the defendant. You can't make this up. Spot on. What's going on, Wild McGalley? Welcome back. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Bendis Blue. Do you actually believe what she is saying happened at the Erica meeting? I don't trust nothing that come out of Candace's mouth. That's why I question it all. Because I don't. I have no reason to trust or believe anything Candace Owens says. Nothing. That's why we laugh at it. Yeah, this is why we laugh at you. We laugh at you. Not with you. At you. Because I don't have a reason to trust nothing she said. I just wish that would have been done in Phoenix on stage or in the studio in front of everybody. That way nobody can doubt what was said or not said. And I don't know how either of them thought this was going to go with a private conversation. Even if Erica, she hasn't said anything about what happened from her end. There's no video footage that's been put out yet. I'm not saying they did or did not record. I hope they did. I hope they recorded it. I hope the both of them realize that, okay, we don't have to have trust for each other, and they decided to record. Tennessee is a one-party consent state, so neither of them would need each other's permissions in the first place. And I hope both of them recorded it. But since we haven't seen any video footage yet, and Erica Kirk hasn't said anything about what transpired in the meeting, which, let's just say she decided to file a lawsuit. She's probably not going to say anything. She's probably going to let Candace Owens just, throw out whatever she want to throw out about it. But if she recorded it, then that's where that video would come in handy. Like, Yana, here's the entire recorded meeting. Here's what was said and done. Here's what she admitted to. Here's what she acknowledged. Here's what we confirmed. She's going out saying all this other stuff on her show. But here's what was said in the meeting. So if that's the angle that Erica Kirk is taking, great. If not, she knew that Candace was not going to go out and just start admitting to things. Because then, she would just lose all of her, the cult following. They weren't happy at all. The caddy asses were very mad. They're still big mad. They big mad. But this is what happens when you deal with a liar. And they think somehow that she's not going to lie to them. No, she'll lie to the cult. They just don't believe she'll lie to them. And then they get big mad when she does. When she says anything that goes against what she's been saying for 3.5, 4 months, they're like, oh, so you're the psyop now. Yeah, Candace Owens is the psyop. I'll go with that. We'll take it. There's one thing that they've said and that Candace has said that we can agree to. Candace is an alien. And if the candy ass cult members want to say she's a psyop, okay, we'll go with that. We're not arguing and debating that. She's an alien of a psyop, and we're here for it. You can't make this. Yeah, no, I don't trust anything that she says, though. I appreciate you. What's going on, Miriam? LLC, I don't know if you saw the interview of CEO First Cousin. I have not. I would love her cousin to come over here. If she's going to be candid and honest and blunt, I would love for her to come on to the LLC and have an interview with her cousin. Does she have siblings? Candace Owens, is she her only child? She acts like it. Candace, you're a spoiled brat for no reason. Can't make this up. I wonder if she have siblings. Candace feels entitled. I think she has been like this her whole life. I believe so too. Yeah, I believe she's a spoiled brat, and she's gotten away with a lot of things growing up, and she thinks somehow she should continue to get away with it. And the only difference now is that she married someone that's got a boatload of money. They got 4 kids, and she's got a show. But what I'm getting out of her is that she's been like this since she was a kid. So yeah, I agree. The fact is that Erica and the kids' first Christmas in literally 3 days without Charlie And this evil woman brings up pictures of people Erica used to date before Charlie. She makes me sick. Yeah. And why do we care about Erica Kirk's love life again? I mean, I don't care who Erica Kirk dated. The fact that she married Charlie Kirk and they got 2 kids together. Candace does not care about the children at all. She is a soulless bride of Chucky, a miscreant. She does not care about those 2 kids that Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk had together. Because if she cared a little bit, and I know Erica Kirk, should expect whatever to happen from that meeting, she should have never expected Candace to actually try to, at least be factual if you're going to put up information. What is the purpose of bringing up? What is the intent of bringing up Erica Kirk's exes? We don't care about these guys. They're not Charlie Kirk. They're still alive. And she's not married to them. She doesn't have any kids with them. We don't care. They're irrelevant. Her exes doesn't pay my bills. I don't give a damn about her exes. Neither should Candace Owens. She shouldn't even be feeding it to that. Even if it's sent to her tip line, she should know how to just, I'm not reading into this, then go to the next email. The fact that she's bringing it up is because she wants to bring it up, but she wants to make it seem like, well, it's being said. I'm just going to address it. I'm just going to put it out there. Why? You don't have to. But Candace knows if she doesn't do what her coach wants her to do, they're not going to keep watching, which would bring down her, views, likes, subs, and money. Because that's what this is about. And they don't have a problem confirming that. They come over here in the chat saying, oh, she has 5 million subs. Yeah, we know. She's doing it to keep up her subs. So they end up confirming what I'm saying. Because, dumb coats. It's the dumbest coat ever. All right, y'all, let's get to it. We're going to kick this off. This is, somebody sent this to me. I don't know. Y'all tell me which one of y'all sent this email to me. Brigitte Macron is in my house. I'm scared. Candace Owens. This is a parody. I saw this. This is too funny. I said, well, before we have a headache on everything, let's just start off with a little laughter. And if you guys want Piers Morgan, put a 1 in the chat if you want to see this Piers Morgan interview in full, in its entirety. If not, we'll just go to her episodes. God. 1 in the chat if you want to see Piers Morgan. Yeah, because I'm sure it sucked. It was very frustrating. But if you guys want to see it, we'll go over. I haven't played it all yet. Oh, okay, everybody want to see it. All right, cool. Well, y'all know I can't watch Candace Owens without you all. So it's the only way I'm going to see it. All right, let's get to it. We want to start this off, and then we're going to go to the Piers Morgan. And then go to Candace Owens 3 shows. And that's going to be our live stream. And then I'm going to do a separate live on that lawsuit dealing with this. Let me show you all. I got this message here about this Bitcoin thing. This is a federal lawsuit. And you guys know I love lawsuits. I love going over lawsuits. So if you guys see here, S-Files, did you send me this? I think it was S-Files. Thank you, S-Files. Appreciate it. So, here's somebody say I can't stomach him again. Oh, no, I know. I haven't seen it in its entirety. This is the lawsuit here. Candace, you're an idiot. You're being sued again. So it's the Ford v. Cotolas et al. And this is the case numbers 6:22-CV-00652 -PGB-DCI. So it's a 2022 case. The year is always first. Either it's the 4 years, the 4-digit year, or the last 2 digits of that year that precedes the case number. And then CV is a civil matter. It's a civil proceeding, but it's being filed in the federal court. and it is regarding LGB coin class action lawsuit. And Candace was named as a defendant. So Candace is a co-defendant in this case. So she's been involved in what is perceived to be a pump, or what's being claimed as a pump and dump scheme for this LGB coin. What's this supposed to be? LGBTQ? And they just didn't finish it out. I mean, how was that supposed to go? Candace, tell George, when you're done making him a sandwich, $19.99 is the most he'll be able to sell that boy cat for. You can't make this up. She's being sued. And it's a class action. That means, Candace, you are about to get bankrupt. I'll sue your ass into oblivion. Federal courts don't play about this. They don't like fraud. And she's sitting here getting hit with class action lawsuits. Why won't she talk about that? Is my question. Candace, why don't you tell people about this federal lawsuit here? Don't worry, I'll do it for you. I'm going to do it for you. So we're going to go over this separately. I might schedule it for us to do this tomorrow because I'm excited. I want to go through this. I'll be reading this document tonight. This is something else, y'all. Candace and pump and dump schemes. Probably George too. Except his pump and dump is something different. Y'all should have seen that coming. You can't make this up. Oh boy. Candace, they coming for you. They're going to tear your ass up in court. You're going to have to pay all the money. All right, let's start with this parody. Put a one in the chat if you can see and hear. Hold on. Make sure you guys see it fully. When you can see and hear, let's get to it.
This is an emergency episode to anyone listening. Brigitte Macron is in my house. She has breached the perimeter and is in my home.
Candace,
get the hell out of my house, you crazy bitch.
I just want to, how you say, parlez.
Go to hell, you sick freak.
I am Groiper Nick Fuentes. May I come in?
You ain't Nick Fuentes, bitch. You just got the wing half.
Let's assume for
Sit that video. Oh, that was funny. Hold on, let me give you all the video link. You can't make this up. That's what need to happen. Brigitte Macron need to scare the hell out of her ass. Yeah, you got a lot of mouth. Oh, okay. I know how to hunt the crap out of you. Candace already admitted she talks to dead spirits and stuff, you know. It's nothing for her to like commune with an unfamiliar spirit. She can do it. Yeah. Good grief. Oh man. Y'all, that's the video link. Oh my good God, that's funny. You got the wing hand. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to this. This is the Piers Morgan interview. Oh Lord. And this is gonna be something else. So we'll go through this and then we'll go to her show from Wednesday, then to Thursday, then to Friday. Let's get to it. Put a one in the chat if you can see it here.
for a moment, you're right. And that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what's your theory? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened. The difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind. Stop.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours. Well, no matter what your opinion is about Candace Owens, and very few people don't seem to have one, She has a definite knack for commanding attention. Many people have been openly enraged by her theorizing on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Many have been captivated nightly by what they see as either a thrilling real-time investigation into a colossal cover-up or a cynical strategy to exploit the most emotive and consequential news story of the year. Several of the Candace Owens claims are focused on Turning Point USA, the organization funded by Charlie Kirk and now run by his widow, Erica, who last week issued this firm request.
She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Well, shortly after that, Candace Owens was invited to a lengthy private meeting with Erica Kirk, which is now the catalyst for frenzied speculation that she may be having second thoughts about some of her theories. She's also, I should add, marking the release of her new book, Make Him a Sandwich. And amid all of that, she joins me now for her first interview since the meeting with Erica Kirk. Candace Owens, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's good to be with you at the end of another year.
Yes, and what a year it's been, not least for you. It's fair to say your fame continues to rise, infamy, some would put it, but you're always a welcome guest on Uncensored. Let's get to this extraordinary meeting that you had with Erica Kirk. It came right after we saw her say in that CBS town hall, you should stop with the conspiracy theories. So who approached who about you guys actually getting together?
I was approached by Turning Point after Blake Neff, who works on Charlie's show, sort of fumbled this invite. It was, I almost say it was a fake invite publicly. And then in the middle of the night said, oh, Candace is not able to be here tomorrow. And they never messaged me. And I think there was quite a bit of public backlash with how they went about it. It was just not the way that we try to set meetings. And so what happened after was they reached out to me, said Erica would agree to do a live stream, just the two of us. And then after Erica's PR blitz, they reached out again and said that they felt that it was better for us to meet one-on-one as opposed to us sitting down having Megyn Kelly moderate, which was the idea originally.
Right. And so where did you have your summit meeting?
At a hotel here in Nashville.
And a lot of your, as you know, a lot of your supporters, fans of your show, think that you may have been lured into a trap. Did anything while you were there make you think you were being lured into a trap?
I don't know that a lot of my fans think that I was being lured into a trap. I think ahead of time, they had some concerns, obviously, because I think in general, after you see a public assassination and you start tracking so many lies that are happening, there's going to be an understandable amount of angst that people feel. And I certainly felt the angst as well. I've obviously been very clear that I am suspicious of some of the characters that are at Turning Point USA. So I totally understand why the public was concerned.
When you saw Erica, she was obviously angry about you in that CBS town hall. What was her demeanor like when you met her?
Well, I don't think that she thought she was angry in that. I think maybe that was the characterization from the public. I certainly thought she was angry as well. And she sort of clarified that she was a bit annoyed by the questioning, the way in which Barry had set up the question with the podcaster, Candace Owens, which I think was definitely being driven more by Barry Weiss's feelings towards me, long-running feelings towards me, than it was perhaps for the benefit of CBS and trying to pretend to be an impartial journalist. So I think she was frustrated by the line of questioning, is what she explained to me.
So how would you categorize the 4.5 hours? If you were looking at it in totality, what was the tone of the conversation? What do you think you both got out of it?
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many Turning Point lies and why instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think, what motivates that? Maybe because despite having what I would assume to be the best PR agents and crisis PR agents in the world, we're moving toward a different world where people don't really care, if you are friends with the people at, WME and CAA and what they can do for you. That sort of power is ineffectual in this day and age. And so I think they recognize that, and that the public simply doesn't believe the story that they've been fed, and the psychological operation to convince us not to believe our own eyes or to trust our common sense instincts has failed. And I think on their end, they got more clarity on how I figured out certain things, more clarity on why I am convinced that there are people that are inside of Turning Point that are dirty. And I was able to share more with them off record. And I think that they got more clarity in exchange.
Before we get into some of the sort of specifics, is there not a danger here? I've already seen it in some of the reaction from people that follow your show. Is there not a danger that in seeking to be the one that exposes the truth? And I don't know the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I work on the assumption that this lone, twisted, weirdo Tyler Robinson.
Okay, so let me pause so I can give some commentary. As far as I agree, Candace said that she was aware that all the questions were pre-written and that Erica Kirk was aware of all the questions. Why is she saying, oh, well, it was a curveball thrown at her? Yeah, I don't understand why she's pretending to be a fake journalist. First of all, once again, Candace, because you're cult leader, in this reality here on earth, you are subject to criticism. And just because a question is asked about lies you're being told, meaning statements you're putting out as fact with no evidence, because where is the photos of this green pickup truck? Where's the camera footage of this, whoever that clown Mitch Snow is, pointing out Erica Kirk on a military base that's riddled with cameras? Where's the camera footage? I mean, how did he get on the base? That he was no longer in the military. Why was he there? He's invited to a meeting. He's no longer active duty. And somehow he could spot out Erica Kirk with some random dude. But no photos. He didn't take a picture of that. Most people take a picture of that. If anyone were to see Erica Kirk and some random guy that they believe to be her ex-boyfriend on a United States military base, wouldn't you pull out your cell phone and take a photo of it? Put a one in the chat if you would take a photo of that. One in the chat if you would take a picture if you saw Erica Kirk on a United States military base and she had her ex-boyfriend with her, or what you perceive to be that. I don't really care who the guy is. Don't know him, don't care. Don't care. But if you saw her and you recognize her on a United States military base, period. She's not wearing a hat. She's fully exposed. You should be able to say what she was wearing. Because how often does that shit happen? How often do you see an Erica Kirk on a United States military base? One in the chat if you would take a photo of it. I would pull out my phone, probably do a whole video. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you exactly what I would do. Because I am an independent journalist, I would pull out my phone and start live streaming. And then ask her, does she have a few moments to answer a couple questions? What is your intent here? What are you doing here? Who are these people you're here to meet? If she can answer them. It doesn't mean she would answer them, but I would ask. Who is this gentleman that's accompanying you? What is his role here? I mean, I would just literally do that. He didn't take a photo of her. He saw her, but he didn't take a picture. No photos, no videos, no footage, no nothing. So when she says, I know for a fact that this happened, or that she's bringing on someone on her platform that she's the host of, that she's responsible for. Because it's irresponsible to bring someone on your platform and then they make all these facts. They make all these assertions. Oh, I'm 95% sure. And he didn't even bother to take a damn picture. Make that make sense? Where's the common sense in it? I'll wait. I want you to explain common sense logic in this. How this fool saw Erica Kirk on a military base and he didn't even bother to pull out a cell phone and take a damn picture. Live streaming, a video. Give it to me. Come on now. Because see, here's where we criticize Candace. She didn't even bother to ask the fool on her show. Yes, I'm calling Miss Snow a fool because I don't know him. I don't owe him nothing else. I don't even know if he's legitimately who he say he is. I hope they run some fingerprints on his ass or do a DNA sample to see who he truly is. What's his real identity? I discern that he's a fraud. My discernment, my opinion is that he's a fraud and a con artist that has a GoFundMe page up that should be taken down because he can't verify any of this stuff. You saw someone on a military base like Erica Kirk, knowing more than likely she wouldn't have any business on the military base. And you did not take a picture. You didn't record and do a video, not even a YouTube short. This is the BS. That's baffling to me and it's laughable. And her cult members don't ask. Can you tell him why did he take a picture? Can you ask him that? Can you tell him to show any video, surveillance camera footage, anything? Oh, everything was scrambled except his cell phone. So his cell phone didn't work either. What kind of scrambler are we talking about here? What's the evidence on that? They sit here and they make up excuses that are still stupid. And for what? If he truly was curious about what's going on, he thought something was fishy, like normal people, he would have pulled out his cell phone, took photos, and did a video. He would have zoomed in so he could truly see her face in that video. If he wanted to ask questions in good faith, he would have walked up and said, "Hi, I noticed you're here on the military base with Brian Harple. You know, are you guys okay? You guys need any help? Are you lost?" This is the last place I would expect to see an Erica Kirk here. Anything to get the conversation going, right? That's how that works. Now this fool sitting here talking about he could just, from a photo that they didn't even post up, whatever photo that she said, "Oh, I sent you a photo," identify her from that. Where's that photo? But not one time did anyone think or use a brain in that live stream chat. Can you please ask him, why didn't he take a picture while he was on the base when he saw Erica Kirk? So we can see that. It's called evidence. You know, the one thing Candace Owens still knows nothing about. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's common sense. There's no way I'm going to see an Erica Kirk on a military base with Brian Harple. Charlie Kirk isn't with either of them because that's her husband and his client and friend. And no one takes a photo or do a video. Yeah, okay.
Killed him for whatever reason. And I suspect, personally, that is how this will play out. However, I have an open mind in the sense that we still don't really know what happened with President Kennedy's assassination. I found the attempted assassination of Donald Trump very odd in the way that's been handled by the authorities and so on. I'm not naive. As a journalist of 40 years, I'm not naive enough to say every single thing you've been saying is obviously baloney, because I don't know. And we'll get to some of the more specific details. But is there not a danger, Candace, that by having a 4.5-hour private meeting, rather than doing it in public, that all you're really going to do, collectively, actually, you and Erica Kirk, is fuel the conspiracy theories about what you may or may not have discussed in that meeting, what part of the stuff that you've been broadcasting on your show she agrees with and doesn't agree with, and so on. Is there not a danger this is the least transparent way of going about trying to get solutions here?
Well, I'm a very transparent person, so my preference was to do it publicly, but I took the offer, obviously, to have any conversation, because if I hadn't done that, then I think everything I've been doing would have appeared disingenuous. Like, oh, Candace is pretending that she wants answers to her questions, but when she got this offer, she suddenly said she didn't want to go because it wasn't public. They would have felt like I was moving the goalpost. So I was willing to take anything. And from their viewpoint, they felt like after the CBS News and the Fox News hits that Erica did, it was, my understanding was that they felt that it was a good idea to bring the temperature down first by having a...
BMB, let me explain something to you, Yanni. This, first of all, I want to be clear. This is my platform. Secondly, if you think I'm yelling and screaming or something, I'm not yelling and screaming. But if you think I am, then being here is an option. It's an option. Third, what truth? Truth comes with evidence. It comes with facts. It is not her opinion. Just because she said something or he said, "Oh, it's 95% accurate." Based on what? You said what you have to actually do to validate a photo or to verify somebody's identity? If you understood the process on that, just from that process alone, if that evidence is not presented based on what comes out of that process, then those are questions that could be asked. How would he know that Erica Kirk was on that base? Did he take a video or a photo of it? What photo are you using to try to have him say, yes, this is the person? She could say all day, well, I showed you some photos and stuff before the interview. Can you confirm based on those photos whether or not that was Erica Kirk? Where's that photo at? She didn't even show it. See, this is the lack of due diligence that people are overlooking because you're not thinking logically through the steps of what it takes to identify someone. Things that can be researched. Google it. I literally put up the steps that it takes to do a jury selection. So when people are saying that you're tainting the jury pool selection, you can actually see how that can be done by understanding the steps of selecting a jury. She doesn't even give baseline facts on simple things. Like an endowment. What is it? Starting with that, the definition of an endowment, the various types of endowments. She just accuses TPUSA of fraud and says that they couldn't file some tax documents in time, but didn't bother to look up if there was a possibility for extensions. I know that you can get a tax deadline extension. They can also request an additional extension for 3 months. Basic mundane facts that she can look up, she doesn't. So what truth are you talking about? Because it's not coming from Candace Owens. And unless she's providing facts with evidence, she's not telling the truth. She literally said, in the absence of evidence, she's just going to make her assumptions. She's going to say what she want to say because she thinks, well, if you don't have evidence, you can't really prove it. No, that's not how that works. She doesn't know the various types of evidence either. You can be circumstantial evidence. You can have direct evidence. She has no idea what she's talking about when she makes those types of statements. You know, because she don't know, but she know. And she don't know no good. God, you can't make this up. And yes, I already said, I'm going to take jabs at her. Because I find it comical how no one is supposed to say anything critical of her. And yet, when she flat out lies on someone and she has no evidence to support what she's saying, the people are supposed to say, oh, it's just her hunting. Hunting for what? It's been almost 4 months. Why the hell she can't tell us who the shooter is? She talks about everything but who's the possible shooter that pulled the trigger on the gun. It does not take all of this talking about planes in Egypt and Israel, all this stuff to sit here and to say, here's a possible shooter where this person was identified to be at the crime scene during the moment Charlie Kirk was shot, and he's walking away with a gun in his hand. That would make it more plausible. In other words, she cannot define because she has not shown she understands the definitions of these terms. But she speaks on these topics as if she's well-versed in them. She's not. It's called ignorance, lack of knowledge. Is it definitions of terms that it's not being, what's not translating? Help me out. I don't really care how Candace Owens feels or thinks. I'm going to say exactly what I want to say. And I don't have to lie about it. That's the difference. I can just Google information. The problem is she's not doing that. And she has a lot of sway in what she says. And it's hurting and affecting real people. You know, because she claims she's an alien. We're going with that. Because you got to laugh that, you know, I'm not for it. Candace does not piss me off. I laugh at her. And I do it every day. But when it comes to people being hurt, when it comes to people being doxxed, harassed when it comes to people having their photos thrown up. And then the moment she can talk about a photo and actually show that photo, the opportunity she has to do that, she doesn't take it. So what was the photo that she showed this clown, this fool on her show, this Mitch person, where he verified this is Erica Kirk? Where's that photo at? All these questions that could be asked towards Candace, and no one's asking her to produce this evidence. What's the FBI text message she said she sent to this high-ranking FBI official? Because y'all know she ain't said nothing about this, so-called assassination attempt on her life so far in this Piers Morgan interview. Yeah, no, she wasn't hesitant about that. It was, my people were hesitant because of, it was just, we saw an assassination. But you didn't bring up your assassination attempt you kept talking about from the French legions and all this other stuff. What's the name of this high-ranking French government employee that told her about some payments from this club? Where are those transactions? Where's that paper trail? Okay. We could I could do this all day.
Sit down and communicate. And that doesn't mean that they necessarily say, oh, well, that's it. Now we're not going to have any other public discussion. I'm hopeful they will. I think they should. I totally agree with you. More transparency, the better.
Who else was in the meeting? Erica was there. Who else was there?
Justin Strife, who is the COO of Turning Point USA. And my husband was only there for a portion of it, and my cousin.
So there were no lawyers, for example?
No lawyers. But they did phone their lawyer because I asked the question. I was like, look, I'm open to being wrong, obviously. If there is something, which I think the media was kind of hinting at.
Candace is never open to being wrong because you got people trying to defend this. Either that or they just try to divert from the truth itself. She's violent, sloppy. She absolutely is. Just reckless. At least if you're going to say something, be able to pull up the definition of those terms you're using. Simple things that can be just to validate. Even if it's your opinion is based on a set of facts. She's not even doing that. She won't even show us any photos of anything that she showed to this fool on her show, this Mitch Snow person. Why even interview him? It's so crazy. What was the purpose of interviewing that clown? It's not a photo, but it's interesting. Mike said exactly. Who cares what's going on in France when you live in the U.S.? Exactly. Who cares? Your man was shot in public and we got more heat for Candace. Yes, because she's the one lying about why he was shot. She's the one putting up all this nonsense. She's the one that's sitting here talking about Egyptian planes. The one that's telling her that, but you don't have any heat for her when she's sitting here throwing out all this nonsense. This whole comment here you got, why don't you tell her that? A man was shot in public and you talk about Egyptian planes? You're talking about an assassination attempt on your life from the French because they're suing you? You're talking about Club de Sant and payments and stuff? You're talking about something in Israel? You're talking about something with an assassin and an Israeli operative? Why aren't you focusing on the man that was shot and who the person is that pulled the trigger? It's been 3.5, 4 months. Why don't you, BME experience, go ask Candace Owens who's the shooter? Because planes don't shoot people. Because planes can't pull triggers. Planes don't have fingers. Who is the human being that pulled the trigger? Because she doesn't believe it's Tyler Robinson. I don't care. Ask her who's the shooter then. Because she's talked about everything else except a list of people, or at least narrowed down to 2 to 3 good people that were not only seen on the campus of UVU, but also had a weapon on them, thereby making it more plausible that they could be a suspect. She's pulling up pictures of a kid in a green hoodie, but he didn't have a weapon on him. So what is the point of pulling him up? Oh, he looks suspicious. Everyone's suspicious to her. Maroon shirts, all of you are suspicious. The green hoodie, you're suspicious. Why? Because did he have a weapon on him? No? Okay, so why are you pulling up these photos? Oh, here's a photo of 2 kids. One of them I wanted an interview with, and he didn't respond to me. He's not giving me an interview, so I want to find out who he is. Why? She's being petty and vindictive. And yet, none of you want to ask her, why are you sitting here bringing up all this other crap? And you're not narrowing down to people who may have had a weapon on them on the campus. How about that George Zen person? You know, the first person that was arrested. Why she's not doing a deep dive into him? Egyptian planes, though, somehow get more airtime. A red crane on top of a building in Wilmington, Delaware, that gets more airtime. Or the fact that she put her own, you know, more people that works at her attorney's law firm that have the right to just go to work and go home in peace. No, we're focused on the red crane that turns into the Optimus Prime. You can't make this up. But she don't want to talk about George Zen. Why would that guy even do anything to get arrested and distract from the police being able to actually catch up to Tyler Robinson? She doesn't want to focus in on that. Why is that? You know, because we are all just asking questions, but ours make sense, not hers. It's insane.
That they had more, but they couldn't share it with the public. I said, I'm happy to keep my mouth shut. And I want to feel good walking out of here that there is something there. There is some sort of a smoking gun. And I will tell viewers just to be patient. And so they did call one of the lawyers working on this case. And it was not convincing at all. He said, in effect, all we have is what the public has seen. And we won't know more because we're investigating and looking for more. And so that just made me go, why is everybody being so over the top and ridiculous and using words like the evidence is overwhelming? It was Tyler Robinson, when they don't have anything that's overwhelming to show that they don't have a video of him taking the shot, which I think was something that I assumed, like, okay, there's all these cameras. Maybe they actually have that video and they're waiting for a moment to release that to the public. They don't have that. Or at least I can say Erica's side has not seen that. And the lawyer communicated to me that they would not have access to that until earliest would be May. That right now they're just investigating, just like we're doing back at home.
You said that your motive for going to the meeting was that you would be able to come out and tell the world Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. So are you in a position to say that? Do you believe as a consequence of your 4.5 hours with Erica, do you believe
don't have that
it is now...
Why would she expect TPUSA's attorneys to have that? They're not a party to the case. Once again, this is basic information. Candace could look up and research so she can understand why TPUSA attorneys do not represent the state or the defendant. And yet she shows this level of ignorance. Well, they didn't show that. They didn't have that. Even if they had it, why do you think they have to show you that? Why do you think they have to show you evidence related to a murder trial, an investigation? What we have in the public and what's been released to the public, it's just that for a reason. They don't put more evidence out for it to be scrutinized and then to have some sort of biasness created against it. And you have a jury that has to look at this and deliberate from it, especially when you're talking about someone being put on the death penalty. A trial for a death penalty. You're going to give the case to the defense if you keep doing that. And as opposed to her following court rules, federal rules for criminal procedure, and federal laws when it comes to releasing evidence, because Candace Owens is not above the rule of law. No one cares how she feels. Facts don't care about her feelings. She's not above the rule of law. So the same will go for the TPUSA attorneys. They don't know anything any more than the regular public does because they're not entitled to the stuff. They're not privied to it. They're just not. And she's expecting evidence to be shown to her. She's not special. Nope. Courts don't care about you, girl. That judge presiding over that matter could care less that Candace Owens exists. His job is to oversee the actual trial and to make sure that the laws are being upheld and enforced and interpreted properly. That the defendant has the right to due process and a fair hearing. But what you don't want is for them to be able to say, all these errors occurred in this case, because this is what we talked about earlier with Nick Brooks. And then now they have an appeal that could easily lead to an overturning of the ruling. And for what? Because Candace Owens didn't get to see something first? No, we don't care.
most likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely not. I haven't seen one piece of compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man on a college campus that he didn't go to and fired one shot, a magic bullet shot, and killed Charlie Kirk.
Didn't have to scale anything.
I have not seen one piece of compelling evidence. In fact, I've seen more compelling evidence to the contrary.
You've seen their vibrant ads illuminating billboards and train stations for many years. Now it's time you actually saw the show. Shen Yun is a... Who does Erica think killed her husband?
Well, I think that in her recent PR blitz, she sort of communicated that she trusted her team, and her lawyer was using kind of the same rhetoric that the media has been using, where, you know, there's really, this is like, you know, it's overwhelming. Maybe he didn't say the word overwhelming, but he was like, it's very clear, I think is what he said in particular. And then I pushed back and I said, what's clear? The affidavit? That's all you guys have? And I did tell him, if you would never be my lawyer, because it's just, you know, a lawyer that's just kind of giving you adjectives, and I don't need a cheerleader. I need someone to be practical and to say, we don't have anything yet. I think the communication should be, we are hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to uncover more evidence that links Tyler Robinson to this crime. I do feel confident that he was involved in some capacity on that day. As I've said many times on my show, I was the one who broke the story that he was at the Dairy Queen throwing out clothes, a local Dairy Queen, throwing out clothes in a nearby cemetery. And so I do think he was involved, and multiple people were involved that day. And I think he did pick up clothes. I had communication with Lance's family. I had communication with Tyler Robinson's family. And for some reason, Lance is being protected, which I find to be very strange. His own family thinks he's guilty of more. And they find it weird that the feds kind of glossed over him, almost as though he was a Fed operative, like he was working on behalf of them. And, you know, we've caught the feds have lied a lot. It's just a fact. Turning Point USA people have lied a lot. That is a fact, which they have agreed to. They said that these were mistakes, but they, you know, whether a mistake or not, the public was lied to. So this obviously, you know, matters deeply to me. And it's just absurd that people would think that I'm doing this for clicks. I know Charlie. I knew Charlie. Charlie and I are very close. And it has been one of the most disgusting things ever that people first and foremost tried to start this psychological operation that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. They've lied about virtually everything that I've said on my podcast. I'm not going to let this go. Okay. We don't live in a country that is the embodiment of democratic principles. If Charlie Kirk gets publicly executed and the media apparatus is doing everything they can to cover the tracks, I would say to cover the tracks by demanding that there is no further inquiry into what happened on that day. Right, that is not a country that I can get behind.
Let's get to some of the details, because it seems to me you've put up a lot of theories, but a lot of them don't seem to have a clear conclusion from you about what you actually think happened. I mean, you've been all over this now ever since Charlie was killed. What do you believe happened to him? Who do you think killed him?
So I can't tell you definitively who pulled the trigger. I'm not going to lie to audiences and just put something out there that's not real. But what I can say is I feel convinced that the feds were involved. I can tell you that. I think the feds were involved in staging a cover-up. I think Kash Patel knows what happened and did not happen on that day. I am convinced by me being told by people that are feds that he is not acting right and that he is not wanting to share any information. Just a couple of people are allowed to even see anything. A Fed told me that they can't even touch the Charlie Kirk file without risk of being fired, and that he's grown increasingly mad. The U.S. Marshals that were there when they were doing the quote unquote manhunt for 33 hours said that Kash Patel effectively sent them on a wild goose chase, which is what was signaled to the public when he said, we got him, and it was actually the wrong person. And so it caused people to stop looking because they were convinced they had the shooter. They felt that that was in order to allow the real perpetrators of the crimes to get away.
No, but that could just be the fog of the immediacy of these things. We've seen it at Brown University. Exactly the same thing. They thought they had the killer. They thought they had the killer. It turned out to be the wrong person. Right? It doesn't mean there's any great conspiracy by the feds to cover anything up. And again, even if what you're saying is true.
So she's trying to make it seem like a mistake is still a lie. Oh, they made some mistakes. They said Turning Point USA said it was a mistake, but it's still a lie. The public was lied to. No, they weren't. If you're going to mistake and lie have two totally different definitions. Please don't make me have to do a vocabulary lesson. Because I will look up the definition of the word mistake and then the definition of the word lie. Candace, and then we can get down to, you know, an understanding of these terms, because obviously you don't. Your bots are still spelling your name wrong, girl. It's Candace, not Candice. To the bots. They're spelling Candace's name wrong. How you gonna come defending her in my chat and you can't even spell her name right? These damn bots still not doing spell check. You can't make this up. She said, "Oh, they made mistakes, but the public was lied to." So what was the lie? You saying, "Oh, I made a mistake in what time someone called somebody," but you got a call log that you didn't show, and then you type something up from this alleged call log. Call logs have time and date stamps. They have the person's name and number, or just at least the number itself. But how is it a call log when the Candace is typing up stuff? So and so called this person. So and so called this person. That's not a call log. People, I literally sat down on Twitter, asked people like, "Oh well, who said that she had to get a call log? She wanted it. Her own cult members can't keep up with what the hell she wants, what she said, when she said it, how she said it. They don't keep up with any of that because she throws a bunch of BS out there, and it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. Let's see which pasta sticks today. It's the SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs have won today, not the penny noodles, the SpaghettiOs. It's just all being tossed at the wall, plus the kitchen sink. And they can't even remember this. And so when they ask these stupid questions, it's like, I thought you all were obsessing over her episodes. I mean, you're definitely putting half your paycheck into it. So you don't want to go back and hear her say that? I have screenshots of things that I say she said. But they can't even tell you what episode number she said certain things. And we're like, okay, tell us the episode. No reply. I promise you. No reply. Was waiting for them to give an episode number. He said, I'll go see that episode right now. And they couldn't even tell us the episode number because they don't know. You got bots and cult members that are not even paying attention to everything she's saying. They just hear the rah, rah, rah of it all. And they can't get down to the specifics. So definitions of terms go over their head. She's not defining anything for them. Mistake and lie are two totally different words with two totally different definitions. And if you don't understand what's a mistake and a lie, that's a Google. It's a Google search. But Candace Owens throws out these words and tries to connect and correlate them when they don't. They're not synonymous with each other. Now, hypocrite and lie and false, those terms, contradiction, those terms are synonymous with lie. Candace Owens is the biggest hypocrite who contradicts herself in the same statement. So it's like three different ways of saying Candace Owens lies, 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 and more lies. Because those words are actually synonymous with each other. They can be used interchangeably. You made a mistake, you made an error. And it does not have to be intentional. Candace Owens lies intentionally and then purports that lie to be a fact. That's where she keeps getting messed up. But you think the cult members in the box could care about that? No. And when regular people point this out, somehow, I guess they assume we owe her fealty when we owe her nothing. You can't make this stuff up.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. If what you're saying is true, what is it they're covering up? You've so far intimated or inferred something weird involving Egyptian planes. So, well, what's that about? You've inferred perhaps Israeli involvement in some way. You've certainly inferred a lot of Turning Point USA involvement. That's a lot of people getting involved here in the murder of Charlie Kirk, potentially. But what I'm really curious about is, given you've been all over all this and you've been airing all these theories, well, which one is it? It can't be all of these things. Is it somebody? Well, of course, is it someone at Turning Point USA? I mean, who do you actually believe was behind this?
Of course, it can be all of those things. And what's really ironic here is that there's a clip of Charlie in the last months leading up to his death where he speaks about the JFK assassination. And he says that multiple countries were involved, multiple people were involved, the LBJ was involved, the feds were involved. And he's correct. That is what it means when there is a conspiracy. There are multiple people that are involved. Of course, there's not one person on a grassy knoll who shot JFK.
Well, it might have
there are people who had to agree to it. The Dallas police were involved. I'm answering your question. You're asking, why aren't you just going to point to one person? That to me, even that seems like a part of telling people not to believe their own gut. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Now, who knows what?
Of course, don't care about your gut feeling. Courts care about facts, law, and evidence. The end. When you think on that level, which is above Candace's thinking. When you think on that level, then you start to question things a lot more, such as this fool on her show. Why didn't he just take a photo or a video of Erica Kirk on a military base? Because why else would she be there? And then they're supposed to be near these Egyptian planes. So where was the Egyptian plane in correlation to Erica Kirk and this so-called ex-boyfriend, whoever the damn dude is, on the military base with Brian Harper? Where did the Egyptian planes go factor into this? I mean, naturally, wouldn't she say they were at the airport with the Egyptian plane to try to connect and tie this together? Because otherwise, once again, what does the Egyptian planes have to do with anything? What does it have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? She's not even creative and use any, ingenuity enough to say, okay, let's link the planes to Charlie Kirk's assassination through Erica and this Brian Harpool person. Then I have this fool come on my show and lie about how he saw her near the Egyptian planes. You see how that would make more sense? Even if it's a flat out lie, that connection would be a lot more, just at least consistent. So as opposed to I'm just seeing her on a military base, because of some meeting, like that's unnecessary. That plot doesn't require all these extra details. The plane landed, Erica showed up with Brian Harpool, and then this guy, the fool on her show, Mitch Snow, he just so happens to be at the airport. Maybe he's taking another flight on a different plane, and he saw Erica Kirk. And then he decides to take a picture of it. You see, that's how you do that, Candace, because you don't know how to do this. You're bad at this, girl. You are bad at this, Candace. Simple connections that you could try to make through your dumb lies, you don't do. I'm not even trying to give her ideas. I just want people to understand why her thought process is so erratic. It leaves people in a state of confusion. If they're trying to keep up, they can't. And then they end up going back and forth with what she said and didn't say when we could just watch the damn video to see exactly what she said, because words matter here. This is so ridiculous.
Their motivations are doesn't mean maybe this person's like, hey, I'm going to help you.
Hang on. Okay, let me stop you. Hang on. When you say obviously somebody at Turning Point, you are accusing right now people that worked with Charlie Kirk at the company he built, which is now run by his widow. You are directly accusing people in that company of being complicit in his murder, right?
I want to just be very clear connecting that dot. So I said that when there is a conspiracy, of course, there are going to be multiple people involved. So applying that same logic to JFK, right? Knowing, as I do, and as Charlie did believe that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, and they were the ones that wanted him dead for saying that what is now AIPAC should have to register under FARA. So there's motive. There are people that have to be involved on the ground that day. There are people that have to be willing to allow the perpetrators to get away. There has to be media that's complicit, and that's what literally Operation Mockingbird was. It was established.
But the problem, Candace. Here's the problem.
Well, hang on. It was established. So
but here's the problem with everything you're saying.
In this massive
you keep saying, and this is where people think you're prone to endless conspiracy theories for whatever reason. Okay. Is you keep using the phrase they have to have been involved. So by that yardstick, what you're saying is with JFK's assassination, and we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK, but the one possibility you've not ruled in is it was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know. Right, so when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been. But my problem is you're stating all these things as
we can't
facts.
do 63. So it's such a nonsense to say there's Lee Harvey Oswald.
You don't know that.
That's just such a nonsense. Okay, yeah, no, I do know it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself, and then that required national security to lock down the files, and that required the feds to impart the CIA to impart Operation Mockingbird to convince the public that it was you can't go against. There's a grieving widow. Don't look further into it. Don't believe your own eyes.
Let me just say this is your Candace.
This is a grand conspiracy that killed JFK.
Candace,
I am going to say this confidently. Right, I just think we have to grow up. We have to grow up. We can't keep pretending Lee Harvey.
She just said that Lee Harvey Oswald did not do it. Let's go back, because I got the captions on for a reason. The fuck is happening? Look at this demon. God. Candace. Y'all know when I do my live streams, these freeze frames are just random. I can't even, you can't plan for stuff like this. Look at this freeze frame. You can't plan this. Oh my God. So for those who are, repeat here, what we do is we look for physiological changes, blink rate, breathing pattern, her body movements, the fact that she starts these run-on sentences because English was not her first language, apparently. Being an alien and all, you speak Ewok. Everything's kind of like wah, 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 with her. At least for the most part, that's what I'm hearing right now. She's not making any sense. She just said that he did not do it. And he just said, you can't say that for a fact. Why does Piers Morgan keep allowing her to come on his show and lie like hell to his supporters? It's disingenuous. Let's go back.
Feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead.
If what you're saying is true, what is it they're covering up? You've so far intimated or inferred something weird involving Egyptian planes. So, what's that about? You've inferred perhaps Israeli involvement in some way. You've certainly inferred a lot of Turning Point USA involvement. That's a lot of people getting involved here in the murder of Charlie Kirk, potentially. But what I'm really curious about is, given you've been all over all this and you've been airing all these theories, well, which one is it? It can't be all of these things. Is it somebody?
Well, of course,
is it someone at Turning Point USA? I mean, who do you actually believe was behind this?
Of course, it can be all of those things. And what's really ironic here is that there's a clip of Charlie in the last months leading up to his death where he speaks about the JFK assassination. And he says that multiple countries were involved, multiple people were involved, the LBJ was involved, the feds were involved. And he's correct. That is what it means. When there is a conspiracy, there are multiple people that are involved. Of course, there's not one person on a grassy knoll who shot JFK.
Well, it might have been
there are people who had to agree with it. The Dallas police were involved.
Candace,
I'm answering your question. You're asking, why aren't you just going to point to one person? That to me, even that seems like a part of telling people not to believe their own gut. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off.
Courts don't care about your guts. That judge will not give a damn about Candace Owens' gut. Or anyone else for that matter. This is what I mean by being ignorant to how court works. Because if you claim to be a journalist, you want to put out information that is factually correct. And the intent of it would be, this is what the court would care about. Because this involves a murder. And the burden to meet in a criminal matter is beyond a reasonable doubt. So when I pull in information dealing with a criminal matter and I'm reporting on it, I'm not going to add something to it based on my gut feeling on it, and it would not have any sway in the court of law where it matters the most. Because otherwise, my opinion doesn't matter. What sway would it have on it in the court of law? I'm basing my opinion on a set of facts, based on evidence, based on basic information, definitions of terms. Otherwise, what's the point? You talk about, she's talking about everything else but what is important here. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. She said that she would try to figure out who the shooter is because she doesn't believe it's Tyler Robinson. And then she talks about everything else. Oh, we spotted Erica Kirk at a military base. Did she pull the trigger? No, she wasn't there. Okay, moving on. The fool that was on her show, did he pull the trigger? Who knows? We don't know. She's saying it's not Tyler Robinson. So, Candace, give us at least 2 or 3 names of people who had guns that were on the campus that you could talk about. That could have been near wherever Tyler Robinson was. That would explain the logistics of the shot itself, the ballistics. It still has to line up with what evidence is still out there. It has to make sense. The trajectory of the bullet, it has to make sense. So let's just say, for craps and giggles, because Candace, I'm not here to help you, heifer. There's a second shooter. It's just, we know that it's not true, but whatever. Let's entertain this for 2 minutes. There's a second shooter. He just so happened to be on an adjacent roof. And perhaps the angle to which he was able to fire was a little bit more coming towards the right of where Charlie Kirk was sitting. Let's say Tyler Robinson positions himself on the roof, but no bullet is fired at the gun. The actual person that fired the bullet is not too far away from Tyler Robinson is. He still has the vantage point. He's still up high. And he's able to angle and fire it to where the interest of the bullet will still somewhat make sense. We don't know what the autopsy report is. That's pretty much the only thing you would have going against her. The autopsy report would probably debunk a lot of things based on what happened with his neck and the bullet and everything else in between. But since we haven't seen that, let's say there's a second shooter. He would have to be where it lines up with the entry point of the bullet based on the videos that are out there. He did bleed because Charlie Kirk was a human being and he's made of flesh and bone. He did bleed. There was a huge blood splatter. It's poured out. It will still have to make sense with the video evidence that's out there. She's not even trying to say this second shooter existed and was here and it could be logistically plausible. She's nowhere near that. She's talking about dumb things like planes and stuff. Unless these people came, this other person got off that plane, I don't care about the damn plane. Neither will the court of law. But this is what I mean by her not even presenting something that could be plausible based on what is out here. Perhaps the shooter was behind Tyler Robinson. Maybe the shot was just carried out from a further distance. Who knows? But at least let it be based off of something. She's not even doing that. And now she's saying, Kennedy, it took more than one person to shoot Kennedy. Because last time I checked, it was based on the video evidence. Because here in this reality, I refuse to allow her nonsense to alter reality for me. She's not altering what I see with my own eyes and hear with my own two ears. That is not something her or her cult members are ever going to do. They're not going to alter reality for the rest of us where we can see video footage and we can hear the shot and we can actually say, okay, we saw him get shot. She has no factual basis to prove that something exploded or went off. And the aftermath of that would not fit whatever the autopsy report is. An explosion would be totally different from the bullet making an entry wound. But yet she's not thinking about that. But if she could just say who 2 or 3 suspects are that was on campus that had a weapon in their hand, or George Zinn, why not focus on that? That would be a lot more plausible. She's about to see here that she's talking about guts and all. Don't nobody care about that gut feeling. It's not even based on anything plausible. It's just her coming up with nonsense. So I can have a gut feeling too and just say, Barney the dinosaur came out of Candace's house today, and he was seen wearing an elf suit. And then he gave out toys to the kids on the street corner at Dollywood, somewhere where George was then spotted selling boy cat. I mean, because, Candace, we got gut feelings as well. We can all do this. And then George was holding a sign up, boy cat for sale, $10.99. This comes with a 2-piece chicken dinner and a biscuit and a sweet tea. Like, we could go there. We all got gut feelings too. You know how many people got a gut feeling about George Farmer being gay? Like, we could just go there, Candace. Because that's what gut feelings do. Makes you think about dumb stuff and say a whole bunch of things and no evidence to support it. We could go there. Maybe that's what she needs. A taste of her own medicine. Candace, we're willing to give you a taste of your own medicine, girl.
There had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Now, who knows what their motivations are? Doesn't mean maybe this person's like, hey, I'm going to help you.
Hang on. Okay, let me stop you. Hang on. When you say obviously somebody at Turning Point, you are accusing right now people that worked with Charlie Kirk at the company he built which is now run by his widow, you are directly accusing people in that company of being complicit in his murder, right?
I want to just be very clear connecting that dot. So I said that when there is a conspiracy, of course, there are going to be multiple people involved. So applying that same logic to JFK, right? Knowing, as I do, and as Charlie did believe that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead for saying.
So obviously, she keeps saying obviously because she doesn't understand the definition of that word. I guess I'm gonna have to do a vocabulary lesson.
That what is now AIPAC should have to register under FARA. So there's motive. There are people that have to be involved on the ground that day. There are people that have to be willing to allow the perpetrators to get away. There has to be media that's complicit. And that's what literally Operation Mockingbird was. It was established.
But you know the problem,
public.
Candace, here's the problem.
Well, hang on. It was established. So
but here's the problem with everything you're saying.
In this massive
you keep saying, and this is where people think you're prone to endless conspiracy theories for whatever reason, is you keep using the phrase, they have to have been involved. So by that yardstick, what you're saying is with JFK's assassination, and we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK, but the one possibility you've not ruled in...
No one knows what happened.
...is it was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know, right? So when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been... But my problem is you're stating all these things as facts.
We can't do 63. So it's such a nonsense to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald.
You don't know that.
That's just such a nonsense. Like, yeah, no, I do know it was not Lee.
She said, no, I do know.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
It was not Lee Harvey Oswald.
Acting by himself.
You can't make this up. Candace saying obviously because she doesn't understand the definition of the word. So here it is. In an obvious manner, as is plainly evident. It would have to be obvious and plain and evidence, meaning we got to see this. There has to be proof of it. Who knows if he acted alone or not? That happened over 70 years ago. Candace's parents probably weren't even born in. Who knows? I know my mother was not born in, was it 1955? What was he shot? 55, 56? My mother wasn't even born. When was JFK shot? (1963). My mother was not born. You can't make this up. You're talking about something that happened over 60 years ago. This is so crazy. My mother wasn't even born then. So why does this matter? Yo, you can't make this up. Why does it matter? I don't understand. Why does it matter? This happened in 1963. It's not comparative. Even if you say that Tyler Robinson did not act alone, you're still not telling us the alternative shooter. There's a difference in that. Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger on the gun. Was he a part of other, plans or plots or whatever? Maybe. Who knows? I don't care. This happened in 1963. I don't care. What does this have to do with Charlie? Because in this situation, Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger on the gun. Candace doesn't even want to admit that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger on the gun. She's just saying he was a part of a bigger conspiracy. But someone else put the trigger on the gun. Candace, you need scientific evidence in DNA, the ballistics, the logistics has to match up. It has to be evident, clearly evident. When you say obviously, clearly evident. You're throwing out terms that are affirmative and you don't know what they mean. You don't know the definition. It's so stupid. Why are we talking about JFK? It's not comparable. If she were to admit Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger on the gun, but he didn't act alone, then that would be different. Then that could be more comparable. Tyler Robinson admitted to doing it. What the hell is wrong with her? We're not going into her alternate reality, people. Not here in the Lady Luck Club. We refuse to go to her alternate reality where she believes she's an alien. Okay? We will not do it.
Is he was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know. Right. So when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been. But my problem is you're stating all these things as
can't do
facts.
63. So it's such a nonsense that to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald.
You don't know that.
It's just such a nonsense. Again, no, I do know it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself, and then that required national security to lock down the files, and that required the feds to impart the CIA to impart Operation Mockingbird to convince the public that it was you can't go against. There's a grieving widow. Don't look further into it. Don't believe your own eyes.
Let me just say this is your Candace.
It was a grand conspiracy that killed JFK.
Candace,
and I am going to say that confidently. I just think we have to grow up. We have to grow up. We can't keep pretending Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK. We can't keep doing that.
That is your opinion.
Your opinion.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford.
That's what it is. Her opinion, not a matter of fact. Her opinion. Candy asks us in the box of commenting in the chat because they copy and paste and they don't have any creativity to say anything else.
Because the feds cover it up.
Theory.
Because the feds are never going to admit to their own crimes. That is the reason we're still discussing it.
That may be the case, but you can't prove that.
Yeah, not at all. I can prove common sense that Lee Harvey Oswald did not stand on the ground.
You can't prove common sense. Fuck that. If you can prove anything, it would make it a fact. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, give me this stuff. What the hell? Oh, prove common sense. Prove common sense. Dear Lord, I thought I heard it all. Well, I can prove common sense. Holy crap. You can't make this shit up. Am I hearing this? Oh, God. Oh, this is priceless.
Lost more than £100. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS.
Oh, God.
It's an opinion.
No, that's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact.
It's a fact.
The whole reason there are still conspiracy theories.
This is why she gets sued. This is why, Candace, because you're a clown. This is why she gets sued, because she starts to peddle her dumb conspiracy theories and her opinion as fact with no evidence, because she doesn't know the definition of the word fact either. She's saying this is a fact.
It's an opinion.
No, that's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It's not a fact. It's an opinion.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact.
She keeps saying 3 times, second time she said it.
It's a fact.
The whole reason there are still conspiracy theories about JFK.
She said it 4 times. She said the word fact 4 times. Even when he's correcting her to say it's your opinion, she said it 4 times. So if she gets hit with another lawsuit for defamation, then she can just go home and cry about it and shut the hell up, right? Take that lawsuit like a champion, girl. 4 times in a row you say it's a fact, and he's trying to tell you it's an opinion. It's an opinion. She's too busy trying to argue. She's not debating. Because she doesn't understand definitions of terms, and she doesn't even care that he's trying to correct her on saying it's an opinion. And she said 4 times back to back, it's a fact. Yeah, okay. Then they need to sue her ass.
Case assassination. None of this is a fact.
Sue.
You are
because the feds cover it up.
Theory.
Because the feds are never going to admit to their crimes. That's the reason we're still discussing it.
That may be the case, but you can't prove that.
Not at all.
I can prove common sense that Lee Harvey Oswald did not stand on a grassy knoll.
So just because she, in her world, she can prove common sense, which is not even, there's no such thing as that. If you could prove something, you have evidence to prove it. It becomes a fact. It's not common sense. Common sense would be producing evidence to support your statement, to support your theory, so that you can say this is a fact. It has to be evidence supporting that. Common sense would be to not call something a fact when it's your opinion, when you don't have any evidence. And then when he corrects you and asks you about the evidence, you say you can prove common sense. That has to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This right here has to be the stupidest thing ever. I have never heard someone with a brain here on earth say, well, I can prove common sense. What? Dude, why don't you just show your evidence? I don't get it. Just show your evidence. Yeah, we're snipping this. This is going out in the history books. You can't make this up.
Your
And
opinion.
assassinate a president. And
Okay.
LBJ, like Charlie says in that clip, which people should go pursue.
Yes, I know Charlie
all of
said
the
that.
weird things that happened that day that were unusual, and LBJ
All right, but let's
decided
get
not
back
to
to
ride that
all right,
day.
let's get
And then
back to-
suddenly he
We don't
reversed
care
course on
about what
all
happened in
JFK's
1960.
Let's move off
policies
from
and his
JFK.
AIPAC. Israel killed JFK.
All right.
Now,
Yeah,
going back
move
to your point
on.
about Turning Point USA
Yes.
and the ridiculous idea that implicating, this is a $100 million organization.
Yeah.
Common sense. If this was not even a high-profile political assassination and this was just a guy who worked at a company that was $100 million, right? Common sense inquiry is, was there a financial motive for this person to be dead? Okay. This is like Sherlock Holmes 101. And this is what I mean when I say that the public no longer trusts the media because you're acting us to be stupid.
This is why he said to her that she's not an investigative journalism. Sherlock Holmes 101, you're comparing this to a television show? Why didn't you just say this is journalism 101? Sherlock Holmes 101. You know, she speaks in TV talk.
And we don't want to do that. We actually don't want to pretend that we're clinical idiots who can't assess things and go, oh, there could be a massive motive here to have Charlie dead. Especially when it seems very strange that Bibi Netanyahu, when nobody even had a clue of what happened, this guy's doing the rounds on Fox News and saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That's kind of weird. Did you feel compelled to jump on to Piers Morgan's show and say, just so everybody knows, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk? Why would he say
Right,
that?
so I
Why
wanna-
was he so
I'm go-
involved
but
that somebody who's
Candace,
fighting
I
a
wanna get-
97,000 front war?
Candace, I want to get to the reality of what you're actually saying. So when you say that somebody at Turning Point USA, Charlie's
Exactly
company,
says.
was
Had nothing
complicit
to
in his
do with
murder,
this.
who?
It
Who
has
was?
nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
I believe that there were multiple people at Turning Point who are,
Sherlock
as I have said
Holmes.
many times, my exact words are, they are engaged in a cover-up of what happened to Charlie on that day.
No, but who
I've
was
been
Candace, that's not Sherlock Holmes 101.
involved in his murder?
I didn't say they murdered Charlie.
You said
My
that
show,
people
I've
at
been very
Turning
clear.
Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry, you
that
didn't.
thoroughly.
No, she did.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that
they
on
were,
my entire
You said there
show.
were people at Turning Point complicit in
No.
his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
When you and I were
Listening
discussing
what
this, so I said, let's go back. I was applying the logic of a conspiracy to JFK. I said, okay, JFK, you have people that are complicit. Of course,
Let's
if you
forget
apply that
JFK.
logic, if there
Let's
is a
forget JFK.
conspiracy, there's going to
JFK is irrelevant. She said they're complicit in what happened. And what happened was an assassination. You know, because that's common sense. Saying they're complicit in with what happened, which is what happened was Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was shot. He was killed. That's exactly what happened. So you're saying they're complicit in him being shot and killed and assassinated. Bottom line, because that's how common sense works. You can't sit here and try to change the idea of what happened because we saw what happened. And why won't she speak plain here? Candace, if you're going to be on our planet, you alien, at least speak English and speak plainly. Say what you mean and mean what you say. You're speaking in riddles. Prove common sense.
to be multiple people that are going to be complicit by the time, in order for a large stage murder to
You
happen. So I was
specifically
using
said
an
you didn't say
analogy of
complicit
JFK.
in a cover-up. You
No,
said complicit
okay,
in the
let-
murder. Because I said
Okay,
who
I-
at Turning Point
let
was
me
involved
clarify for you.
in his murder. And
Let
you
me
said,
clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I'm saying.
okay.
When I was
Oh,
using the analogy of
that's
JFK,
still a
we were
lie.
connecting it. I was
You can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I'm saying. It's all a lie. It's still stupid. It's still
basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that all of these people being involved would be
Oh,
crazy.
no.
So I was applying the
No, I
analogy
said I
of what
don't
happened to
know.
JFK. Well, you actually, if you go
Oh,
back
God.
and
I said
listen,
I
were
don't know.
suggesting that a
I said
conspiracy.
you don't know
Okay, well,
either. You're floating theories.
when we started
which are-
talking about
you're
the JFK
perfectly
thing,
entitled. Listen, let me
no,
make it clear.
Piers, I
You
really
didn't
think you're
say
not
you
holding
didn't
on to your
know.
thoughts here
Candace, let me,
correctly. Okay,
let me
you're not
spell
holding
out
on to
my
your
thought
thoughts.
very clearly
When we
to you.
started talking
Let
about
me
JFK,
spell- hang
the
on,
implication
Candace,
that you were
hang on.
making
Let me
was that it
explain
was
my thought to
crazy
you.
to suggest that
Let me
multiple
Let me
people could
explain
have
my
been involved
thought
at
to you.
different levels.
Candace.
I was then connecting the dots
This
and
is
saying that
madness.
in
Okay.
order for the JFK assassination to happen, there had to have been some people that were complicit,
I
right?
understand. I heard what you
Maybe
said.
you're the person who takes the cameras down. Maybe you're the
I
person
understand
that
what you're
told him
saying,
to drive
Candace.
that day. Maybe you're LBJ. So they're not all complicit in the murder,
Right.
but they're all at different varying stages involved in the cover-up,
Okay.
right? So that's what a grand conspiracy actually is.
Okay.
And I do believe, so you don't have to go back.
Let me explain something to you. You will not compare the parables that Jesus spoke in the Word of God to this buffoonery coming out of Candace Owens' mouth, because she is not Jesus Christ. We will not compare those two things. the parables or the tales that Jesus told was not about somebody's assassination. Because when someone died and Jesus knew about it, they died. One of which he wouldn't raise from the dead. Lazarus. Lazarus, his friend. And Lazarus had been dead for days. What Jesus did not do is play around with someone's death. Do you understand? He didn't do that. She's sitting here saying all of this over the loss of someone's life. When he said you must be born again, that parable he told, Nicodemus asked, how can you be born again of your parent, of your mother? They gave birth to you once. He said, that's not what I meant. And then he explained what he meant. It didn't fly over people's heads. It's a matter of you reading the scriptures. Jesus didn't sit here and give parables about someone's life being taken or someone being killed or assassinated. Do not compare her to Jesus Christ in my chat. It is absolutely blasphemous. It's idiotic. It's no comparison to what she's doing versus the parables and what Jesus stated in the Bible. There was a point proven, and it can go over people's heads because sometimes it's just a matter of reading the next scripture. When Jesus was asked about being born again, he explained what that meant. He didn't leave people in a state of confusion because God is not the author of chaos and confusion. All I see here is Candace Owens being chaotic and confusing as hell for no reason at all. What are you talking about? We don't do that.
And we don't have to go through it. I'm telling you what I think about Turning Point. You know, I am very known for being honest about what I believe. I'm not exactly a person that you got to pull teeth on.
Sure.
I believe that there are people at Turning Point who are engaged in covering up what happened on that day.
But were any of them engaged in the planning of the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I wouldn't know how it was planned. Absolutely, I can't make that. I cannot confidently make that statement. I can say confidently that I know they're engaged in the cover-up because I've been investigating what happened on that day and what transpired thereafter. I've been clear. I've named those people on my show. I've said they are engaged in a cover-up, and I've listed the lies. So you don't have to try to make something.
But that doesn't implicate that they were engaged in a cover-up of a murder. Because once again, she doesn't know how to speak plainly because she's lying. If you're going to be this pathological with it, Candace, at least just say, you know what? I feel that they were engaged in this cover-up of Charlie Kirk's assassination. It is my opinion, and leave it there. No. She's got to keep going with it because, it becomes less and less salacious because how many times will she be able to just say, it's my opinion, and she can't express why she is opined that? Because you got to feed the cult members and the bots and keep them entertained. So it's not enough for her to just say, it's my opinion based on the way the acting, this XYZ. It's still my opinion. I don't have any factual proof. And then you keep living. That's how that's done. Leave it at your opinion. It's still going to cause them a lot of harm and pain. She don't care about them being harassed and bullied because of that. She doesn't care about all the attacks. The fact that she's telling people to pull out donations and to get refunds. Nope. But at least she's not purporting it to be a fact. Because she can't prove common sense.
Out of what I didn't say. I tell you what I think. It's already controversial. It needs to get more controversial, okay? Do I think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger? No. Obviously, I don't think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger.
Did anybody at Turning Point, in your opinion, know that Charlie Kirk was going to be murdered?
There is specifically 2 people at Turning Point USA, and I have communicated that information to Erica and Justin Strife, that I would not be surprised if they had foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
But do you have any evidence?
I'm not going to name. I am not going to name those people, okay? Because it's not right for me to name those people until I know for a fact that they did.
Did you give the names? Did you give the names to Erica?
Yes.
No evidence.
So I absolutely did.
You gave the names to Erica of 2 employees, current employees at Turning Point, who you believe were involved in the preparation for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
I told them that if I were in your shoes, these would be 2 employees that I would look further into.
And what evidence do you have that they had any prior knowledge of the murder?
Because I don't have concrete evidence is the reason why I'm not naming them. So I've been
responsible.
No
evidence,
I'm not saying.
But you're telling the widow
why are we
that
doing
these
this? You don't have concrete evidence. We know that, Candace. We don't understand why you keep purporting this to be a fact as if you do. The definition of the word fact involves evidence or proof, documentation, something. You know, like if you're going to say Erica Kirk was on a base, you have a photo, you pull out your phone and take a picture or do a video or a live stream so you can have evidence, because that's what you need to prove that. Just like you need scientific evidence to prove someone's gender. You can't make this up. So she's saying here that there is not concrete evidence. She's saying it.
You're trying to get me to say something that I never said and then asking me to defend it.
No,
I'm
I'm asking what evidence
let's
you've
actually
got.
go to, you're asking me privately, did I communicate to them that I think you should look further? That's called
No, he said, what evidence do you have? She's hearing other words he's not even saying.
an investigation, Piers, okay? So what you're
What are
doing
you
is a
basing it
strategy
on?
of like, if somebody dies, you're
What are
saying
you
to me,
basing
you can't
it
ask
on?
any questions about anybody unless you have concrete evidence. We're at the stage of investigation.
I'm not saying
yes,
that.
you can.
I'm
And
not
let me
saying
give
that.
people in the public the permission to do this. Follow your instinct. If you feel something is off, keep asking questions.
No problem.
Yeah, why keep asking questions though? Because Candace is supposed to be telling us who the shooter is. Why is she still asking these basic ass questions that she's been asking for 3.5, 4 months? Wasn't she the one that's supposed to be figuring that out? Candace is supposed to be telling us who the shooter is. So if you all going to keep asking questions, why don't you go ask your cult leader? Ask your cult leader who the shooter is. Demand that she tells us who the shooter is. What is she waiting on? If she's got some, proven common sense or whatever she has, conversations with deceased spirits and stuff, whatever she has, why can't she give us a name? You think Charlie Kirk would appear to anyone in a vision and say, everybody betrayed me, and never said who the shooter is? You see how that lacks common sense, even in that dumb nonsense? There's no common sense in that either. If someone tells me I think I'm being betrayed, then I think people are coming after me, you'd be able to narrow it down and say some names. Names she's talking about at TPUSA has no evidence to support they were a part of a cover-up, but yet she's naming names. But she just says she has no concrete evidence. You see how contradictory she goes from one statement to another? And contradictions are still lies. Because she's doing this intentionally. She's intentionally being misleading and deceptive. She wants people to have some perception of something. They're asking baseless questions that's not even based on common sense. And Candace is being lazy as hell. No, heifer, you tell us who the shooter is, because that's what you're supposed to be doing, Candace Amber Owens Farmer. You're supposed to be looking into that. Remember, I'm not going to say investigate because she's not licensed or certified to do that. But Candace is supposed to be telling us who the shooter is. So that's all we're waiting to hear. We want Candace Owens to tell us who she has found sufficient evidence to have been the shooter. That is her role in all of this is, because she said she made that her life mission, to finding out who killed Charlie Kirk. Not sitting here asking questions to death and still producing no evidence. Nope. Candace, if you're too incompetent to come up with evidence to be able to say who the shooter is, just tell us that, you alien. Just say that.
You get concrete evidence. And when you have concrete evidence, you should name those people. I don't have the concrete evidence.
You have named other
people.
You're
naming people.
Okay. But you have named other people.
Piers, you can't ask me questions. You can't ask me questions. Let me finish it.
Yeah, no, he can ask you questions. So you can name people, although you just say you have no evidence. We got to snip that, because you see how she contradicts herself? So somehow you can name people without the evidence, and she just admitted that. But then she's named people at TPUSA with no evidence.
Investigation.
I'm not saying
yes,
that.
you can.
I'm
and
not
let me
saying
give
that.
people in the public the permission to do this. Follow your instinct. If you feel something is off, keep asking questions until you get concrete evidence. And when you have concrete evidence, you should name those people. I don't have the concrete evidence.
You have named other people.
There inconsistencies.
Okay. But you have named other people.
Piers, you can't ask me questions. You can't ask me questions. Let me finish it. I have communicated to them that their inconsistencies make me uncomfortable. I have communicated to them that somebody else who is a third party gave me some information that I am not yet comfortable as I am vetting it, giving it to the public, because that's the responsibility to do. These are private citizens. And that if I were in their shoes and had more access to information, I would go down that route. Okay. Unless I am fully confident that they actually did have something to do. Like here is the smoking gun. I'm not going to name those people, but the people I have named thus far are people that I believe are engaged in a cover up. Like I said, hold me accountable for
well,
what
let's
I have
talk about one of those people. Let's talk about one of those people.
No
because
evidence.
the Turning Point producer,
people she has named, she still has no evidence. No evidence to prove that they're engaged in a cover up. We're back at square one. She's never going to tell us who the shooter is, but I want the cult members in the box to find out the hard way. You know, prove that common sense, girl.
Neff wrote this in early December. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, people who work for the show. She has made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. Now, let's move then to, you said in your podcast that new information was given to you in your meeting with Erica Kirk about Mikey McCoy that's now satisfied you. On a video on the 27th of October, you devoted the whole episode to this guy and his supposedly strange behavior. I never said I had
information that satisfied me about Mikey McCoy.
Well, okay, well, I'll ask you to clarify. Okay, well, you can clarify that in a moment. But let's hear what you said about Mikey McCoy before the meeting.
So we decided to slow this clip down, and we're going to watch this clip slow down so you can see that it is exactly 834 milliseconds from the time that you hear the shot. That is how long it takes for Mikey McCoy to put the phone to his ear. Now, why is that precise timing so important? Because there's no dialing. Mikey didn't have time to dial. Okay. You can't dial and put your phone to an ear in 0.834 seconds.
Now, what was the new information that you got in your meeting with Erica?
Yeah, remember we actually tested that theory out. We did that. We all tested that theory out. I had you all dial someone, put the phone to your ear, and count how long it took to do it. And if you're like me and you have earbuds, it shouldn't even take that long. But if you don't have earbuds, you just, if it's somebody that he has saved in his phone that he had already talked to, more than likely he can just go straight to his call log, swipe, and it automatically dials. That's it. And have the phone to his ear. We all tested that theory here in the LLC. Y'all remember that? Put a one in the chat if you remember us testing that theory in real time. We had a lot of fun. It was fun doing that. We tested that theory in real time. And we were able to pick up a phone, swipe and dial somebody, especially if you're talking about a spouse or a parent or even a sibling. Their numbers are in your phone saved. Erica Kirk would be in his numbers in his phone. Her number would be saved. So the idea, the logistics of having your phone that's already in your hand, opening it up, swiping in a call log, and putting it to your ear was very, very plausible and very doable. That could be tested in a video. She could literally do that in a video and time it. That's very plausible to be done in that time frame. It's just that, you know, it's the lack of proving common sense that she's not doing right now. It's just ridiculous.
About Mikey McCoy.
So I'm sorry, your gotcha is not going too well, but I never then said, I am now satisfied that Mikey put the phone to his ear. What I presented to the public.
No, I didn't say that. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, you did say so you
have inferred on your
satisfied.
podcast. Well, let me give you the chance to clarify.
It's
a very familiar story when it comes to debt.
We actually did it. It was very possible.
Fees and phone calls pile up every month unless you fight back. PDS debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people cut debt and put money back in their pockets. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, PDS offers
these sponsors. Grief.
Podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought.
She's trying to prove a point he's not saying, or negate a point he's not trying to prove.
Pierce. You inferred on your podcast after the meeting with Erica that you'd received new information about Mikey McCoy, which had changed your mind. Would that be the best way to categorize it, or changed some of your mind?
That. I just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name, and actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something, and I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified on my podcast.
And you were given call logs. Is that right?
Presented.
You were shown call logs. You were shown call logs.
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs, and I gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying...
No, she did not. That is a lie. That is not how call logs look from his phone, from any phone whatsoever. She typed something up. That was not printout of a call log. That is a lie from the pit of hell. Because you just can't make this stuff up. You know, because I'm thorough. Who child? That is a lie. This is not a call log. If they gave her this, it's not a call log, but she accepted it. Where you see date and timestamps, it says Mikey McCoy call logs. Do you get this out of a phone? I don't know any phone that shows call logs like this with all this information. This isn't a call log. This is not damn call. Anyone get this from their phone company? Or if you look in your phone and go to call log, do you see something like this? This is not a damn call log. Where's this call log at? Y'all go on y'all phones and look at call log, because you know we do stuff in real time here. Tell me what you see in your call log. Y'all just throw some information down in the chat. When you go on your call log, pull up the call log. It looks like a little telephone symbol. Okay, let's try this out. All right. So when I pull up my call log, you know what I see? I see it says phone at the top, and then it starts with the latest day that I called. So it might show the day. If I make calls on yesterday, it says yesterday, and then numbers that are saved, it has their name and the timestamp under yesterday. If you go back to Thursday, it says Thursday, December 18th, and then all the people that I called, along with the phone number right underneath the contact name, and then it has next to it the timestamp. Yes, come on up. Come on up in here. What's gonna listen? Pull it up. I want y'all to pull it up. My bad, I was getting text message. Hold on. Pull it up. I see a bunch of times next to each caller, it has a timestamp. What y'all seeing in y'all phone? Call logs are very straightforward. What you saying? You outgoing, incoming. Thank you. Is it Daisy? I want to make sure, because obviously my phone is wrong as hell. My phone is not. I don't know what's going on with my phone, and it must have a mind of its own. Candace must be using her alien cell phone. Candace, you said you were an alien, so okay, cool. We'll go with that. But obviously, you're pulling up a phone from, whatever you were given from your original home planet, because I don't see none of that. It goes back. My call logs go back over a month. And it has all the, if I don't have the number saved, it shows the number. It'll show you if the call was accepted. It'll show you if the call was blocked or denied. It'll show the difference in whether the call was incoming or outgoing. Shout out to Daisy. You'll see all of that in the little phone symbols. So it's a little phone symbol. If it's outgoing, there's an arrow pointing outward away from the phone symbol. If it's incoming, the arrow is pointing towards the phone symbol. If it were answered, it's green. If it was not answered, it's a red phone that's down. And then it has like this little bit arrow on top of it. If it's blocked, then it'll have like a little circle with a line through it. I mean, it gives you all kinds of good information in this call log. Plus, you get date and timestamps. Where you get that at over here? How is this a call log? You can't make this stuff up. This is not a call log. You don't see all this information in your phone in a call log. The phone company doesn't print this stuff out. And you have no date, specific timestamps or anything. None. And it's going to tell you AM versus PM. Where y'all see that at? When you see the timestamp, do you see PM or AM next to it? Mine has AM and PM next to the timestamp. Do y'all see that? Look in your phone and your call logs. Next to the timestamp, do you see PM and AM? Because I have that. It's not a call log. She typed this dumb crap up. BME. Yes, thank you, Proud Liberal. When you look at it, why you don't have PM and AM next to your times? Yes, AM, PM. Why she don't have that on this? That's the fundamental basics of a call log. She didn't even put AM or PM. This is not a call log. This is some BS she typed up. They also don't have a Candace watermark in the background either. Thank you. My phone, my call logs don't have a watermark in the background. It ain't got no, it don't have Lady Luck Club watermark in the background over the thing. No. It don't say Lady Luck call logs at the top of it. It just says phone. Y'all can make this up. This guy at BME must be a paid troll. Are you a paid troll, BME? You say things that make no common sense. You know, we can't prove your common sense. We're not in the mood. We're not in the mood to prove your common sense. We're not doing that. Nope. It should show that in a call log. You know, because you can look up in Google what the format is of a typical standard call log. She has an iPhone. Start with that. What does an iPhone call log look like? It's going to have AM and PM standard because that's what it's programmed to do from the developers of Apple. Let the church say amen. You can't make this up. Basic information in a call log, it's not there. She got a pure top phone sponsor. It must be that minute phone. Y'all remember minute phones? Oh my God, it could be one of those minute phones. She didn't look at this and say, this is not a call log. If I go to my call logs, I don't see this crap. Oh, we're not in the mood to prove common sense of Candace Owens. But she says everybody needs to use their intuition. Girl, you can't even use the phone. Oh, this is priceless. Oh, my good God in heaven. All right, y'all. So either they punk Candace out and she's too stupid to say it, or they didn't give her a damn thing. She's lying. And she typed this up. Which one is it? Either Candace is too dumb to know or not know what a call log looks like, or they didn't give her anything and she's trying to save face and she just typed this up. And maybe she sent this to them to say, is this the order of the calls? If I type this up, can I just say this is a call log? They didn't give her nothing. She trying to save face. And she typed this dumb thing up and they probably sent it to him and say, is this accurate? Is this the order of the calls? Yeah, this is it. Oh man, can y'all imagine that? Oh, they probably played Candace. They didn't give her nothing. Common sense tells me Candace got nothing out of that conversation at all. They didn't even give her a call log because this is not a call log. She typed this up and probably confirmed, is this the order of the calls then? Because whatever. She doesn't care. Candace, you are the worst, girl. You are the absolute worst. You want to see it talk about, well, I can prove common sense. Common sense would say, if you have a call log, that you can show that call log that came from an actual phone. You don't type something up and say this is a call log, because I could do that and say this is a contract. I could type up some money and say this is real money. Does it make it money? I can do an image of money and just clip it and post it up What's wrong with that? Jesus.
They're saying this, and then the public obviously
So
comes back
do you
and says, well,
believe
how do we know
Mikey
that these are-
McCoy had any prior knowledge of Charlie's murder?
I can't say that he had prior knowledge
Oh,
of the
man.
murder unless I have something concrete. I can't say anything about prior knowledge. What I can say is what happened on that day. Mikey's behavior is weird on that day. I find it weird, like I said on the podcast yesterday, that what has been communicated to the public is like he
she's
called
mad.
Erica instantly. First thing he did was call Erica instantly. And that's actually the call logs show that he didn't call Erica
But
instantly.
what are you suggesting
He called
about
his
this
wife
guy? 'Cause
instantly, and then he had three
actually, no,
ways.
when you
It's not call logs. So Candace just typed this dumb thing up, and she was like, "Oh, this is proof." You know, they at least said this is the accurate order. Who cares who he called? I don't care who Mikey McCoy called. Did Mikey McCoy have the gun in his hand? If the answer is no, he's still irrelevant. The court won't care. The jury won't care. These are things that the court and the jury don't give two craps about. They don't freaking care who Mikey McCoy called. He's not the shooter. She's supposed to be telling us who pulled the trigger. Who is the shooter, Candace Owens? Who pulled the trigger?
And then showing his call logs.
here's the
So
problem.
you have a massive what happened on that day.
But here's the problem, Candace. You have a massive platform, as you know. Millions and millions of people hang on your every word.
She's just being
When you
argumentative.
devote a large part of an entire episode to the strange behavior of Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, you are putting a target on the guy's back. You're inferring it has something to do with this, or something to do with some cover-up, or whatever it is you're inferring. You know what you're doing when you do that. When you saw Erica Kirk, did you say to her that you believed there's something suspicious about Michael McCoy? Was she able to explain to you why there isn't? Or does she share your view that he is somehow complicit in this in some way?
Well, we actually dedicated more time speaking about his father, who I think it's strange to me that man calls himself a pastor. I communicated fully that everything about that man makes my skin crawl. I think he's a bad person. I think he's involved with bad people.
Irrelevant.
And this is obviously Mikey's a son. And, I asked a bit about Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy's relationship.
Did he pull the trigger? Did Rob McCoy pull the trigger? No? Got it.
I would just like to be clear. I am not going to be emotionally conditioned to believe that asking questions when we aren't getting any answers is the crime itself. The crime was when Charlie got shot in the neck. So,
you've already said, though, you told
the easiest way to remove, the easiest way, let me finish. You can't ask me questions, not let me finish.
You're contradicting what you've just said to me. You said to me earlier, you said you gave two names of people in the Turning Point organization that you believe are complicit in some way. You gave those names, but you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But you did name this guy, Mikey McCoy, who was the chief of staff.
Because his actions are strange. You're two different things. Really, Pierce, I think you're having trouble holding on to two buckets of thought here, okay? You said, in regards to someone that was complicit in murder, that is a very serious allegation. I gave them names of people that would not surprise me if they did have foreknowledge of Charlie.
No, he's not having a hard time. He's just rolling back the transcript. You alien. He could just pull the transcript. Candace, you're recording this in a video. You do realize people can just rewind to see what you said, to see what he said. You understand it. Talking over him does not help you. All it does is create this redundancy. She's literally repeating herself over and over and over and over and over again. She said the word fact. It is a fact 4 times. Like she literally said that 4 times about whatever dumb moot point she was trying to prove about Lee Harvey Oswald. No, someone we don't care about. We don't care. That man's dead, ain't he? Who cares?
Charlie Kirk's murder. You are now shifting gears and you're asking me about Mikey McCoy and why I am raising red flags about his behavior on that day. Because I believe his behavior on that day was weird. I think it's painfully obvious.
So do you believe he's
I don't know people that don't duck when a shot comes down.
Complicit?
So I'm pointing. I'm sorry that I have eyes and I am agreeing with the public that Mikey McCoy's behavior was weird on that day. Okay, these are two different things. Now, if I'm going to make an assertion that somebody had something to do with planning this murder, I better be damn sure. And if I said that on my podcast,
He's not sure.
That's all I'm saying. I had never made that claim.
Yes, you have. You said they're all complicit in the cover-up. They're all complicit in what happened with the assassination. You have said it was a fact. You said they lied, and you can't prove how they lied or what they lied about. Someone's saying, we don't know the last time Candace Owens hung out with Charlie Kirk. Has she shown any recent photos or text messages within the last 12 months of her and Charlie Kirk hanging out together? That was any photo that was taken within the last 12 months. We don't care about what photos she took in 2019. She worked there. What were the photos she took with him in 2024? going into 2025. For the last 12 months, starting with December of last year. Did she take any photos with Charlie Kirk from December of last year until now? Any text messages, any communication within the last 12 months? Because if she didn't even talk to him for months on end, that's not the sign of a close friend. That's the sign of someone trying to weaponize his death and monetize it. And then lying about being his best friend as if no one else can be his friend. And then anyone else close around him or close to him that was in his inner circle, all are complicit in some cover-up. Not Candace, though. Candace is not complicit in that cover-up. When she said that they were all treasonous and traitors. Because we don't apply ourselves in her nonsense. When she says we, she's not talking about all of us. No, you're talking about you and your cult, girl. Your bots. Your people. Candace, are you complicit in this cover-up that you allege is occurring? Why you still cannot tell us who pulled the trigger?
That Mikey McCoy planned Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, I think like a lot of the claims you're making, it's difficult to work out what you're actually claiming. You're throwing a lot of mud in the air, including people's names, which immediately then has millions of people chasing after these guys on social media. And
I'm sorry they get caught lying. Like, I'm sorry, what is this? This is like the public is actually being abused, okay? Let's not pretend that the victim...
No, they're not. These people are being doxxed and defamed and bullied and harassed. Period. I say they all sue and see how that goes. Just bottom line.
Or do you just want them to think they are?
No, the public is being abused because you're basically saying, stop noticing that people at Turning Point USA are lying.
No,
how dare Candace and the public know? Yes, you are. How dare Candace?
When there's an emphatic repudiation of what you're...
I have no video? What the hell? Hold on.
Pierce. You inferred on your podcast after the meeting with Erica that you'd received new information about Mikey McCoy, which had changed your mind. Would that be the best way to categorize it, or changed some of your mind? No, I never told you that. I
just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name, and actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something, and I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified. Consistencies.
Okay,
Can y'all see in here? Jesus Christ. All right. I had to refresh it. Sorry. Can y'all see and hear me? There we go. Let me know if you can see and hear. Yes. 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 Okay, cool. We good? Everybody can see, everybody can hear. Am I frozen? No, I have it paused. Let me play it.
Have named other
I'm trying
people.
to answer, just Piers, you can't
Now,
ask me
see and
questions.
hear that?
You can't ask questions. Let me finish it. I have communicated to them that their inconsistencies make me uncomfortable. I have communicated to them that somebody else who is a third party gave me some information that I am not yet comfortable as I am vetting it, giving it to the public, because that's the responsible thing to do. These are private citizens. And that if I were in their shoes and had more access to information, I would go down that route, okay? Unless I am fully confident that they actually did have something to do, like here is the smoking gun, I'm not going to name those people.
Okay.
But the people I have named thus far are people that I believe are engaged in a cover-up. Like I said, hold me accountable for
well,
what
let's
I have
talk
said,
about one of those
okay?
people. Let's talk about one of those people
Cool.
because the Turning Point producer, Blake Neff, wrote this in early December. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens.
Okay, she starts rambling on, and she just goes on and on and on and on, and she does that because she wants it to be convoluted. She wants to be confusing. Said nope, and they on staff said nope, and they unfollowed each other. And Tim said that she said that she hated Charlie. I can believe that. You know, Candace is definitely envious and jealous of Erica Kirk for a myriad of reasons. Candace doesn't even care about their two children. Flat out. Candace does not care about those two babies. She don't care they had kids. She don't care that these kids are going to watch these videos one day. She doesn't care about any of that. She does not care about how those two kids feel. She didn't care that those kids are getting death threats and kidnapping threats. She doesn't give a damn about that. She doesn't even care about the children. So she definitely doesn't care about Erica Kirk. And she can't prove with any photos or messages, real call logs from a real phone, any evidence that she talked to Charlie Kirk within the last 12 months. From December of last year to December of this year. She went on the tour with TPUSA last year, and he wasn't even there. But she showed no evidence to prove that they were in communication, in good standing with each other, that they were still friends. She's unfollowing him. He unfollowed her. I mean, that's not the sign of you being in a friendship with someone. You're not communicating with them. You don't talk to them. You don't text or email them. You don't spend time with them. You don't see them. That's not the sign that you're friends with somebody. You're unfollowing them on social media. That's not a sign that you're friends. That's the complete opposite. Tim definitely should file a lawsuit. This is crazy. Yeah, they unfollowed each other. Many people saying they unfollowed each other. I don't know how much of the video you guys missed, so I just pulled it back. I'm just trying to get you guys comments in because I'm trying to see how much you guys missed. So we just rewind it back. So as respectfully as you are to me, I will not be threatened. By the way, who's threatening you? BME. Who's threatening you? Who blocked you? No one's doing any of this. Who's threatening you? I don't understand. Where's this coming from? If LLC doesn't call her heifer, my day is ruined. She's a heifer. Candace is a lying heifer who types up call logs because she has no idea what a real call log looks like. You can't make this up. What did Turning Point lie about? Wyoming Gala asked the same thing. What are they exactly lying about? They said, well, they don't think they communicated with Charlie, that she communicated with Charlie Kirk. When they said, we don't think. I don't think she communicated with him for a while. I don't know the last time I've seen her. They're not making these affirmative statements. He said, I don't think. Think. You know, there's a difference. Candace says it is a fact 4 times. Think. Opine. Because words matter here. This is totally different. You can't make this up. Love to hate. No one's hating you. I don't even sit here and just say I've never hated Candace. Candace is the one that says I hate everybody. You want to see that photo? I got the snippet. You want to see where she said I hate everyone? You keep trying to defend her, but you're not. You don't even say I disagree when she says stuff like that. You're not even disagreeing with fundamental things that are just wrong. She said I hate everyone. Do you want me to show you that? BME. Because I can. No one said, I'm not saying I hate her. And then you guys use the word hate so frivolously. It's careless. It's absolutely careless. I'm trying to see who blocked him. Or who's threatening him? Who's threatening you? Who's threatening you here? She said she hates everyone. And you say when someone disagrees with you, it's hating on you. That's not hating on you. That's disagreeing with you. Let's call it what it is. Let's use the terms that are appropriate here. Because man, you can go along with whatever she says with that and think someone's attacking you because they're disagreeing with you. But a disagreement is a disagreement. The definition of attack does not fall in line with disagreement. Two totally different words. You were paid, P-A-I-D. Okay. I found it funny. You still here? I don't know. Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Oh, you found it offensive. Okay. I'm here to support LLC of my own volition. I'm just trying to figure out who's threatening you. You say you were threatened. All right, let's get back to this.
Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for the show.
Ooh.
She has made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. Now, let's move then to, you said in your podcast that new information was given to you in your meeting with Erica Kirk about Mikey McCoy that's now satisfied you. On a video on the 27th of October, you devoted the whole episode to this guy and his supposedly strange
behavior. I never said I had information that satisfied me about Mikey McCoy.
Well, okay, well, I'll ask you to clarify. Okay, well, you can clarify that in a moment. But let's hear what you said about Mikey McCoy before the meeting.
So we decided to slow this clip down, and we're going to watch this clip slow down so you can see that it is exactly 834 milliseconds from the time that you hear the shot. That is how long it takes for Mikey McCoy to put the phone to his ear. Now, why is that precise timing so important? Because there's no dialing. Mikey didn't have time to dial. Okay, you can't dial and put your phone to an ear in 0.834 seconds.
Now, what was the new information that you got in your meeting with Erica about Mikey McCoy?
So I'm sorry, your gotcha is not going too well, but I never then said, I am now satisfied that Mikey put the phone to his ear. What I presented to the public, it was
I didn't say that. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, well, you did say, so
no,
you have
inferred on your
satisfied.
podcast. Well, let me give you the chance to clarify. It's a very familiar story when it comes to debt. The banks win, you pay, fees and phone calls pile up every month unless you fight back. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people cut debt and put money back in their pockets. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, PDS offers custom options to help you get out of debt fast. They'll go beyond the numbers to understand your unique situation and craft a personalized plan. There's no minimum credit score, and they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pds.com/peers. That's pdsdebt.com/peers. pdsdebt.com/peers. You inferred on your podcast after the meeting with Erica that you'd received new information about Mikey McCoy, which had changed your mind. Would that be the best way to categorize it, or changed some of your mind?
That. I just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name, and actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something, and I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified on my podcast.
And you were given call logs. Is that right? You were shown call logs. You were shown call logs.
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs, and I gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying this, and then the public.
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs, the name of the document, not actual call logs. Candace, you tell on yourself. You realize that, right? So we know how call logs look. They gave me a print because if she knows what he's asking. They gave you call logs. That's a yes or no. Yes or no. This is what she says to answer the question. They gave me a printout
of Mikey's call logs, and
they gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs. How would you print that out unless you're getting it from the phone company? Or he went on his online account and was able to go to call logs and pull that up. But we know how that looks too. It doesn't look like what she showed the public. So, more word salad here. She typed that document up, named it Mikey's call logs, and printed it out. It's not the same as an actual call log from the phone or what you would get directly from the phone company if you go online and log into your online account. Let's say you have Verizon. You could go in and you log into your account with Verizon. You could pull up your call log or something like that, or you ask them to send you some call logs. It would not look like what she showed us. Not at all. Nowhere near it. It would be more detailed of what you see in your phone. But yet, she typed that up. So she's saying it gave me a printout of that Mikey's call log document. Because it's not the call logs.
Gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying this,
It's
and the
yes
public
or
obviously.
no.
So do you believe Mikey
These
McCoy had any prior knowledge of Charlie's murder?
You can't make
I can't say that he had prior knowledge of the murder unless I have something concrete. I can't say anything about prior knowledge. What I can say is what happened on that day. Mikey's behavior is weird on that day. I find it weird, like I said on the podcast yesterday, that what has been communicated to the public is like he called Erica instantly. First thing he did was call Erica instantly. And that's actually the call logs show that he didn't call Erica instantly.
But what are you suggesting about this guy?
And then he had 3 ways.
When you got a massive platform,
and then showing his call log showed that Blake Neff actually didn't tell the truth about what happened on that day.
But here's the problem, Candace. You have a massive platform, as you know. Millions and millions of people hang on your every word. When you devote a large part of an entire episode to the strange behavior of Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, you are putting a target on the guy's back. You're inferring it has something to do with this or something to do with some cover-up or whatever it is you're inferring. You know what you're doing when you do that. When you saw Erica Kirk, did you say to her that you believed there's something suspicious about Michael McCoy? Was she able to explain to you why there isn't? Or does she share your view that he is somehow complicit in this in some way?
Well, we actually dedicated more time to speaking about his father, who I think it's strange to me that man calls himself a pastor.
Why would you speak about his father? Who cares? If you wanted to talk about someone in TPUSA, and didn't they establish that the father does not work for TPUSA? Why would you spend more time talking about his dad, but not talking about him since he's the chief of staff? This is insane. How do you prove common sense on that, Candace? Where you want to talk about the dad and not Mikey McCoy himself, who's the actual chief of staff, while you sat here and whined about him being on the phone for days on end? Now you spend more time talking about the dad?
I communicated fully that everything about that man makes my skin crawl. I think he's a bad person. I think he's involved with bad people. And this is obviously Mikey's a son. And, I asked a bit about Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy's relationship. I would just like to be clear. I am not going to be emotionally conditioned to believe that asking questions when we aren't getting any answers is the crime itself. The crime was when Charlie got shot in the neck. So
you've already said though. You told
the easiest way to remove the easiest way. Let me finish. You can't ask me questions. Not let me finish.
You're contradicting what you just said to me. You said to me earlier.
What did I contradict?
You said you gave 2 names of people.
She contradicts a lot. That's a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. Okay, well, it's proven common sense. No, it's not. Candace doesn't understand definitions of words. She literally contradicts herself from one part of the sentence to another part in the same sentence. She has literally done that several times. And it's just, why even make these accusations or statements if you know you don't have any evidence? Well, you can't give names without providing evidence. And then turns around and says, okay, but you gave 2 names. Why did you give the 2 names? Well, because I feel that they are, complicit in the cover. But do you have evidence of that? Well, I don't have any evidence, but you just said you cannot give names that if you don't have evidence of it. That was the contradiction. That was a huge contradiction. But she said it clear as day.
In the Turning Point organization that you believe are complicit in some way. You gave those names, but you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But you did name this guy, Mikey McCoy, who was the chief of staff.
Because his actions are strange. You're 2 different things. Really, Pierce, I think you're having trouble holding on to 2 buckets of thought here, okay? You said, in regards to someone that was complicit in murder, that is a very serious allegation. I gave them names of people that would not surprise me if they did have foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's murder. You are now shifting gears and you're asking me about Mikey McCoy and why I am raising red flags about his behavior on that day.
But because you said he was complicit about Charlie Kirk's murder. You're trying to make an issue about a call log on a phone when he didn't put on the damn gun. Who pulled the trigger on the gun, heifer? Who pulled the trigger on the damn gun? That's what you're supposed to be telling us. He didn't have a gun in his hand. So he's a moot point. We don't care. We don't care who he called, what he did, none of that crap. Who pulled the trigger on the damn gun? Candace Amber Owens, farmer. She who decided to marry someone selling boy cat for $19.99.
Because I believe his behavior on that day was weird. I think it's painfully obvious.
So do you believe he's
I don't know people that don't duck when a shot comes down.
Complicit?
So I'm sorry that I have eyes, and I am agreeing with the public that Mikey McCoy's behavior was weird on that day. Okay, these are two different things. Now, if I'm going to make an assertion that somebody had something to do with planning this murder, I better be damn sure. And I need, if I say that on my podcast, right? That's all I'm saying. I never made that claim that Mikey McCoy planned Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, I think like a lot of the claims you're making, it's difficult to work out what you're actually claiming. You're throwing a lot of mud in the air, including people's names, which immediately then has millions of people chasing after these guys on social media. And
I'm sorry they get caught lying. Like, I'm sorry, what is this? This is like the public is actually being abused. Okay, let's not pretend that the victim
are they, or do you just want them to think they are?
No, the public is being abused because you're basically saying, stop noticing that people at Turning Point USA are lying.
No,
how dare?
No,
Candace,
I'm gonna tell y'all what exactly happened in this conversation. She got in front of Erica Kirk and she cowered down like a little punk. She didn't even get call logged from an actual phone, because here's the thing: you print out something from the phone company, you know what call logs look like, because we all looked in our phones and we looked at the call log and we saw exactly what we would expect to see in a call log. They didn't give her a damn thing. She made something up. She probably said, okay, is this the order of the calls? And then they may have confirmed that. They didn't give a crap. And it's funny because Erica Kirk has not said anything about what transpired in that conversation. And I'm willing to say that this is the way Erica Kirk can maintain the upper hand. If she's going to respond, just drop a lawsuit. Because going out to Tennessee, the only reason why I would have done anything like that is if I'm just trying to get things on the record. I'm just trying to show you the information we have, correct the record, and then you can prove to us anything with evidence to validate or substantiate your claims. Otherwise, we'll sue you for defamation. We came out here to let you know that to your face. We will sue you if we need to. So what concrete evidence do you have on any of these things that you're saying? And she could not provide any to them. She just showed them a bunch of crap from her tip line. They don't care about that. And when she said, hey, do you have Michael McCoy's phone call logs? No, but here's who he called. Well, how about I just type something up? And then you guys let me know if this is the correct order of the calls. Because why not show us the actual call logs from the phone? She doesn't have it. Just like that message that came out from Charlie Kirk's phone, from those platforms she named, where it sounds like a death threat. And he caught those all the time. But somehow, if they felt that it was a serious death threat, they would have went to the authorities. There would be some paper trail to the authorities. He had a security team as well. You know, Candace Owens sitting here saying there's assassination attempts, and yet she can't show us the text message she sent to the FBI. Of course, she's not going to show us Mikey McCoy's call logs. Of course not. She has nothing to show. Just like she couldn't give them a concrete message of Charlie Kirk saying someone is going to shoot me or kill me. She said they confirmed what she said about a message going out. But she doesn't even know what the message said. She could not clearly express the actual message. And once again, if this concrete message existed, why didn't Candace Owens ask for a copy of it? Why didn't she ask, hey, can I take a screenshot of that message and post it up? so that I can have some evidence? If you're saying that you're confirming that this particular message about him feeling that someone was going to murder him the next day, because they got death threats all the time. So now you have to point out what makes this particular death threat any different than the other death threats. But for some reason, this specific message, just another death threat, was so important to Candace Owens. And yet, Erica Kirk said, I have his phone. I've got my husband's phone. We you know. Okay, well, can you please text me a print screenshot of that message? Why did she ask for that? Tell me that. Who would not have asked Erica Kirk? Can you do a screenshot of that and just send it to me? No, it's all right. I get called lib all the time. You don't have to leave because somebody said lib. Oh, you said lib to her. Why are you saying that? Don't boot him. All right. I thought he said lib. Yeah, no, typically I let the comments fly. I mean, I've seen that word before here too. I get called a lot of names. I don't just, unless it's just heinous or it's a threat or something like that. I just let it fly. Just let it fly. Dude, just say lib. I don't get it. And y'all know I'm not political, so I don't care if anybody's a liberal or Democrat. I really don't. I don't want anyone that is a liberal to feel booted out because they're being called something because you assume that that's, or even if that's what they are, it doesn't matter. God will not be asking our political status on Judgment Day. He doesn't care. We care about things that are irrelevant. Being a Republican or Democrat doesn't pay your mortgage. Money does. I tell you that all the time because when we come here to the Lady Luck Club, don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in someone being a liberal or a conservative. People have the right to their political views, and I never trample on that. And no one's going to force that on me. As long as we have that understanding, we're good. But that shouldn't be the focus in the back and forth here. It really shouldn't. That's all I'm saying. All right, cool. Let me just finish this video out.
And the public know, yes, you are.
No.
How dare Candace?
But when there's an emphatic repudiation of what you're saying,
Mikey lies and Rob McCoy lies and Blake Neff lies and yes, all of these people
They
have
lie
lied
about
on record after the assassination. And the public goes, hey, that's kind of a weird lie. You're like, how dare you put a target on their back by noticing that they're lying? I mean, what weird psychological operation?
Why put a target on their back? You don't care about them catching all this harassment? Like I just said, I get called names all the time from her dumb cult members and bots. I mean, it is what it is. I have a problem when someone threatens saying, I'm going to pay the price one way or the other. There's a price to pay. One way or the other, there's a price to pay. I want you to explain that in detail. That's stuff she doesn't care about. So why should we care about how the hell she feels? Candace, we don't. You alien.
Do you believe?
Lie.
Okay, but do you believe Erica Kirk has been lying about it?
No, I have been explicit on my show when people were saying, why aren't you attacking Erica Kirk? I said, because Erica Kirk has not lied. If to the extent that she lies, I will call it out. And that is why I did call out when she lied. Okay. When she said Charlie Kirk never received any text messages the night before saying that he was worried about that he was going to get murdered.
That's my question. Why did you meet with Erica Kirk? She's in your face. She's got Charlie's phone. Candace Owens did not marry Charlie Kirk. Just I feel like I have to remind her that she's not the wife. Why didn't you ask Erica Kirk to text you a copy or email you a copy of this text message? Why didn't she just ask for a proof of it? Candace couldn't even recall what it said on the show she did after the meeting. She couldn't even recall it. That's what's so disturbing to me. She could not even recall the message itself. So if you can't recall it, then what do you mean? Why didn't you just ask her for it? Hey, you got his phone? Do you mind if you just email me that? I just want to have, this one piece of documentation. I told people, that this message sent out. You're confirming that it was sent out. I would like to be able to corroborate that with the message. Do you mind if you email me and the actual message itself so that we can show proof that it came from his phone, from his platform, from whatever platform they use to communicate? When you can't even recall the message, you can't say what they verified and did not verify. They verified a message went out, but she can't recall what the specific message is. That's the problem. And then she didn't post the message. And yet all the candy ass cult members failed to ask her, because lack of brain and thinking power, can you post up that message? You sat down with her for 4.5 hours and you did not ask her to email you a copy of this message? Where's the common sense in that? Since we're proving common sense now. What's the common sense in that? Common sense says, I'm going to ask for a copy of this message so that I can post on my show the next day, because Candace Owens is a narcissist who has to be right about everything. She has to have this aha moment. Told you so. She relishes in that told you so moment. But yet she didn't get a copy of that message from Erica Kirk. In the 4.5 hours, they sat down and talked about Rob McCoy. Make that make sense. I'll wait. Make it make sense. What's the common sense in it? The same thing with the actual, I spotted Erica Kirk on this military base. Did you take a photo? No. Did you do a video? No. Is there a live stream? No. So what the hell are we talking about? That's all I'm saying. What the hell are we talking about? You're not saying anything. Who's the shooter? Who pulled the trigger? Mikey McCoy didn't pull it. Rob McCoy didn't pull the trigger. Who pulled the damn trigger? That's what she's supposed to be telling us.
Tomorrow. I instantly said, well, here we have it. That's a lie. He definitively did send out text messages to both Dan Flood and Andrew Kolba. And when we met in person, she clarified that, okay, yes, that's real. And we didn't know until you said it because he was using a different app and she was checking his iMessages.
You're not talking about
so to me, if you lie, you're going to make an enemy of me. Just don't lie. How about that basic requirement to say to people, don't lie about what happened on that day. Don't lie about what you did on that day, because that's the first clue to investigators that that person should be looked at further.
All
Again,
right.
this is common sense.
Okay, let's move to something else Blake Neff
No,
said.
it's not common sense.
Other strange...
Because you managed to let Erica Kirk walk away after meeting with her for 4.5 hours, and you didn't even ask her, can you just send me an email of that message? You got his phone. Do you mind if you just print screen it and email that attachment to me so that I can post it up? Because apparently, of all the death threats Charlie Kirk received, that Erica Kirk is still receiving, somehow that one message that she cannot recall exactly what was said was so important. But not important enough to ask Erica Kirk to send you a copy of it. Stupidity on steroids.
Allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go...
Right. The message that she said came from Charlie Kirk's phone that he was going to be murdered the next day. Candace Owens took a death threat and blew it out of proportion, or blew it up. That one particular death threat, because he got death threats all the time. That's what Erica was saying. I believe that's what they told her. You know, Charlie Kirk got death threats all the time. What the hell are you talking about with this one particular message? So apparently it was another death threat. But she can't recall what was exactly said, even though she made it seem like this particular message came from someone specific that she couldn't name. She can't say where it came from, who it came from, none of that. No details about it. It said they refused to tell us who sent that message that he was going to get killed the next day. He got death threats all the time. That probably wasn't the only death threat he got for the day. I'm not saying he should get death threats. But Erica Kirk was like, we get these death threats all the time, though. So which one you talking about? And so when Erica Kirk flew out, that specific message, she said they're covering up. TPUSA needs to post up that message. That message specifically said Charlie Kirk felt that someone was going to kill him the next day. Okay. But then she turned around and can't recall it properly. After meeting with Erica Kirk, she still didn't manage to get a copy of that so-called message. It came from Charlie Kirk's phone. But she didn't ask Erica to do a screenshot and email that particular message to her so she could show and her put up and post up to the public. Basic evidence that she could have gotten from Erica Kirk. She failed miserably to do it. She walked away with nothing from Erica Kirk. Not even an actual call log from Mikey McCoy's actual phone. She typed up some nonsense. Didn't even put AM and PM next to the timestamps. And then it has all these long descriptions, nothing you see in a real call log from a phone or the phone company. Candace Owens walked away from that 4.5-hour conversation with zero evidence from Erica Kirk. Zero. Not a message, not a call log, nothing. She got nothing. That's why she's lying about it or she's making something up. Because you don't have to do that if you actually have the call log. We will see what an actual real call log looks like from that boy's phone. We would have seen the actual message sent from Charlie Kirk and his device to Andrew COVID or that damn person. We would have seen that. It would have come from his phone and it would have showed the date and timestamp to who the recipients are. She couldn't even get that. So they gave her nothing. And she didn't even ask. And if she did, they probably told her no, she don't want to tell nobody that. Yeah, I did ask if I can get a screenshot of the message. The one that they confirmed a message went out. And, I can't really fully recall what he said. Oh, okay. Well, then they gave you nothing. So you got nothing out of this. 4.5 hours, she got nothing out of it. And Erica Kirk really didn't even have to go out there. She definitely wasn't entitled to give her anything. But the fact that Candace Owens is either lying about not having something or just trying to brush it over and say, well, but they confirmed that that message went out, but she can't recall what it said. And she doesn't have the actual message to post up. This is coming from Candace Owens, the same person that will fake text messages. And then has to have that debunked. And it's posted up on Twitter X that she has faked a series of text messages and exactly how it was done. In that case, Chat GPT was awesome. And her only defense was, well, if he wanted to see what's in my phone, all he had to do was ask, I would have shown him in my phone. No, you're not addressing the fact that you forged these text messages. These are fake. They had no date, a timestamps, no nothing. It looked like a image of just some bubbles with words in it. I wouldn't walk away from a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk and not even have a screenshot of a message that came from Charlie's phone that I've been crying and yelling and whining about. And not really adding context to it, not saying exactly what it said at all. And then when it's time to recall or recant what it said, she couldn't do it. Pathetic. She got nothing out of this. Erica Kirk gave her nothing but her ass to kiss.
There's always something new coming up. None of it ever pans out because from the start, there's been nothing there. What do you say to that?
He's lying, and that's the reason why Blake Knapp is a suspicious character. I mean, him saying that I pointed to a soccer UVU person is complete fiction. I never had discussed that person on my show. Somebody was asking for a clearer photo of the person on X, and I shared it. No suspicion. Never said this person anything to do.
No, you did say it was suspicious. Do I have to pull up Twitter X? This girl is lying like hell. I'm going to go to my Twitter X. I'm going to pull that message up because, Candace, you are a damn liar. Candace is a liar. She posted up a message of this boy and said, this is very suspicious because he was wearing a green hoodie. If someone has that where they can pull it up quickly, can one of y'all email me that specific post she did where she said is very suspicious about the kid in the green hoodie? She's lying about that. She's literally said, I shared it. No suspicion. Never said this person had anything. What do you mean no suspicion? You literally used the word suspicious in your post. I
never covered him as a suspect on my show of anything at all. Didn't ask for more information on this person. That kid instantly responded and said, oh, those are our school colors. And that was it. And Turning Point tried to turn it into a thing. Why are you doing that? Regarding the Egyptian planes, that's a fact. Why are you saying she said that there was a military Egyptian plane on the ground that day? There was. In fact, there were two. So why are you pretending that that's like a weird thing to notice? And that is why people have been flagged about these planes.
Let me ask you about the planes.
I'm never allowed to answer a single question that you say in entirety before you move on to the next question.
You can't just keep talking ad infinitum. I'm allowed to ask you another question.
No, it's called answering. You just read an entire statement of multiple points of blanks. I got to the second point, and you're like, let me ask you a question.
No, I want to ask you. No,
you already asked me a question. I'm trying to answer the question that you asked.
No, I want to ask you a follow-up specifically about the Egyptian planes, given you've now addressed
She's not saying anything.
Where is the evidence that any of these Egyptian planes were tracking Erica Kirk?
I am going to be publishing the full document because there's not even just...
That's a damn lie. How long has she said this? Candace, you were supposed to do this last month. She was supposed to be doing this last month. You can't make this up. How many times is she going to say, I'm going to publish this information, and she never does? If it's not coming from the black box data, I don't care. Candace, that data has to come from the black box, from the FDR, the flight data recorder. These websites that are posting up the coordinates and the takeoff and all the places that the plane has been, that comes from the black box. That's data that's coming from the plane in real time. If you can't verify where this so-called data is coming from, we don't care. We don't care, girl. She's been saying this for how long? She gonna publish this stuff? We're still waiting on her to name names at TPUSA. She keeps throwing out Michael McCoy over a call log, but she doesn't show proof that this actually shows he's complicit in some murder cover-up. We don't care who he called. That has nothing to do with an actual... Does she understand what a murder assassination plot details? I don't think she gets that. Candace Owens does not understand, or nor has she researched what an actual murder assassination, like an assassination plot, the logistics in that. She has no idea how a plot is planned or put together, the logistics involved, the role people play, ideally, the intent of it all. If it's involving money, so what are the accounts that this money is going towards? Now you're talking about criminal activities with money laundering, payments for a murder, all these things. That's a matter of a criminality again. Now we're back to you accusing people of a crime. No evidence on this stuff. They need to sue the hell out of her.
2 planes. There's actually 4 planes that have been flying in, and I should be more thorough because I realize
I'm tracking Erica Kirk.
Not that. Can I?
There are 4 planes now.
I am going to be publishing the full document because there's not even just 2 planes. There's actually 4 planes that have been.
What the hell? There are 4 planes. Did I miss this? Yeah, I haven't seen the show since Tuesday. Did she say something in her episodes between Wednesday and yesterday where it alluded to 2 additional planes? What? What? Oh my good Lord. Oh, dude. Okay. I got your email, Saint. I'll take a look at it. I see it. I ask that you all be respectful of my mods. If they say, listen, calm down on the name calling, because we don't want stuff like that to blow up and become excessive. I want people to be able to enjoy the conversation. Plus, YouTube can pick up spamming and stuff like that. So just have normal conversation. Questions, comments. I don't want an argument and going back and forth over name calling, because that's what it leads to. Respect my mods. because they're trying to keep the chat flowing and engaging. I appreciate that. Thank you, Saint. Yeah, we got 4 planes now. Candace, I got the green girl. Thank y'all for the thank you, S Files. I got this post because she said she didn't say it was suspicious. You sat here and you shared this post. Why is this suspicious? But yet her federal lawsuit for a meme coin isn't, that's not suspicious at all. You can't make this up. So whoever John Root is, she need to stop listening to his dumb ass. I'll post that up at the end because I don't want the video to get messed up. That's what happened with the last time. I'm trying to toggle between the posts, but I have it. Thank you so much, S Files. I'm gonna show that at the end. Don't let me forget. Now we got 4 Egyptian planes, 2 of which I've never heard of. I know nothing about. Did she say something like this in her last episodes? Oh my God.
Flying in, and I should be more thorough because I realized that the spreadsheet I posted people. Not that. Can I just please, without you cutting me off, answer one thing? Okay, thank you.
We want you to be straight to the point. You're too verbose.
These Egyptian planes, more broadly speaking, now that we have gone deeper onto the planes, recognizing that the reaction to them is not normal, what we can say is that these Egyptian planes are tied to Israel. They've been flying in and out of Israel with their transponder off for years. But regarding the Turning Point USA picture, more broadly speaking, Turning Point USA faith, okay? Obviously, Erica has been involved in a lot of the church stuff. It's not specifically tracking just Erica. It's Turning Point faith events, broadly speaking.
Why are we speaking broadly? You said they were tracking Charlie and Erica Kirk. 73 points, 39 of which were false. This kid came along and just debunked it with a 66% error rate. 66% error rate. Because Candace is the walking 666 that no one needs.
I gave that information as well. I told Justin Strife and Erica, I'm happy to give you this color-coded spreadsheet. There's no question. There's a correlation here between Turning Point USA faith in particular, which, by the way, from the beginning of this, I've said something is wrong with this faith contingent, especially because Rob McCoy for a while was heading up that department, and he makes me skin crawl. And so, yeah, I have the evidence for that, and we're going to actually publish it on our website. So there's going to be no question, which I should have done from the very beginning.
Let me ask you.
Showing that these planes were tracking Charlie at various times. There where Erica is, various times there where Rob McCoy is, but the consistent thread here is faith events like Kingdom to the Capitol tour.
Assuming you're right, and I don't know, but I know Erica Kirkman asked about, they said on CBS, if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You can just say I was here on this date. I have a photo on my phone to prove I was actually in hospital having contractions. So that's one thing she's directly repudiated. But let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, Faith and Erica Kirk. Why?
Planes don't pull triggers on guns. Who put the trigger on the gun? Perhaps there were firepower that came from these planes. Which one did it come from? She understands these planes are like at least 20 to 30,000 feet in the air. If they were to pull out a weapon from those planes and shoot someone from that high up, because theoretically, if the planes were any lower, let's say it had to come down to a much, 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 much lower level, people will know that plane is flying that close down on the ground overhead. You would feel it. It'll shake the ground and everything. How are these planes significant? Did the shooter land out of the plane from the sky? Once again, I'm asking these questions because she's not even connecting the planes to the person that pulled the trigger on the gun, because she doesn't believe it's Tyler James Robinson because reasons, and she refuses to read an indictment. How would these planes be significant if the shooter didn't get off the plane? And planes don't pull triggers on guns. Unless that plane grew magic fingers and hands and something, I just missed something in life. The planes didn't pull the trigger on the gun. What do they have to do with anything? Now 4 of them. There are 4 planes, y'all. Maybe the other 2 planes had 2 babies. They got married. I know exactly what happened. Here it is. I figured it out. The 2 planes, she said originally, blue and yellow, came together, made green and dark green. They had 2 babies. Actually, they had 1 green one and 1 white baby that didn't have any color at all, so it was just white plane. But the green plane is the mixture of the blue and the yellow. Okay? So now you got a plane family being attacked for no reason at all. Let's just say the father plane is the blue one. Mama plane is yellow. Now you're going after a whole family of planes that have nothing to do with Candace Owens. They just minding their own business. They flying in the sky, transporting people and things from one place to another. They not studying her. You going after, now we're going after 4 innocent planes that had nothing to do with it. These planes said, listen, Heifer, we got a job to do. You're hurting our pockets. Father plane and mama plane are like, this is our job. She's really trying to keep us from making money. We got 2 planes to feed. We ain't got time for this. We don't have time for this. We got 2 planes to feed. Listen, baby green plane is a boy. You know, the plane that has no color at all. It's a little girl. She eats well, but the boy got, man, he got like 18 stomachs. He takes up a lot of diesel fuel. Oh my God. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, I know her. 5 planes to feed. You got these damn planes. They trying to feed their planes. Girl, you disturbing a whole family of planes now. You messing with people 4x4. Fuel costs a lot of money. These planes don't have time for your nonsense. They're trying to make an earnest living. All right? They're just trying to make an honest living. They're trying to just get money to buy fuel and feed their kids. Kids carried around, you know, smaller cargos and stuff like that. They starting off, you know, real small and light. They don't bring in the big bucks like the parents because, you know, they're military aircraft and everything. They ain't got time for this. But the boy plane could be a furry. Who knows? Hey, listen. You know, green is very versatile. So is white. You can't make this out. These planes don't want to have anything to do with her conspiracy. All they want to do is fly. Okay? Minding their own business, 20, 30,000 feet in the sky. They just want to fly. They want to live their life, Candace. These planes want to live in peace. Coming from wherever the hell they coming from. Why do we care about these damn planes? They didn't pull the trigger. Those planes were like, listen, we were not on the ground when Charlie Kirk was shot at the campus. You're not even putting them on the UVU campus. And then our passengers did not get off these planes and go over to UVU and pull the trigger either. So it's irrelevant. We don't care. We don't care. Who pulled the trigger on the gun? Leave the planes alone. They trying to work and eat. All the diesel fuel. You know how much fuel costs for these planes now? This stuff ain't cheap. Sometimes the kids spit up and waste products out in the sky. They trying their best. They require new parts and everything. These parts are expensive. You got to keep people safe up there. They just trying to feed out information to the ATC, the air traffic control. Transponders were on. They're saying you're lying, Candace. I interviewed the planes. The plane said Candace Owens lied like hell. Their transponders were on. And they said for anything else, Heifer, prove it.
What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
But what's your theory then? It must be, you must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting
Why are we pretending that we don't know why we ask questions? Like, why? Like, you're a journalist.
You
know
what
this is. You're like, what's going on? What's going on? Why do you want to know why these planes were tracking Charlie? Well, my theory is that we are being sold absolute fence slop. The media is doing their Operation Mockingbird Part 2 scenario by telling us, well, unless you absolutely have a conclusion, you can't even ask the question. Yes, we very well can. Keep asking consistent questions until we get a clarified explanation for what happened on that day. And right now, we have nothing, okay? And that is the reason why people are watching my show, because I'm the only one not treating them like they're absolute idiots who don't have two eyes, who believe in magic bullet theory, and who understand that Egyptian planes should not have been tracking Charlie even 3 times this year.
I'm going to interview the planes again, and next time we're going to go on record. I'm going to just do like videos or something of the planes, because the planes are just like, man, this health is getting out of control. She's trying to tarnish our reputation. She don't want us to eat. You know, fuel costs a lot of money. We got to have other fluids put in us. We got parts we got to replace. You don't know what's going on. And we can't sit here and earn it. We just can't make an honest living. Candace Owens keeps the fame in the planes. It's called assassination of their character, Candace. You are killing it as a character. It's just any opportunity they have to go out. They could be doing contracts with other people. These planes are just, they're like, man, she going to have us homeless and stuck in a field. And we can't even, we lift off the ground. They don't like the idea of rusting somewhere in a shed. They want you to leave their names out of your mouth, girl.
An anomaly, okay? They've been tracking him. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's you by saying, why are you asking questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA. We have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been anything that has come out of this investigation that makes any sense that the public is not listening to, I am sorry to say this, Piers, people like you. And what I love about you and I sitting down is at this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually, this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again, and we have more information about what happened, and you realize that the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular, and then you change your mind.
You may remember that one of your courageous moves was to repeatedly tell the world that Brigitte Macron is a man. As you now know,
and she is.
As you now know, we had a $300,000 bet to charity about this because she's a woman.
Yes,
is my view.
She's not a woman.
Well, we're going to find out is the point, because it's going to court. They're suing you, and when she proves, as she will, that she's a woman, because it's very easy to prove, and you lose that case, then
so easy that she refuses to do it for years.
But then it will become more obvious to people that, look, I think you're a brilliant operator at what you do. That's, you know, I like you personally. You know that.
She's a horrible liar. She's not even brilliant at lying. Hell, we talk about Pierce. You giving her way too much credit. She's already got the big head. Look at that. Look at that balloon sitting on top of this stick. It's just floating and bobbing around because she can't maintain balance. Candace, your big whopper head is already filled with hot air. Probably because you drink gasoline. Who knows? Who knows? This is why she's trying to take the place of the planes. She wants to outfly them one day. You gonna sit here and gas up someone that's already got a big head that's a narcissist? She's already a narcissist. You don't need to compliment her. She's a horrible liar. She literally contradicted herself 3 times in this conversation that we literally called out. It's the same. The idea of her saying, I'm not going to call anybody out without concrete proof. And then say, yes, I did call out 2 people at TPUSA. Where's your evidence? It's called proving common sense.
Right? None of this is personal for me about you at all. I just have watched him last year from Brigitte Macron now into the Charlie Kirk story. I think you've developed a modus operandi, which, to put it politely, is you flying what we would call in the world of journalism kites, and just seeing what can cause the most merry hell, therefore get you the biggest audience, therefore make you the most amount of money.
Like subs,
people
money.
As you know, you've been widely attacked now by a lot of people who say that you're just a ghoul, a vulture. You're doing this deliberately. You're inventing things or just flying ludicrous conspiracy theories.
She's a clown. She's the bride of Chucky. She's the seed. She's the toilet stain that you don't want in your toilet. You know, she's a clown, a simp. Again, married to someone who sells boy cat. Like she could be a lot of things right now. She's a narcissist, a cult leader. People literally compare her to Jesus. I don't blaspheme in my chat. Niggas, no. Trust me, you don't want to piss off God. He has a way of reminding you who's God. Candace is never to be taken seriously. That's why I'm laughing about this whole thing with the planes and all this stuff. Because you can't take this goof troop seriously at all. She has a fraud and a con man, some fool on her show, claiming to have seen Erica Kirk at a military base, and that idiot didn't pull out his phone and take a photo or do a video or live streamed it. Security cameras all over a military base, including the checkpoint, the entrance of the military base. You have to show your ID. You have to have some level of permission to be on that military base if you're not an active duty member. If you're a contractor, you should still have some sort of ID. It'll say contractor on it. She showed us two things that are all redacted. He walking around here under some sort of alias that's not even justified. Because he could be lying about everything. He could be lying as to why he needed to change his damn name. Perhaps he's just running from a criminal record. Who knows what else he could be? So why don't she just tell this clown, you know what? Would you go by the police station and render some fingerprints and let them do a swab so they can run your, DNA through the system? And then they can tell us who you really are. Because DNA can prove his identity. A hair sample, fingerprints, a swab in the mouth, some blood work, something. That's the only evidence I'm willing to believe when it comes to anything related to Candace Owens. You're going to have to give me scientific evidence.
To make money. No, again, I don't know that you are, but I do know.
Celebrity.
Can you not interrupt me?
I do think it's pretty rich. It's pretty rich coming from you is all I'm going to say. That's me putting it very nicely, given your background, your career, your celebrity involvement, the Princess Diana. Wrong messenger is what I'll say right off the top. Okay, wrong messenger. What you are mistaking.
No one cares about any of that, Candace. You keep interrupting him. You won't let him ask you questions because you know you're lying.
Or I guess we're not even mistaken because you know what this is. You're talking about power versus the people. And you are always on the side of power first. You're on the side of the Israelis. It's so horrible. And, I'm going to pretend I don't see tens of thousands of Gazans dying.
I've actually been very critical of the Israelis, as you know, in the last year.
Everybody knows Brigitte Macron has a penis, okay? It's very easy to present photos of 30 years of your life. Brigitte keeps teasing, Brigitte, we're going to find out for a blood test. We asked you for some photos and you refused to do it. We're going to find out.
She's just running her mouth. He said twice, I've been very critical of the Israeli government. She doesn't care about that. She doesn't even care if you've had criticism towards the things that she's criticized as well. Even if they have common ground, she doesn't care right now. She just only cares about over-speaking so that everybody can walk away confused and then feel like, she won this one because she kept running her mouth and talking. Nothing of substance. Hot air, hot head.
Everybody knows
Candace,
that
we're gonna find out.
Was not shot by Tyler Robinson on a rooftop. I am sorry that in this day and age, there seems to be such a shortage of testosterone that a woman has to be the person that states the obvious, right? I invite you to join me, and I know that you will by the end of next year because they're not going to get away with what they did to my friend Charlie Kirk. And I am not going to change my mind, least of all, when I am being called names by someone who has quite a year background and experience in doing things because it's lucrative and not always because it's sensitive.
Sure, you can call me a hypocrite as much as you want. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just simply saying what other people have been saying about you. I didn't say I felt that.
Thank you.
I said,
I'll let you know what people are saying about you too. I'll keep you
I read it all like
you.
I read it all the time. But I would say that, like I said at the start of this interview, I don't know whether any of the things you're saying are true or not. I just do know you're saying a huge amount of stuff. It's making you very wealthy. You're getting millions and millions of people coming in, which by the way,
what is this idea that's making me very wealthy? Can you actually explain that slowly?
Yes, I'm going to explain it to you slowly because I had a...
Oh, no, because math is hard for you, Candace. Math is hard. Numbers and all. This is coming from the idiot that doesn't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. So no, she doesn't understand math. Candace, people have been able to pull up how much you're generating in revenue based on your YouTube analytics. It's not that difficult. You can literally just watch one of her videos premiere and add up how much she's generated in one show with supers. Her super chat, super thanks, super stickers. You can literally just, if you wanted to sit down and calculate exactly how much she gets out of one show. You can sit down from the start to finish of all the supers that come through and just do the math. Keep up with the supers and just add in every time you see a super, just add that amount to it. And do a total by the end of her video premiere of how much money she got just in supers alone. It wouldn't be this hard. It's simple mathematics. Like I said, we're not going to allow her to bend or alter reality for the rest of us. We all can go and do that if we wanted to. It's done on public, in front of our eyes. We can see people donating supers. And all you have to do is just add the numbers. And she makes it seem like that's so impossible. I can't believe it. That can be mathematically proven. It's pure addition and subtraction, multiplication, division, simple mathematics. This isn't even algebra or trigonometry. None of that. It's simple mathematics. But because, she's a moron, she doesn't know that. I get it. This is what she is now. Now math isn't real. I stand on the side of the planes. I stand with the planes. The planes matter as well, okay? Plane lives matter.
A huge run-in, for example.
This is just a talking point.
No, I'm going to explain exactly what I mean. When Sandy Hook happened and Alex Jones began weaponizing the Sandy Hook tragedy and weaponizing the grief of the poor parents who'd lost their children, and I began to attack him in public. And then eventually there was a court case, and it turned out he'd been spewing deliberate lies, and that every time he spewed them, they found he made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the immediate aftermath of spewing the repeated lies, and it was all staged, and the families were actors and so on, which he knew to be lies. And he made himself extremely rich and ended up with $1 billion defamation finding against him because he'd been deliberately weaponizing people's grief. And the charge...
I'm asking you to explain the
I'm explaining to
how was he making money?
I'm explaining to you the
she
analogy,
doesn't care
which
about
is
that.
there are, as you know, right now, a lot
killed.
of people, Tim Pool, to the New York Post, to others, who've come out very stridently in the last week, and say that's exactly what you've been doing with Erica Kirk.
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question. So this is just made up. So this is just all fluff. You're suggesting that I'm making money. Did I sign a new advertiser? Are we reading more? Are we reading more ads? Do we put this somewhere else? Do we sign
the more
a book
views
deal
you get on YouTube, the
so
more money
did
you
I sell
make.
a T-shirt? Okay, but come on.
Analytics.
Money on YouTube? Are you kidding me? I was already in a top 10 podcast globally before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And if you think that I would want my friend to be assassinated so I could go from being in the top 5 to being number 1, you're out of your mind.
No,
okay.
But doesn't she brag about being number 1? To which we debunk. She is number 1 in that category of most viewed and downloaded videos. But she didn't hit that until she started talking about Charlie Kirk. That's it. That is what is proven with information that can be researched and Googled online. Google. Reading is fundamental. Now, I understand for the Candy Ass cult members that words do not matter, but they matter here. How many times do we see the bots and the cult members coming here? Oh, you're just jealous because she's number 1. I'm also not being sued by the president of another country for millions of dollars. So who the hell would be jealous of that again? I always ask that question because they're too stupid to keep up with when I said it previously. But this girl is being sued by the president of another country. She is no one to be jealous of. There is no way I would want to be jealous of someone being this evil and this dumb and this clueless and cowardly. 4.5-hour conversation with Erica Kirk, and you didn't even ask for a print screenshot of the message from Charlie's phone. You achieved nothing, Candace. Nothing came out of that. Can't even recall what it said. Nothing. No evidence, no information that they provided to her or shared with her. Because if she had something, she would have posted it up. The call log is something she typed up. Couldn't even get the actual call log from what you would see in a phone, a real phone. They gave her nothing. She got played. And she won't tell us what was actually discussed. Because she's a coward. She doesn't care about Sandy Hook. He's using this example to show that you're out here making money off of lies because you can't prove anything with evidence. And when Erica Kirk is sitting in front of you for 4.5 hours, you don't ask her to give you evidence either. And you don't show proof that she gave you any evidence. So you're lying. You're saying that this stuff is fact. Somehow, proven common sense. What the fuck does that mean? This is how ridiculous she is. And her bots and her cult members come in here and they tell us things that are not proven. That she's #1 podcaster on earth. You know, somehow Joe Rogan has been beat. #1 in most viewed, most downloaded videos. It's not #1 overall. But common sense like that, you can't prove that to them because they don't have the ability to comprehend it. Because they can just look it up for themselves and just read the information. They refuse to do that. So she's paying all these bots that she admitted to having when they turn on her and call her a psyop and an alien. All of a sudden, it's a bot. She doesn't even show faithfulness towards her own supporters. I hate everyone, is what she said. Everyone includes all persons. That includes the bots and the cult members. Bots aren't real, so we don't count. The cult members. So it's funny to me to see people trying to defend her when she literally said, I hate everyone. That includes you too. She don't give a damn about you people. To the cult members, to the candy-ass cult members, Candace Owens does not care about you. She says she hates everyone. She never apologized for it, and she never will. So in my mind, she means it. That's it. That I will take seriously what she said. I hate everyone. She means that shit. But yet, when she brags about being #1, it's okay. When he points it out that you're sitting here making all this money, getting all these views and stuff, and you're the one saying you're #1, all of a sudden, it's an issue. Why? Your dumb bots and your cult members don't mind bragging about it. They don't care that you're #1, they're giving you half their paychecks. They don't care about that. Now you find it offensive, girl. You're a hypocrite, Candace.
I'm telling you.
But like, the point is that everyone who is saying that I'm making more money cannot say how I'm making more money because it's just not true. Okay, so you're like, she got a bunch of viewership talking about
your YouTube numbers.
Everyone in the world because it was a public assassination. And then it went up in the weeks following, and it went back to normal.
Candace, are your YouTube numbers up since you've been doing the Charlie Kirk investigation?
She said it herself.
What I'm saying to you is that this is the exact same argument you guys had about Brigitte. So it can't. And then
it's yes. The answer is yes because she said it herself. I'm #1 in the world. Candace, that's based on analytics. You can't make this up. So now she don't want to answer the question. Cowardly. Own up to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think you were lying about Bridget.
About the Blake Lively thing. Okay, but what about the Blake Lively thing? So you can't keep saying that, she's always in the top 10 because she's talking about something. Or this is my podcast and it's me. It's just me. People enjoy my podcast because I don't treat them like they're idiots. I don't treat them like they should.
Yeah, no, she said, I hate everyone. Plain lives matter.
that Brigitte Crone just can't present one photo of herself raising her kids across 30 years. It's just too much to
my gosh,
it's ridiculous. How dare you? It's such an intrusion of privacy. She'd rather file a transatlantic lawsuit than to just produce photos and put all of this to bed. That's the difference between you and I. So now there's this repeat lie from Kamala Chronicles, which we did looking into Kamala's background because it was relevant to the election cycle. Then we did the Blake Lively lawsuit, and they said, she's trying to change her brand. That's the only reason her numbers are up. Then we went to Brigitte, which I lost, by the way. I had to get a whole career change when I first covered that story. So joke's on me if I'm doing this to make money, but I was willing to be fired to tell the truth. And then it's all about Brigitte. And now we've arrived at Charlie Kirk. I feel like there's something about that actually is just people not being willing to admit.
Are the numbers up? Yes or no? Yes, because analytics don't lie, which is why plain lives matter. There are 4 planes and she can't show black box data from the first 2. Because that's evidence. That's real data from the actual plane, from the FDR. Now there are 4. Somehow she's just going to be dropping random information that we don't care about because who pulled the trigger on the damn gun? We can all see Candace's numbers going up. She said she's #1. She didn't never say that before she started talking about Charlie Kirk. Candace is a soulless, evil miscreant from hell.
That what people appreciate about me and why they keep coming back is that I'm willing to take risks to tell the truth.
No, I think so. Don't get me wrong. I think
I was already sold out on ads at the end of the year because our podcast was successful. I have not sold a t-shirt, nothing with his name on it. It's just me.
Candace, the reason I told the Alex Jones story is he did incredibly well out of Sandy Hook with his investigations. But as was established in the court case against him,
he didn't investigate anything.
And I think we're going to see the same thing with Brigitte Macron and you, is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money. And I think you
Brigitte Macron has a penis. I really want you to know that.
Brigitte Macron does not have a penis.
Brigitte Macron has a penis. No, she doesn't. I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Yeah, you can have adoptive children. You can call somebody.
You're trying to say this woman didn't give birth 3 times. You see how she keeps trying to take away her motherhood? And you know who co-signs off on this stuff? People who haven't had kids. Having a baby is not an easy thing to do. Before advancement in science and medicine, women would die from childbirth. It was actually very risky and dangerous to have babies, especially if you had some level of complication. They didn't always have a way to do a C-section properly. So if you couldn't push the baby out or something like that, women died giving birth to kids. This woman did it 3 times. They're bringing scientific evidence to court. So, yeah, Candace is going to get sued out the wazoo for millions. Nothing to be jealous about. I'm just going to be laughing and reporting on every bit of it.
But Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trogneux. Well, and I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron probably stands peeing up. Probably peace standing up.
The beauty is we have a big bet.
I think
we have a big bet, and we're going to find out because it's going to court.
No, the beauty is it's scientific evidence coming to court.
I think you will.
You're going to lose.
I am not going to lose a court case because Brigitte is presenting evidence that Brigitte was born a woman because it's never even been offered. That's just their PR coming after and saying these things.
No, they're going to
Nobody believes that Brigitte Macron is just unable to present any pictures. Nobody's asking for blood.
All right, let's wait for the court case.
Well, you should be. That's one way to prove it.
And you will be proven wrong again unless there's just federal corruption.
Okay, in the fallout from your encounter with Erica Kirk, Nick Fuentes said Candace Owens is done. What a letdown.
LOL.
Tim Pool has called you evil. He says you're motivated by the fact you were secretly in love with Charlie Kirk. Is that true?
This is such ridiculous. Like, this is what I mean when I say it's like LOL Fed slop. Oh, did Tim Pool say that I was secretly in love with him?
It's yes or no. You see why she would not do well? She's gonna lose the Macron lawsuit because her attorneys would not want her to take the stand. Candace, you heifer. You dumb heathen. Your attorneys do not want you to testify. This right here is a prelude to how she would act if she were in court. And then the judge would have to hold her in contempt. And preferably, he would not only sanction her and her attorneys for this dumb crap, but then he would have her detained for at least 48 hours in jail. You think her attorneys wants her to be deposed and have to answer questions under the penalty of perjury, under oath? It's a yes or no. If she pulled this nonsense off, what she's doing now, and she goes to court, because the judge is going to deny that motion to dismiss. So if she pulls this off, and they end up getting to the trial phase, because it's a jury demand. So it'll be a jury trial. And they ask her simple yes or no questions. And she starts to go and do all this stuff. They can object for no response. And then the attorney that's questioning her, more than likely the opposing counsel, doing a cross, will say, Your Honor, can you please remind the defendant that she's in court and she is bound to answer these. She's legally bound to answering these questions. This is, a deposition here. We're expecting testimony out of her. We're asking her questions. And look what she's saying and doing. In the court, the judge will give her a warning and say, you must answer the questions. It's a yes or no. It is a specific type of question that only requires a yes or no answers. Please answer the question. And if she doesn't do it after that first warning, judge is not going to keep warning her. Any other disruptions or any other of these outbursts where you're not answering a question will be considered a disruption of the court. And if you disrupt this court, we'll have your ass removed. And if she gets heinous with it and gets out of control, that judge will hold her in direct criminal contempt of court. Because now you're committing this act and you're violating his direct order in his presence. So I hope to God they put her ass on the bench. I do. I want her to have to sit down and do a deposition in front of the judge, to be cross-examined and everything. I hope they do that. Put her ass under oath. Because if she acts like this, yeah, she's going to be sanctioned and detained. Let the judge file her in direct criminal contempt of court because she's sitting here having these outbursts and failing to answer the questions and being disruptive. This is what she does. She would not do well. Those 3 attorneys do not want this girl to be put on the stand. They don't want it. And then when she decides to try to do a settlement of some sort, because they know she would not do well under any questioning by any attorney because she's not smart, then her court members are going to be like, well, why are you not fighting this in court? The Lady Luck Club is telling you right now, she doesn't want to fight this in court. Her attorneys don't want her to fight this in court. They're trying to avoid this, and they're starting with a motion to dismiss. When that gets denied, then they're going to try to reach a settlement agreement, even if it comes down to a stipulation, because they would rather do that than to sit here and let this girl get the pose and make them look bad as well. Because those 3 attorneys have to worry about their reputations and their credibility. It's already shot to hell because they decided to represent her. But they definitely don't want her to get the pose. This is how she's going to act in court. Yes or no question?
This is it's so. Come on, there's no substance to this. This is so ridiculous. It's, by any means necessary, come out and attack Candace. The New York Post did an article.
Yeah. Were you in love with
honestly
him? Yes
amazing fan fiction. They even said that I used to work at Daily Wire. I'd throw my keys at my staff, and my staff hated me. I did not drive to work a single day when I was at the Daily Wire. They had a driver take me there. So we're just now in this weird spot where they're just making things up every single day. They said that my husband had a Qatari passport, and I just ignore it. And I keep investigating because I know what it's meant to do. It's meant to distract me. I'm very aware of what these people are trying to do, and it's not working. So I don't really feel
Which of your theories?
Fuentes and Tim Pool.
All right. Which of your theories when you were with Erica did she think was convincing?
None. Why didn't she answer the question? Yes or no? Were you in love with Charlie Kirk? So I'm going to say yes, because Candace, in the absence of your evidence of saying yes or no, we have the right to assume, based on all the other factors of you obsessing over him, putting up photos of you and him before he got married, before you got married, you treating his wife like crap, ignoring the fact that he had 2 children. It's like you just want them out of existence. So I'm going to say yes, she was in love with Charlie Kirk. And I'll opine that all day. It's my opinion. She was in love with Charlie Kirk to the point where she said, I feel like a bad mother and I'm neglecting my kids because I can't stop crying. Candace, do you want me to go back to that video and snip it? I can. She said this on her show. I've been crying so much, and it just, I feel like I'm a bad mom, to the point where I feel like I'm a bad mother because I'm, neglecting her kids, basically. She said that out of her mouth. How many of you all remember that? She literally was so grieved and stuck in a state of depression to where she didn't even take care of her own kids, and said she felt like a bad mother. Not even tending her own kids, and George definitely was not getting a sandwich made. Oh, boys club is like walking around the house. When are you going to cook a meal? So you're not going to make the kids any food. Okay. I wondered, did she do homeschooling on those days? Probably not. Yeah, okay.
We didn't. What do you mean by that?
Well, did you think that Israel was involved? Did you think that there were French paratroopers involved? Did you think the Egyptian planes were complicit? Did she believe that Turning Point employees were involved? Which of the many theories
I wasn't. I guess.
Did she think he's actually got any merit to it?
I think you're characterizing it like I sat down and tried to convince her of my theories. That wasn't the nature of the meeting that we had. I shared information with her and told her what the feds were ignoring. And these are the things I'm looking into. Obviously explained to her about the Egyptian planes and this bizarre connection to, Turning Point faith events and tours. And
So
yeah,
what
I
did
mean,
they
it's
meet
kind of
with
like
her
sharing
about?
the information with her. So there was nothing.
So they didn't fly out there for you to just give them information. That's a damn lie. They didn't fly out there for that. Whatever she showed them, she's already put in her videos. They didn't need to fly out to her in person for her to basically show them the same crap she's put on her shows. You met with her for 4.5 hours. Y'all see this? Here, go back. He asked her, what was the purpose of this conversation? Did she walk away believing any of your theories? Oh, it was not
He's involved. Which of the many theories
I wasn't. I guess.
Did she think he's actually got any merit to it?
I think you're characterizing it like I sat down and tried to convince her of my theories. That wasn't the nature of the meeting.
So what was the nature of the meeting? Why are you sharing information with her if you're not trying to convince her of your theories? What was the nature of the damn 4.5 hour meeting
that we had? I shared information with her and told her, what.
Why share information if you're not trying to convince her of your dumbass theories?
The feds were ignoring, and these are the things I'm looking into. Obviously, explained to her about the Egyptian planes and this bizarre connection to, Turning Point faith events and tours. And
you're just telling them a bizarre connection to, TPU faith events and tours. But okay, so why? What was the intent? Candace is lying. She's not even looking in the camera. Look at this freeze frame. This helper is not even looking in the camera. What was the purpose of the damn meeting? She's literally telling on herself because Candace, we see through your BS, girl. Where's my sandwich? I know, right? It's been my dinner, woman. Oh, Lord have mercy. You can't make this stuff up. I said I wanted turkey, not ham. Turkey. My God, you understand what this do to my figure. George can't gain weight. Boys Club has to go out on that corner. Keep selling that boy cat girl. Candace, he can't be fat trying to do that. He's like, if he's going to pimp himself out, at least make sure he eats healthy. Y'all, Boys Club has got to go out here and work hard for the money, okay? Don't let him tell you any differently. George is going to go out here and hit the streets. He's like, we're going to lose this lawsuit like hell. Y'all know these attorneys got to be watching this video. The attorneys got to be watching this video like, gotcha. Oh my God, y'all. The Macrons, man, listen. They're going to sit here and see them exhibits. And my video is one of them. Candace, you're so screwed. Oh my God. Candace, you're so screwed. I don't bite my tongue for shit. I don't miss words. I don't bite my tongue. I'm not doing it. I never have. I never will. You can't make this up. They're literally sitting here watching her in real time, just on a interview for a show with a journalist. They're like, wow, she's going to do the same thing in court. George is going to be spending his Christmas time. Boys Club is going to be out there hanging out with the boys. For real. Behind bushes and trees. You know what I mean? Boys Club might want to, ante up his cat calling game. You can't. Oh my God. His cat calling game has got to get amped up. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. He's like, what? That's another $1 million they're going to sue her for. And that's another $1 million. Every time she opens her mouth. What Tim say? Whenever she speaks, litigation starts. I believe that. Candace, every time you open your mouth, litigation starts. Somebody somewhere is filing a lawsuit against you. She's already named as a co-defendant in a pump and dump scheme. That is the epitome of a fraudster, of a con artist. Because she doesn't understand how investments work either. You got yourself caught up in a pump and dump scheme that's now a federal matter. A federal complaint with Candace Owens being named as a co-defendant since 2022. She's got to pay for that crap because she's named as a co-defendant. So her attorneys are working overtime. They sick of her. We going over that lawsuit tomorrow. Because all of this is imperative for you all to see her character development and the things that she's involving herself in, reasons why she's being sued. She can't tell us the nature of the conversation. So if you're not trying to convince or even explain your dumbass conspiracy theories to Erica Kirk, what was the nature of the conversation? Why was it 4.5 hours long? After all of that, you showed them stuff. They didn't give a damn. They gave you nothing, not even a call log from an actual phone. And you want to sit here and say, well, I was just telling them about TPUSA and connections and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. So what was the point? Only for her to have some fool on her show that she's now having raised money for that I feel like probably will go back to her. She'll definitely get a percentage of it. You know, if you come on my show, you'll get a lot of views. You know, we can carry on with this farce and this ruse of this stupid story, this dumb narrative that I created. And then I can ask people to raise money. And then my cult members are going to just give it to you without question. They're not going to ask you, did you take a photo of Erica Kirk on the base? Or did you do a video? Did you live stream it? You know, where's the security camera footage videos? Where's any proof of evidence? Any third witnesses, any person that may have been there that may have taken a photo? They ain't going to ask you any of that. They just believe everything I say. So they will give you a lot of money on your GoFundMe. Because, you know, Candace was once upon a time involved in having social media fundraising LLCs created for BLEXIT. That's what they did. Social media fundraising companies. Y'all recall BLEXIT, the tax forms, where you had those two LLCs that were characterized as social media fundraising companies. And they got an exorbitant amount of money. And we went over them in great detail. And we did that for a reason. Those videos where I put out facts and information, they don't get thousands of views. But it doesn't make it any less factual. We pulled up information that can be researched and Googled online. And we saw the money they were paying out from BLEXIT to these LLCs didn't even damn match. So social media fundraising is what Candace Owens understands. It's what Boys Club understands. It's all they do. So it's nothing to believe, especially with the historical context here, that Candace is working with this fool, this Mitch Snow person, ironically, to raise money on a social media platform that is designed to do just that. GoFundMe. Now they've got over 30 plus grand raised. And then she's asking for money for her attorneys, for her security detail, rather. She might as well just say, listen, I need money to help pay for these attorneys. Because she's got that federal lawsuit. And now she's got the Brigitte Macron lawsuit. And who knows how much money she's going to have to pay from that federal lawsuit. Because she's not smart enough to understand a pump and dump scheme. I'm sure she got herself caught up into a situation where they're going to probably issue judgment against her. She's going to have to pay money out on that. And her cult members are too stupid to put 2 and 2 together. That's why we got to go over the lawsuit. Because I want to know exactly what's going on and how much they're going to make her ass pay. Because there's a reason why she's carrying on with all this nonsense and buffoonery, knowing that it's generating a lot of income for her. She's got lawsuits to pay for. Candace, did you ever pay that judgment to the High Court of Australia? You know, you were supposed to pay the government's court costs and fees over there. They told you were banned. They didn't want you. They owe you nothing. They don't have to let you in their country. You filed that dumb appeal, wasting money and time. You still have to pay your attorneys. And for what? So she's had to pay that judgment out for the Australian government's court costs because they told her to kick rocks. This federal lawsuit with this meme coin, this pump and dump scheme, she's going to have to pay out on that. She's got the Macron lawsuit. She's going to lose that miserably. It'll be epic. So that's going to be millions of dollars plus the attorney's fees and the court costs. This is why she's doing all of this. It's all for money. And now she's asking people to give her money where she's making hundreds of thousands to at least $1 million a month from YouTube alone, minus the supers. And she's asking people to give her money for security detail. And guess what? The cult members are all too happy to keep giving up their paycheck. It's Christmas time. Candace Owens does not donate. You don't see her being, showing any level of philanthropy at all. She doesn't show anything about her giving back to a community. Nothing. You think she would give that guy money? She would just give it to him. You think she would not ask her audience to go to GoFundMe to give this fool money, and they have no scientific evidence to prove his identity? He didn't prove anything about spotting Erica Kirk on a military base when he could have pulled out his phone and took a fucking photo or did a video. Some evidence. Nothing. Cameras all over the military base. These idiots would rather believe, there was some sort of device that shorted at all the cameras at the same time. That would have raised a lot of red flags. It probably would have put the military base on high alert, where all the cameras just get shorted and cut off so that this idiot could lie about spotting Erica Kirk. Things that make no sense. And Candace has never been on a military base. Do you think that a military base will not sound off an alarm if all the cameras go out? That's one of their security measures. It's the first line of their defense for that military base. All the cameras go out suspiciously, and somehow it does not cause a frenzy amongst the military base. You can't make this stuff up. But yeah, we're supposed to believe that BS just so this idiot can still walk away and not even pull out his own cell phone and just take a picture. It's so dumb. Candace, you tell dumb lies and you want people to believe this crap. And we don't. We don't believe anything she says. We don't have to believe it. We don't have to trust. She provides no evidence. And she's got a lot of things coming down the pipeline that's going to force her to spend out millions and millions of dollars. I'm not shocked that she's using GoFundMe as another method to try to generate fundraising, because that is all she does, is generate money. She offers nothing in return. She just takes money from her own cult members, and these people are willing to give up their Christmas money to her, because this is their Lord and Savior. They compare her to Jesus Christ. It's to be expected. But she couldn't even ask Erica Kirk to give her a screenshot of this so-called message from Charlie's firm or a real call log. She got nothing out of that. 4.5 hours they sat there and talked about what now?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like sharing the information with her. So there was nothing that...
But again, here's my problem, Candace, with the whole thing.
Everything
is like, you're just asking questions.
Happened.
You're sharing information. You're doing this. But when I actually ask you to
Nothing
be specific about, who do you think did what? That's where it all hits a shuddering halt. You don't know, do you? You don't actually know.
Of course, if I actually knew who shot Charlie Kirk, I would be instantly publicizing it. I'd say, I figured it out. I figured it out.
Well, you should be saying that by now. It's 3.5 going on 4 months. This is what I mean. She should be close to telling us at least down to 2 to 3 suspects. Why don't you talk about George Zinn, Candace, and focus in on that? People who were actually at the campus and were there trying to create a distraction, and they admitted to it. Why don't you talk about him and the other guy that tried to do that? They were there. She can't even put the people on the campus with a weapon in their hand. Here you got two guys, one of which was arrested initially for literally causing a scene to bring attention to himself to be arrested. Make that make sense? And yet it's still, she can't tell us who pulled the trigger. We're nowhere close to it, but she wants to talk about 4 Egyptian planes that are just minding their own damn business.
That's not how an investigation works. It just doesn't work like that, okay? You have to follow the clues until you arrive at a conclusion. Of course, I cannot confidently state that it was, John Smith who shot Charlie Kirk from the left side. I don't know that yet. I don't know that information yet. And when I do know it, I will publicize it without question. I just am pointing out the inconsistencies, the lies. He was not shot with 30-06, and he did not have a Man of Steel neck,
how do you
and
know?
That's completely made up. Well, actually, that's going to be my show today. I do now factually know that Man of Steel thing was made up, and that never came from the surgeon's mouth.
Oh, I told y'all she was going to get back to the autopsy report. Didn't I tell y'all that? I said, this is going to circulate back to the doctors, the hospital, the autopsy report. I told y'all that last week, right? Candace, I know you listening, you heifer. You're going to lose the Macron lawsuit. And you're going to be ordered to pay out millions. A stipulation will save you just a little money. Not a lot. You're still going to have to pay the millions. But we all know you are too cowardly to get your ass on that stand and get placed under oath. I dare you to do a deposition. I dare you. Do it.
So again, we have another lie. We have another lie coming out of Turning Point USA. Put in quotation marks that lie, that it was a direct quote from the surgeon. That was made up. So yeah, I'm going to keep track of all of these lies, deliver them to the public, and allow them to surmise. I'm going to allow them to think critically while it's still legal. I know it's barely legal in the UK, and it's becoming
What's illegal? What's illegal? This girl doesn't know the law. Candace doesn't have any respect for the rule of law. She talks about something being illegal. Cite the law.
Well, actually, that's going to be my show today. I do now factually know that Man of Steel thing was made up, and that never came from the surgeon's mouth. So again, we have another lie. We have another lie coming out of Turning Point USA. Put in quotation marks that lie, that it was a direct quote from the surgeon.
No. A point of phrase or an expression does not make it a lie. It's called freedom of speech. This girl, oh my God. And Nick Brooks thankfully covered that. The difference between you telling a lie, you doing like an expression, just like a point of phrase. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, flowers don't grow where the sun doesn't glow. It's a point of phrase. Now, if you call that a lie, it doesn't mean that I lied. I'm saying it's a point of phrase. It's a matter of an expression. Flowers don't grow where the sun doesn't glow. But it's a lie, because flowers sometimes can grow anywhere. But I'm saying that as a actual expression. We know that no one's neck is made of steel. The fuck is wrong?
Surgeon, that was made up.
So
yeah, I'm going to keep track of all of these lies, deliver them to the public, and allow them to surmise. I'm going to allow them to think critically while it's still legal. I know it's barely legal in the UK, and it's becoming increasingly less legal here in the United States. So I'm going to use every opportunity to ask every question.
Okay, but pre the meeting with Erica, you repeated the question why you weren't being told where Charlie Kirk is buried, or even if he has been buried yet. Did you get those answers?
You have the wrong commentator who questioned that. I think that was Milo Yiannopoulos.
You've never asked where Charlie's buried?
Nope. I just communicated to the people that he had a Catholic funeral mass, because people were saying I was lying about him going to a Catholic church, which was another random attack that I had to endure. So I never said that people don't know where Charlie Kirk's buried. That's just the wrong commentator.
Do you know where he's been buried?
I actually genuinely never got to that question with Erica, but I do know where he's. I think the implication that Milo made, again, you have to ask him.
Y'all see this? This is how she's going to act on the stand. I want you all to get a glimpse of what it would be like to question her under oath. This is what's going to happen with the Macron lawsuit when they place her under oath. Candace, or unless you end up doing what I say exactly you're going to do, which is to try to get the opposing party to stipulate to a settlement. Go ahead and show your cult members how much of a coward you are, girl. Do it.
Was that he's not buried? I do know where there is a spot for him to be buried, or to be held in a mausoleum. but I never, that's just, you have the wrong person on
Yes
that.
or no?
Erica was emphatic in the CBS thing that she wanted you to stop with the conspiracy theories, or maybe you've got it all right and all of this stuff is true and it's all involving the Israelis and Egypt and Turning Point in a mass conspiracy with this young kid Tyler Robinson brought in, and they're all involved in this dramatic murder of Charlie Kirk. Maybe let's just assume for a moment you're 100% right, but she did tell you publicly before you met
jury is
to
gonna be
stop.
jacked
What's
up.
clear is you're not going to stop. So is she okay with you now continuing to talk about your theories, or does she still want you to stop?
Well, she didn't ask me to stop. If that's the question that you're asking, is throughout that meeting, did
Well,
she
she
say,
did
"Can you
publicly,
stop?"
obviously. So your response to that is
Yeah,
what?
I'm telling you that, and we had a conversation, and I was not asked throughout that conversation to stop. And to the contrary, I shared information.
And even if she were, guess what? She's ignoring it. She doesn't care. Even if she were told to stop, because we don't know what was said, she won't tell us the nature of the conversation that lasted 4.5 damn hours, where she got nothing out of Erica Kirk. No documentation, no proof, no post of a message, nothing. No call log from a phone, nothing. She got nothing out of that. She showed them all this BS. More than likely, was a few clips, a few little emails, some whatever, and that's it. And they were probably not even interested in even seeing half that crap because they've seen it all in your show, Candace. So, and what comes out of this? They ask you, do you have concrete proof on evidence on anything? Or any proof? You say no, but they don't want to see any of that other garbage. I can guarantee you they didn't sit here and look at all this crap that she came up with because it's not concrete proof. So why should we be interested in looking at, a drawing of flags that leads to a box in the middle? We don't care about that. You can create a timeline till kingdom comes. We don't care. Where's your concrete proof or evidence? None? Okay. Well, we don't need to see all that other stuff. 4.5 hours. And she walked away with no evidence from Erica at all. No concrete evidence from Erica. Not a call log, not a real message, nothing. This girl, this is how she's going to be on the stand for the Macron lawsuit. This is how she's going to be. It's ironic how every time I pause, her eyes are closed or she's looking away.
That I had, and I got information from them.
Right.
That helps.
So
me
you will
to
carry on.
Focus.
You will carry on.
Yes.
With the theories.
Yes. Until I feel confident of who killed Charlie Kirk, I will not stop investigating this.
And Erica is okay with you doing that?
I don't know how many other ways to answer your question other than saying she did not ask me
or
question me to stop in person. And when we spoke about that moment, she felt that Barry Weiss was being Barry Weiss.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Request in what sense?
About how she would like you to conduct yourself about the murder of her husband going forward.
No.
She didn't say nothing.
No, she didn't make a request for me to conduct myself in
and
any
she
way
expressed no concern about any of the
I
theories that you've been
I think she probably knows me through the lens of her husband, so I don't know if that would be a thing that she would have done. But no, she did not ask me to conduct myself in any way. That seems to just be coming from the media, how I should conduct myself.
Am I right in thinking that your mind has taken you to a place where you genuinely believe that Israel, Egypt, Turning Point
Angola,
employees,
Africa,
and Tyler Robinson, and potentially others, but they were all involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
The Macrons.
Well, to be fair, I think we're all putting Egypt in parentheses.
France, the Macrons, Angola, the continent of Africa. Just throw in the whole continent of Africa. Probably the continent of North America. At some point, she's going to migrate her way to Canada and then back down to Mexico, talk about the border, and then go back over to Israel. That's how this is going to go. You can't make this
because we kind of don't think that we have exactly a strong Egyptian lobby here in the United States. And there is a lot of historical precedent with Israel kind of using Egyptian planes or using the Egyptian narrative when they want to accomplish things. So, I mean, I just pointed out that this is an Egyptian plane, but Israel, I got tons of questions about. Yeah, I think Israel is a very good.
But no evidence. No evidence. No evidence. Girl, you're going to lose that Macron lawsuit.
Place to start when Bibi Netanyahu was just denying and just way too involved in the beginning. That was weird. Everyone felt it was weird, and they were right to feel that it was weird. And when Bibi admits that he called him two weeks before and invited him to Israel, like, what's that about? People are being, and also because it just happens to be that from the very beginning, Zionists don't want us investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. So it's just, I would say, the usual suspects. You are correct that I have and sent information, and it has not been denied by the Élysée Palace, the White House, or the Pentagon, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground that day. Again, something that I flagged to Turning Point USA, Justin Strife, that for whatever reason, the feds don't want this information, which is a bit strange, or don't seem to be interested, or maybe
so we add the French Foreign Legion to the list as well.
Yeah, but the French Foreign Legion is like a bandit of, I mean, what I've learned about them now is it's like a,
so
it's,
we added
it's
to the list as well. Did I repeat that question?
It's not just French people. And yeah, that all sounds about right to me.
All of France.
Anything else I can answer?
I think we probably covered it. It's a lot of people involved in this murder.
Yeah, a whole bunch of everybody.
Candace, for what it's worth, is it'll turn out none of that is true. And that it was Tyler Robinson who, for his own politically motivated reasons, hence brandishing the bullet casings with words like anti-fascist slogans and so on, that's why he did it. He believed that he'd been led to believe Charlie Kirk was a fascist, so he had to kill him, which is a different issue about why I feel so strongly that these words shouldn't be bandied about, because in deranged young minds, it can have that effect on them. We see it time and again. But look, if it turns out that you're right,
he does not care,
and that Charlie Kirk was murdered by a group of people, including the French Foreign Legion, Egypt, Israel, Turning Point, his own employees.
France. Don't forget France and the Macrons. Oh, because she just loathes them. Probably Australia. I think she said something about the Australian government. Yeah, because she was banned. And then, all the people at Turning Point USA, TP Faith, the endowments is a problem. Money, the planes. Oh, my goodness, those 4 poor planes. Plane lives matter too, Candace.
And they were all in on this to murder Charlie Kirk. You will be proven 100% right. And I will be the first to salute your brilliant investigative journalism. But in return, if it turns out you're completely wrong, then I would expect you to come back on Uncensored and admit you were completely wrong. Is that a fair deal?
I was hoping that by the time we did this, I'd be able to do that, because they showed me something that was so compelling. That didn't happen. So yeah, deal is on, as always. Between you and I, the deal is on.
Excellent. I'll add it to the list. Candace, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Good child. Look. This happened right here. Oh, we got to go to our shows, y'all. We're going to go straight through these shows, except the commentary. I don't ever go to, the comment section. I don't do the comment section. How y'all feeling? We in 4 hours. Oh, my God. You can't make this up. Linda Walker. What's going on my own served with the French Foreign Legion in Iraq? She is so ignorant. I can't say I honestly have no idea how anyone takes her serious. It's just dumbfounding. Yeah, she's mind-numbing. Oh, we got a super. Thank you, Chocolate, for the $1.99 super. Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens unfollowed each other on all socials May 9th, 2024. Candace, you keep lying like hell, girl. And you forget that the internet does not forget. Yeah. When you unfollow someone and people are able to get screenshots of that, that's called evidence, Candace. You're just not smart enough to know it, I guess. I don't know. So we're going into 4 hours, y'all. We're going to do this. Y'all get ready for the long haul. All 3 episodes, we're doing it. Because tomorrow I want to go over this lawsuit. Oh, my God. And I want to be able to focus my attention on that. Then we got to finish up the other LLC. So I was getting all this stupid money from BLEXIT. Over $550,000 a year for 1 year, just for social media fundraising. So we got to finish going over that. I think it was Optimizing Consulting LLC. And Olympic Media LLC was the other company that was connected to Parlor Inc., leading back to Boys Club, who's going to have to hit the street soon because, his brainless wife keeps lying like hell, and she's going to get hit with many, many, many more lawsuits. But we got to cover this federal lawsuit tomorrow. We're so doing it. So I'm excited about that one. Let's do it. Let's do it. Man, she is such an ignorant, arrogant twit. Oh, man. Y'all get some coffee, get some Kool-Aid, cookies, and salt, get chips and punch. If you've seen these episodes already, cool. I haven't seen them in this entirety. The one Wednesday, Thursday, I haven't seen those. I saw a little bit of Friday, I think, but not a whole lot. I know she was getting mad at Ben Shapiro. Oh, child. And that's all a little bit. I did see a little bit of Thursdays with the food she interviewed. Yeah. So I said I'll just save the rest to watch with you all because otherwise I cannot watch Candace Owens by myself. Candace, you're so absolutely mind numbing. We cannot watch your show alone. We all have to come together to the Lady Luck Club and watch your shows the right way where I can just laugh at you. Because you're absurd. You're a moron. You're a moron. People don't like name calling, but she doesn't care if people get doxxed. At free speech, she commits a cybercrime. That's a problem. You can't make this up. No, we've seen the idiot in action today with Piers Morgan asking direct yes and no questions, and she couldn't answer. She overtalks and she does all this stuff. She will not do well in court. I've already told you all, I have about an 88% blessed assurance she's going to try to stipulate or go and offer some sort of a settlement to the Macrons because she knows she does not want to go to court. She does not want to be put on the stand, go through a jury trial. She doesn't want to do it. So we went over the most recent updates to the Macron lawsuit with the court docket when we had our fantastic interview with Nick Brooks, Esquire, a California attorney who has been putting out great content where he has literally been very neutral, fair, impartial, and just giving direct information as an attorney, as we expect real attorneys, good attorneys to do, is to just put out the facts and to give the perspective from both sides. Because you have two parties in a case, not one. But only one is going to win. Candace, you're going to lose like hell. So my 88% rate in this, her going to a settlement, is because what you just saw with Piers Morgan. She doesn't have the capacity or the ability to debate or answer questions, especially direct questions. You can imagine her in court being frustrated, being cross-examined by the Macron's attorney, and then having to sit and look at Brigitte Macron, knowing that this woman is about to take millions out of her life. She's not going to be able to do it. I already know. So thank you so much for the super, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. And if you guys are ready, we're going to get to it. We're going to all 3 episodes. Yes, we are. All right, put a 1 in the chat where you can see it here. Let's go.
I'm telling you, get ready. We have an explosive episode today. Actually, I should say it's a non-explosive episode, and you'll see why. We're going to jump right into this because after yesterday's episode, we were contacted by a variety of people with information, and it's time to state unequivocally that the steel neck quotation did not come from the surgeon. Okay, not only that, but it's odd that federal agents were, I would say, too involved at the hospital.
Thank you, my journey. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $2 super. I appreciate that. Is a super sticker? I think it's a super sticker. Thank you so much, y'all. All right, let's get to it. I just wanted to give a shout out to you.
Hospital. When I tell you this story, your jaw is going to hit the floor. We also have never before seen photos of the vehicle, I know I sound like a Fed here, that Charlie was transported in to the hospital when they were trying to save his life. I'm telling you, my perspective is that all these leads are ramping up. The reason for that is because the general public is actually not receptive to what is very clearly a military grade psychological operation, complete with influencers and botted activity on social media. We're so let down. It's over. I'm never watching the show ever again. Candace took money. The people can see what you're doing, feds. They can see it. I can see it. And now we're gonna, gotta go max today. Welcome back to Candace.
I thought it was us content creators doing this. Now it's the feds. They're ignoring her, by the way. Gosh, they told her to kick rocks.
What I said on my Instagram stories, if you're not following me over on Instagram, is very true. I actually have never played chess, but I think I'm a good player. I think I'm a good chess player in life. So I've kept a lot of cards close to my chest, and truly it is because I have understood throughout this entire process that we need to separate the wheat from the chaff. Like, of course, not every single person is bad at Turning Point USA. We don't have every single person that's bad that works for the FBI or the NSA. There are good guys everywhere, and there are bad people everywhere. So when somebody's telling you everyone's good or everybody's bad, you should not believe that. Well, get ready, guys. Buckle up. Where do we begin? This is what I would say It's clearly a federal disaster. We might even have to bring in FEMA. That's how much of a disaster this is and how much it is going to be for Kash Patel when we get through with this episode, because federal prints are all over the Charlie Kirk assassination story. Okay. There's no way to deny it at this point. Nothing they are saying makes sense. They've told us lies, misrepresentations. And I think they are the ones who are attacking people who are reasonably concluding.
I'm speeding this up at 1.25 because I just need for her to get to the point. If you want to watch it at normal speed, you can check out her video on that. But I'm speeding this up. We have 2 more episodes to do, and they're all an hour long. Yeah, be glad I'm trying my best not to pause every other word.
That nothing makes sense. Okay, our intuition is telling us that something bigger is at play, and we're going to keep following that intuition and mocking us for saying that we had dreams that Charlie was betrayed, or rather mocking me. But many people actually had dreams, and they email me them all the time. It's just not going to work. You are going to come apart when I deliver these new facts to you.
I'm hating. I'm curious. KZ in chat, tell me how I'm hating. I say hating by saying I'm speeding up the video. The chess cards. Chess don't come in cards, idiot. Yeah, right. I just caught that. Thank you for pointing that out. She just said I have chess cards. That's not chess, Candace. Are you talking about Uno? She's talking about Uno. Chess is not played in cards. Chess pieces? Could she not just say chess pieces? You can't make this up. I'm waiting for the C card to tell me exactly how I am hating. I will get my opinion. Yeah, she talking about Uno cards. Oh, man, she just dropped the wild card. The color is red, y'all. Color is red.
So yesterday, I revealed to you that I was told that Andrew Colvett was allegedly flying blind when he tweeted out the conversation that he had with the surgeon. Now, just to jog your memory, how that all came about was me doing the show and saying, I saw the back footage and there was no blood. And then very quickly, which I didn't really understand why he had done this, he tweeted out that long tweet about Superman neck, and he puts this quotation in here, quote, that the surgeon said, quote, absolutely, it should have gone through. Sorry, go back to the last one. Absolutely, the bullet should have gone through, which is very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or 2 down, an elk, etc. Next up, that quotation continues. It was an absolute miracle that someone else did not get killed. His bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the Man of Steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And that seems strange for a lot of reasons. First off, HIPAA compliance. Why would he speak to Andrew Colvett? Also, did Andrew Colvett record it? It's a pretty long quotation. Why is it in quotations? Do you remember that verbatim? And I can tell you that it's kind of been a mess since. This is kind of the beginning of everything, right? If we're being honest, that one solitary tweet was the beginning of the, what I would call federal mask slip.
Yeah, drop a red dot in the chat. The color's red. And then we'll drop another Uno card. And we'll do like a wild card. Then we'll either change the number or the color. Yeah, that's what we do. Oh, man. Color's red, y'all. Come on, let's play this Uno game.
It feels like they have been feeding us slop ever since. Well, I now feel comfortable revealing some more information for you, some that I have held on to, but which the people who gave this to me are now insisting that I reveal. Simply put, and I'm going to say allegedly here only because I did not speak directly to Dr. Lee Trotter. But I very much have verified and trust this source. Simply put, never once did Dr. Lee Trotter say that Charlie's neck was stopped. Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06 bullet. It's actually hugely embarrassing for any surgeon to have said something like that. It's hugely embarrassing also because we're being told that, he's violating HIPAA to get this information out there.
Candace, stop stealing my stuff, girl. You do not understand HIPAA privacy laws. You posted up a screenshot of an EMR from a hospital staff that emailed that to you, and they violated HIPAA when they did, along with some email communication from the chief nurse staff, amongst other nurses. So you sent internal communication and a screenshot of that EMR with Charlie's name, his date of birth, other information identifiers on that, and you didn't get consent from Erica Kirk. You could be held just as liable. And that hospital staff should be fired. Whoever that hospital staff is. Well, I don't know why you just won't tell us who that person is. You want to sit here and dox everybody else. That person should be fired. She posted up a screenshot of an EMR just for no reason. We didn't need to know that. And then some internal communication between the chief nurse and the other staff. More stuff we did not need to know. And they're discussing what's typical protocol procedures. When you're dealing with a high profile or someone that's famous to go to the hospital, they do try to lock it down to get more security, especially depending on the circumstance. You're talking about someone that was shot on national television. They didn't know where he was at the time when Charlie Kirk showed up at the hospital. They had to do a 45-minute manhunt for Tyler Robinson. And then he still had to be turned over from his parents. So, of course, they're going to lock down the hospital a little bit, considering the situation and how Charlie Kirk ended up there. And she posted up an email, internal communication between hospital staff on her channel and disseminated it. And she didn't get consent from anybody. And for what? Now she all of a sudden she sit here talk about HIPAA privacy laws. Candace, you don't know what the law states. I can guarantee you that right now. The way she's sitting here talking about HIPAA privacy, about the information shared from the doctor regarding the autopsy, she has no idea what HIPAA privacy is. That's not a violation of HIPAA privacy to say he had the neck of steel. That's not releasing any medical information. He's got a neck of steel. That's a point of phrase. This is ridiculous.
In this very high stress situation, you're actually accusing him of being not a professional on top of also kind of being an idiot. You can imagine that that's put a lot of undue stress on the surgeon's family, as many of them have been wrongly implicated in a cover-up. Like the absurdity of such a narrative, if you're going to put something out there, there's going to be flack that comes upon the surgeon, the other doctors, the nurses. Are you involved? Did you try to get Charlie Kirk killed? Were you involved in this, in staging this? Why would you say that he ate healthy, right? And there's no doctor or surgeon that would say something like that. So to restate that, the quotation.
What do you mean they would say that? Yes, the lady whoever the lady is, because I think she indicated it was a female that emailed her that information. That lady did violate HIPAA. That's why I was like, the way Candace obtained that information was illegal. So she could be held legally liable in a lawsuit for invasion of privacy and disseminating medical information that was given to her illegally, because that hospital staff didn't get consent from Erica Kirk either. That hospital staff, whoever that lady is, should have been fired. How you send a print screenshot of the EMR system just to prove that he went to the ER? We know he went to the ER. We didn't need to see that. You send an internal information about what's being discussed between the nurses and stuff. We didn't need to see any of that. Man, that lady need to be fired.
Are you involved? Did you try to get Charlie Kirk killed? Were you involved in this, in staging this? Why would you say that he ate healthy, right? And there's no doctor or surgeon that would say something like that. So to restate that, the quotation that Andrew Colbert shared on his X feed is not a direct quotation from the surgeon, like at all. Rather, what I was told is that what the surgeon communicated very clearly to Andrew, and yes, it is absolutely true that the surgeon, Dr. Lee Trotter, hunts, so he does have experience with bullets. What he communicated is that it was likely a frangible bullet that was used. Now, for those of you who don't hunt, maybe don't shoot, and you're not familiar with that term, frangible, like what's a frangible bullet? That refers to a specialized ammunition that is designed to disintegrate into powder upon impact with a hard surface.
Yeah, she reading the script. Y'all see this? Y'all see what she doing? She says, my shows aren't scripted. I speak straight off the top of my head. No, she doesn't. She's reading a script. Y'all see how she's looking? This is not someone, she can't remember information like that. Reading facts is not something she can just take in and then just disseminate with ease and be able to do that. She's literally looking at a cue card or whatever screen she's reading from. That's what she's doing.
So it essentially reduces the risk of a ricochet. Instead, the bullet fragments makes it safer for close range training. It's not like the traditional bullets that are created to retain mass. Now, key part there is it eliminates the risk of ricocheting. Well, Andrew also told us that the bullet did ricochet. So what we have here is a conflict of statements. We are told that Andrew Colvett was flying blind, put up this tweet, said that the bullet ricocheted downward into his stomach, whatever. And I am telling you that on the other side of this, we have people who are close to the surgeon who say he said no such thing, and rather he said that it was likely a frangible bullet. What are we to make of that discrepancy?
Why didn't you ask for a copy of that post or whatever the other person said? You're saying third-party communication. That could be seen as hearsay, Candace. Why didn't you get that statement from that other person? I mean, you're going to sit here and take in information illegally that was done in violation of HIPAA privacy. You posted up a screenshot of an EMR in an email, an internal email within that hospital between nursing staff. And you want to talk about violating HIPAA privacy? The doctor that made the statements, why didn't you get that? Did they did a post, a text, or what? Why you didn't get that stuff in writing either?
Yo, no say, Padres. But I'm going to move on because there's something else that is compelling and interesting. Something that was unusual that allegedly transpired at the hospital. Now, I want to be clear that not only have I now heard this from somebody that was in the hospital, but another source unrelated to that source told me this a while ago, and I couldn't confirm it. They said a call was placed to a DC at the hospital, and this had something to do with Charlie's body. Now, because this seemed to me to be random, and there was no clear way that I could...
DC being district coroner? Are we talking about the district coroner who would get a call in the event someone passes away? They called the district coroner. Isn't that what DC is? Isn't that what DC is? District coroner? Because you just can't make this stuff up. Who are these sources again? Plane lives matter. I'm still fighting for these planes, girl. You keep attacking.
We're close to the surgeon who say he said no such thing, and rather he said that it was likely a frangible bullet. What are we to make of that discrepancy?
No evidence.
Yo, no say, Padres. I'm going to move on because there's something else that is compelling and interesting. Something that was unusual that allegedly transpired at the hospital. Now, I want to be clear that not only have I now heard this from somebody that was in the hospital, but another source unrelated to that source told me this a while ago.
Another source unrelated to that source, is that the hospital staff that sent you that screenshot of an EMR violating HIPAA policy? I mean, she literally violated HIPAA privacy laws, sending you a screenshot of an EMR system where the patient's name and date of birth is clearly shown. Because I did a screenshot of it, you heifer. You can't make this stuff up. Is it that same hospital staff?
And I couldn't confirm it. They said a call was placed to a DC at the hospital. And this had something to do with Charlie's body. Now, because this seemed to me to be random and there was no clear way that I could verify that it took place, I kind of keep a separate box for like follow-up on that. Could be interesting later. Well, now it's interesting. It's interesting. The separate person is telling me that there was one thing very unusual that occurred on that day. Allegedly, Charlie gets transported to, I know I keep saying this wrong, Timpanogos Hospital. He's raced into surgery. That is confirmed. All of that is true. The conspiracies around that can be shut down. He was raced into surgery. He did still have a pulse. And when it was determined that his life could not be saved, and after his next of kin, obviously Erica, was informed, so Erica's not in the hospital, to make that clear, something strange happened. The surgeon wanted to do what he always does, right? He wanted to clean Charlie up before his wife got to the hospital. Except he was blocked by federal officers who were already at the hospital. They stopped him from being allowed to return.
Hospitals have cameras in it. It may not be in the patient room or the OR, but in the hallway, at the doorways, in the lobby area, in the patient waiting area of the ER. They should have been captured coming in on a camera. Candace, I don't even have to play around with that. I've worked in hospitals myself. I majored in biology pre-med. That's my field of study. I have a bachelor's of science in biology pre-medicine. So I already know if we got some federal agents coming in, we're going to see them come in. They're going to come in through the same front door as anyone else would. They don't have a special entrance with no cameras. So why aren't you showing the camera footage outside the hospital, at least, of them walking in. You don't have to theorize that, you numbnut. Post up the video camera footage. Why is this a theory?
To the operating room. This allegedly got him pretty fired up. It's never happened before. It's inappropriate. It sounds inappropriate for federal officers to say, I know you just came out of there from trying to save his life. You're not allowed to go back in the operating room. I'm on orders. No one's allowed to access this body. And this doctor's pretty connected, been around a long time, has a lot of contacts, and is like, this is ridiculous. I'm going back in there. I want to make him presentable for his wife to get here, yada, yada. I'm paraphrasing here. You can imagine the scene. And so he doesn't take...
We don't need your paraphrasing. Quote exactly what was said and post up the actual surveillance camera footage that would have been definitely outside the hospital, because I've actually looked at it myself. There are cameras outside of the door of the double doors that go to the ER. The ER entrance of that hospital. There are cameras there. You can't make this up. They have cameras at every major hospital either way. They would have walked in. We would have seen these people walk in. Why don't you show the image and the video camera footage? So asinine.
For an answer, and he places a phone call. I am assuming, now this person did not say it was a phone call to DC, but said it was likely a phone call to someone political and somebody who was very high up, who then ordered the feds to stand down and to allow him to do what he had always done, which is to make sure that Charlie looked good enough for his wife to see him.
Thank you, Artie.
Kind of weird.
Hit the like
weird
button.
Because we are in manhunt hours. We're talking 2.5 hours, maybe up to 3 hours after Charlie got shot. And the feds are not just at the hospital trying to take cameras down from inside the hospital, as we learned they seized the cameras on that day, but they're also blocking the surgeon's access to an operating room.
You can't verify that, remember? How do we know this happened? Who's telling you this information? You said another source unrelated to the other source, Candace. Just because your imaginary friends are on a frenzy, probably on a high right now, they're tripping out, doesn't mean you have to repeat to us what's being said in your head from multiple voices. Because Boys Club told us that you have multiple personalities, and he feels like he's married to multiple women. And he just doesn't know what he's going to get day by day. What are we dealing with right now? Is this Jennifer? Is this the Jennifer personality? We need to know which personality we're dealing with here. This must be the Jennifer personality. Because she's wearing a suit. Candace, why you look so decrepit? You need to gain some weight, girl.
Shouldn't you be outside racing to find who the killer is? Like, what are we doing here? What are we actually doing here? There's a process. Why do you need to guard this body from the surgeon who tried to save his life? That doesn't make any sense. But there's more. Okay. Honestly.
Oh God, the story gets worse.
What I'm going to tell you more is, like I said, should not say explosive. I should say it's not explosive before you can catch your breath on the information I've just given you. I'd also like you to hear the very super interesting story of how which I will now refer to as the non-smoking gun, was actually discovered. I love the details. I love details. I'm a detail-oriented person, and these ones are fun and curious.
Karen.
Okay,
all right, we're dealing with a Karen.
So the story goes, that the police officers found the gun in a wooded area. Now, immediately, we had students telling us that even that description is faux. Right, wooded area. No, that's actually not the right topography.
Candace, I know you can see this comment. Shout out to Catherine. More than likely, yes, they're going to want to do at least photos before you clean the body up. Candace, who told you this stuff? You don't say anything about your sources. We're dealing with Karen. Y'all, not Jennifer. This is Karen personality here. The next episode is probably going to be like Bone Quisha or somebody. The Karen after that, no. The Karen on Friday, the personality on Friday was definitely a Bone Quisha, because I heard you were cussing like hell, Candace. Bone Quisha came out of you then. I heard her get her ass cussing. Oh, she was cussing. Y'all know I use profanity, but at least I'm consistent with it. Candace was just cussing on Friday, just to cuss. Kind of like Megyn Kelly. Sitting here just throwing out hot air. No one cares about. Dropping the F word. 3 to 4 times back to back. It's crazy. But she used to be a litigator. I'm a former litigator. Are you? You're an embarrassment to the bar. That's what you are. Candace here Got Bonquisha coming out on Friday's episode. Right now, we're dealing with Karen. We got to figure out a name for the one for Thursday. The Thursday episode. Can't make this up. Yeah, did you cussing people out? It's still funny.
UVU. Well, interestingly enough, the exact place where the gun was found, which is described more like a median between two roads. I think I showed you that footage of where they found that gun. Certainly not in the woods. There's some trees and there are some bushes. Well, interestingly enough, before that gun was found, that area had already been searched. Not just by veteran police officers who told me that the way they do this is they sort of lock arms and they kind of go, you kind of seen this in some shows, maybe that's what they did. They came up, they didn't have anything.
No, girl,
then they said, okay, we're only human. Let's release the bomb dogs in that exact area where ultimately the gun is going to later be discovered. The bomb dogs didn't turn up with anything. And here is why that fact alone is remarkably suspicious according to the police officers that were involved. And I'm fascinated by this now. I love fun facts about animals. Obviously, we all know that dogs have incredible scent, right? Their sense of smell is like.
The dog said, bow wow, leave me alone. Do not bring me into your nonsense. Your Karen personality is just, boy, it must be it's hopped up on something. It's a substance. It's a white powder substance, I don't want to really say the name of it. One of my sources told me that the Karen personality inside of Candace Owens' body is hopped up on something, though. And it, another unrelated source also told me that Candace Owens probably gets hopped up on, white substance. It's like a powder, it's like cornstarch, except it's not. But it looks like it. And you can chop it up with a razor. And then you put it in lines. And then you take piece of paper or something, and then you stick it in your nose, and then you sniff it up. But, these are my sources allegedly telling me this. Allegedly. It's alleged.
What literally up to 100,000 times more than a human scent. Now, in case you didn't know, and I did not know this, over $19 billion has been spent on research and development of technology that can detect explosives. Okay, over $19 billion. And yet, no man-created technology comes close to conquering the scent of a dog. Essentially, what I'm saying to you is that dogs are the highest grade available technology that we have when it comes to detecting explosives. And bomb dogs are specifically trained to detect explosive like gunpowders. That's why they have these animals at police departments. Even an untrained dog, like even just your dog, and like you're walking your dog and he's got like a scent and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, because dogs can sense that little white powder too. Those dogs are also trained to be able to tell if you got that little, that white powder that you use like your little razor blade and put on a piece of glass. You and boys club and maybe Andrew Tate, y'all come together and y'all just, y'all have at it with that little white powder. Yeah, dogs can sense that too. They can tell exactly what the hell that is. Yeah, unleash the hounds on her.
I don't know what he smells. They can pick up a scent of a fired weapon days after it was triggered. Their nose will still pick up that scent. A bomb dog, they can smell it up to a week, right? Maybe even more because they're specifically training. And during this training process, I'm reading they'll cover something in chemicals. They'll train them. So like after it rains, obviously they're just training their scent to get stronger and stronger and stronger. After a week, after an explosive goes off or a weapon is fired, they will tell you, here it is. They'll be able to find that weapon. I'm telling you this so that you can comprehend that if you're sending out bomb dogs to find a weapon that was just recently fired like an hour ago, that's not even fun for them. That's not even interesting. That's ridiculous. You're basically saying to that dog, 1 + 1.
Yeah, it's not fun that she can't break out this white powder right now on that laptop.
1 = what? It's too easy. This is what they did. They sent these bomb dogs out. And they go over to the area and they find nothing. The highest grade technology that we have finds nothing. These dogs belong to the sheriff's department in Pleasant Grove, by the way. You should know that. So seasoned officers plus the dogs crawled the area and came up dry. Until, fast forward, so many miracles in this story, fast forward to when the feds arrive after the dogs fail to the corner with you dogs, and the feds are here. The federal officers are going around and asking officers weird questions like, oh, how long have you been on the police force? And what happens then is that federal officers direct 3 police officers who I'm told between the 3 of these officers, they had less than a year and a half on the force. Okay. Like these officers are pretty spanking brand new, just like everything else in the story. And the federal officers specifically direct them, check again over yonder, check again yonder, right over there, because I just don't trust that super high grade technology of a dog's nose that we have. And you, sir, you 3, go and see if there could be something over there. We can't
She
trust
is
those
so
100,000
evil,
times stronger
Candace.
noses. You're human. Take it on. Take on the task. And
Candace, do you want us to teach that same dog on your ass? Because we can. We can have that K9 come in and they sniffing for every damn thing. Okay? Just because your caring personality inside of you is using your body to snip up this white powder substance that's got you all geeked the fuck up, where you can't even keep up with your own story. We have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Why are you even bringing this up? Candace has not been to the UVU campus herself, by the way. She can't tell you a firsthand account of anything on that campus because she refuses to get her ass on a plane and fly to Phoenix, UVU, anywhere. She wants people to come to her because she's being lazy. Candace, why can't you just go to UVU? You know, perhaps you can, have the K9s come on out. You just can't have that backpack on you. Whatever you got, that stuff in that backpack, that look like baby powder. You can sit here and say all day, I gotta change my baby's diapers. I must change my baby's diapers. Don't take my baby powder from me. Candace, they're gonna take this from you, okay? They're gonna take it. They might just throw it in that bush you keep obsessing about. You can't make this up. What is she talking about?
And guys, you're not going to believe me. The nose that's trained to pick up gunpowder, explosive, combustible material, they get an F. But lo and behold, these police officers, bam, there it is, the gun. We've got the weapon. Woo! There's no cheating here. We nailed it. We might as well get rid of these dogs, right? It's completely useless to have these dogs around. I have the names of the officers who were involved in that discovery.
I hope those dogs go and search Candace's house. All right? I think the K9 should do that. Yep. I think all of the dogs that's on the K9 force of all the police departments in the state of Tennessee should ascend upon Candace's home because Karen on the inside of her just will not leave that baby powder alone. She walks around with it in her pocket.
I do not intend on releasing those names at this moment in time because I'd like to try to reach out to them in earnest, and also because I also need to research them because I'm and I need to know who their great grandparents are. I need to know everything about these officers.
No, you don't.
That's not the only dog in the story.
She need to know who their great grandparents are. Can you believe this? They might be dead. They might be dead. Their great grandparents might be deceased. She want to know who they are. And what they did, because all of this is irrelevant. It's just a ball of irrelevancy. Yeah, keep doxing the people if you want to. The cops know how to clap back, girl.
Then there's Freya. Freya is a K9 dog, and I am told that. Please correct me. Okay, actually, please don't send me a million emails if this little factoid I get wrong. But my understanding is that the K9s are different from the bomb dogs, and the K9s are trained for like drugs and can smell a person. Okay, whatever. Freya in this story is a K9. Okay. And she is specifically the K9 that sniffed out the route to the rooftop where Tyler Robinson, Losey Center rooftop, where he allegedly took the shot. Now, in case when I tell you that, you're reasonably concluding that this means that they took the gun that the officers found. All
right, Uno game, we're changing the colors up. Wild card, color is white, for baby powder. Color is white, people. Now, Uno game, I just threw out a wild card. Uno wild card. Color is white. Drop some item emoticon emoji that is white in the chat. Don't care if it's a snowman, baby powder, the other powder, a white shirt, white hat, white shoes, a white cup, white ice cream. Don't matter. The powder would be probably best. Candace, that K9 gonna bite the hell out of your ass.
Gave it to Freya, and Freya smelled the weapon and then said, "Here we go," and led them back to the rooftop. I want you to know that you'd be wrong because everything in the story has to be exceptional. Everything in this story has to be different and special and unique. Actually, they didn't give Freya any object, but rather conducted something that was described to me as a condensed scent trace. So it's different. Freya, I'm told by police officers, essentially traced the scent from the bottom of the building where we saw a person jump off, right? And back to the top of the building. So Freya was able to conclude it's effectively like a target odor trace that the person who dumped here came from up here. I want to be clear. I am hearing this from multiple officers who were involved with the hunt, who have reached out since the very beginning and said everything was weird. Everything was wrong. We feel like we were effectively being sent on like wild goose hunts. Like a wild goose hunt by the feds, and the feds were sort of directing the show. That's a lot of information I just gave you. We're not even warmed up
Yeah.
because there is one more thing that I would like to share with you before we take a brief break. Now,
oh God. I've been laughing so time. What is the wild card? Flood the chat, y'all. Thank you so much for the $2 super for proud liberal to you. Thank you so much. Book of sugar, white lines go away. Candace, some dogs gonna bite the crap out of you when they see you. She gonna be saying, it wasn't me, it was Karen. I promise you it was this lady named Karen. Sometimes she comes to my house and I have no idea. Ma'am, you've got white powder around your right nostril. That's not powder, that's baby powder. I had to change I have 4 kids. What do you want? Shout out to you, proud to deliver to you. Appreciate the $2 super. Y'all, this girl. I've never heard of a gun dog. Exactly, yeah, because dogs go out and just look for guns. Yeah, like a metal detector can't do that, but a dog can. Y'all think about this, because we're proving common sense. Okay, we got to prove common sense. It's time for Proof Common Sense. Brought to you by the Lady Luck Club and the Karen inside of Candace that's sitting here sniffing baby powder. Candace, a damn, it's a metal detector. A handheld metal detector can be wanded around the ground to help them find a damn gun. They don't need a dog to do that. They just damn don't. How do you give the dog the scent of gun? What if the gun is not made with the same materials as the guns that cops use? What if it's like a wood barrel or whatever, as opposed to just a regular like 9 or something? You have no idea. Do we have to look this up about gun dogs? Oh my God. I can't believe this. Now you're making me have to Google. Oh, gun sniffing dogs. Because we got to do this. She give it, oh, she's just dropping all this stuff. This Karen is just selling her all kinds of things. Gun sniffing dogs are highly trained canines that detect firearms and ammunition, playing a crucial role in enhancing public safety in various environments. All right, here it is, y'all. Because I got to look it up. So here we go. Detection skills. Gun sniffing dogs are trained to identify the scent of gunpowder and other residues associated with firearms. Their sense of smell is approximately 10,000 times more sensitive than that of humans, allowing them to detect firearms even if they have never been fired. Training process involves exposing the dogs to specific odors related to firearms and rewarding them for correctly identifying these scents. Dogs learn to alert their handlers in 2 main ways: passively, by sitting or standing near the source, or aggressively by digging or pawing at the location. Breeds used, common breeds for firearm detection include Labrador Retrievers, German Shepherds, and Belgian Malinois. I'm not like well versed on the different types of dogs, but you guys let me know if I said that wrong. Chosen for their trainability and strong work ethic. Law enforcement. Gun sniffing dogs are increasingly used by police and military forces to enhance security at airports, concerts, and schools. They help locate concealed firearms, providing a significant advantage in maintaining public safety. Search operations. These dogs can be deployed in various scenarios, such as searching for firearms discarded by suspects or during security checks in crowded areas. They have the benefits here. So there's gun sniffing dogs. What do you know? I can guarantee you, though, Candace Owens still cannot show evidence that these dogs are out here doing this. I just want to see the camera footage. I want to see some evidence here, because this story is getting convoluted. We went from the feds being at the hospital, and there should be body camera footage or the security camera footage from the hospital entrance of them walking in. You know, they should be on camera. Coming in through the lobby, they should be on a camera. If these dogs are out with police officers and stuff, they should have body camera footage from the police officers, right? Why can't she just show this stuff? Did she show the video of this? She showed something at the school. What was that? Because you can't make this stuff up. Did she show the campus? Maybe I missed it. Did she show a photo of the dog actually out sniffing for the gun on campus? Yeah, I can't watch this over again. We've achieved so much here. So I wanted to pull that up. There are gun sniffing dogs. Highly trained canines. They're gonna come to your house if you dox their owners. You dox their humans. Those police officers, Candace. Let me tell you something. They're gonna make sure you understand what a gun sniffing dog is. Because all of them gonna be outside your house sniffing around in your yard. You understand? You can't sit here just dox people because they're out here doing their job. Why would you want to dox them? That's what I don't get. Why would you want to dox the police officers that are out here sniffing around trying to find a gun? Why dox them? Make that make sense. You can't make this stuff up. This is crazy. But she don't want to see here's the thing. You're talking about these dogs being at the campus looking for the gun used by we have fingerprints and DNA evidence from Tyler James Robinson. So is she slowly getting to this point where she's going to end up saying, by next week, maybe that's a Christmas present. Maybe on December 24th at like 12 midnight, she's going to come on and do a special video or something and say, all right, guys, I just want to say Merry Christmas. I now believe that Tyler Robinson did pull the trigger. Is that going to be the what are we getting here? You can't make this up. All right, Karen, we're going to let Karen finish. Karen just needs to come down up to high. Karen, stay off drugs. Okay, Karen, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. And dogs can sniff for guns and drugs. So you and Boys Club might not want to have any weapons or anything on you. Especially if you are here, Karen. Karen, you shouldn't be sniffing anything. Baby powder, that you call it. We'll let you call it baby powder. We'll go with that. It's not good for you. You got 4 kids, Karen. You can't make this.
The driver of the RAV4 flashes an FBI badge.
Oh my God.
I am telling you the exact truth of what was communicated to me.
Can you send us the body camera
I would like to confirm
footage?
the story because it's pretty explosive. If that is true, if Toyota RAV4 was pulled over, how do we get that? Do we have to FOIA? I don't know. And that's why I'm putting it out there because there may be a way to even get around. I'm assuming that officer would have had to have a camera on him. Did a federal officer get pulled over driving a Toyota RAV4? Again, this would have been shortly after the shot went off. So we're probably looking within an hour. Maybe let's widen it and say within 2 hours, a white Toyota RAV4 was pulled over and a federal badge was flashed, letting that officer know that he or she was outranked. So there's that.
Dogs.
And we still have more. So somehow this is just, look, it's the last week before break. We got to get it all out there. And the way that they are behaving, the craziness of how I'm being attacked is letting me know that we are dead close to something. And we're going to keep pushing. We're going to take a brief break here to throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys. Well, the answer is so you'll get guys over there. I am telling you guys, we are in.
Bro, Scott, let me tell you something. Don't disrespect my mods, man. You talking about we supposed to believe the FBI? Y'all copy and paste the same dumb comment. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you believe every word that comes out of Candace Owens, aka Karen's mouth or nose. Oh man. I don't care what you believe. Y'all come asking that dumb question. I don't care what you believe. I'm not trying to convince you of nothing. You understand? But don't disrespect my mods. You have to add to conversation if you're gonna do anything. But I don't give a damn what the cult members, with the bots. I don't care what y'all believe. We don't have to do that. I'm laughing at the Karen inside of Candace, one of her multiple personalities, because her husband said herself, He feels like he's married to multiple women. And he has no idea what personality he's going to get day by day. So we're going with that. Boys Club said it. It must be right. And we're going with it. For Friday's episode, y'all, I'm looking forward to seeing Bonquisha. Bonquisha is going to be something else.
They fight for our minds. These are psychological wars that they impart upon the people. And I have never seen one more extreme than this Charlie Kirk cover-up that the feds are engaged in. Speaking of which, I've heard the rumors, obviously, that Dan Bongino, which it looks like Trump has just confirmed, is going to leave the FBI as assistant director of the FBI. He will be stepping down. Trump said that he thinks that Dan wants to get back to his show. I think Dan has probably realized how far-reaching this corruption goes. I have been wondering why Dan has been silent, I would say effectively silent on the Charlie Kirk situation. He's not been a part of the people that have been feeding us trash. And maybe his silence is actually some dignity. Like saying, I'm not going to take part in this. And he's doing maybe what Marjorie Taylor Greene did and said, this is hopelessly broken. And I feel like I'm betraying the American people and he's going to leave. And maybe he feels like he can fight better from behind the mic. And I certainly am feeling like we are doing a lot here just by investigating this truly. And when I say we, I genuinely mean you guys back at home, because I feel like we're all kind of waking up to just how much the military controls, how botted comment sections can be. I click on this person and just create an account. That's a war on your mind. Okay. That's a war on your mind. So sticking with this theme of federal corruption.
Candace, you just now realize that you've got bots and they're dumb too. And they don't do spell check. Just as FYI, your bots refuse to do spell check. They even misspell your name. Karen, since we're talking to a personality right now, boy, you are hot up on something. Yeah. Candace has lost weight. Like her face, she looks frail. Girl, you look scantily. You look like the Ebenezer Scrooge from the Disney version with Jim Carrey. That's how Candace looks, except her hair is in a ponytail. Can you imagine it? Girl, you look cryptic. Tales from the Crypt is sitting here telling us about how dogs work. And yet, we can't see police body camera footage either. We can't see that. You just couldn't play that video in action of the dog sniffing around. So you don't want to dox a police officer because you know that would be wrong. They go, they clap back. But you didn't get the police body camera footage, which is available to the public. But you want to dox them and put out information beyond what's available to the public. Why? Just show us the police body camera footage. Why is that so hard? Whatever she's trying to prove with all this nonsense, show us the police body camera footage. That's it. They should have had cameras on. They got the police body cams. It should have been on and active while they're sitting out gun sniffing dogs. Their body camera should be on. That's public information. You don't need to know who their great grandparents are. It's stupid. Just get the body camera footage. That's a FOIA request. Candace won't even do a FOIA request. She lazy.
That transpired on that day. A major question, and lazy, I need Candace to do more research on this. That in terms of like who was driving and what everybody FOIA said on the day. But what happened to the car that Charlie was driven into the hospital?
Oh my God, you can't make
while he was still alive. Or better yet, what do you think should have happened to that car, or what is required to happen to a car after someone is assassinated in a car or like is bleeding in a car and there's evidence? I would have assumed that the feds impounded the vehicle.
Yeah, for the white goat.
That seems like every show that you watch. I used to watch 48 Hours. You got to impound the vehicle so that you can then collect more evidence. Well, the only indication.
Candace, this is not a television show. This is real life. A real human lost his life on national television. You're making this a Truman Show. You forget he had 2 kids? I know you don't give a damn about those kids, but whatever. He has 2 kids. If you're trying to prove anything happened with police officers, get the police body camera footage. Tell your minions and your dumb cult members that keep copying and pasting the same comment because they don't have any creativity and they don't understand, expansive vocabulary words to use. So they just copy and paste. Tell them to do a FOIA request to get the police body camera footage. If it's 10 officers that were out there, then that's 10 body camera footages you should be getting. That's it. Just get the body camera footage. Put in the legwork to get some level of evidence. She's not even trying. You know, because Karen keeps sniffing up baby powder. You can't make this stuff up.
Of what we have learned from people that were actually in that vehicle on that day came from Frank Turek. And he does discuss with Megyn Kelly
we don't care,
him
Candace.
getting his bag at the hospital after the FBI cleared the vehicle. I don't want to put words into his mouth. Let's take a listen to what Frank Turek had to say.
They roped off the vehicle that we took out of there as a crime scene. I don't know why. It wasn't part of the crime scene, really. So we couldn't get into the vehicle until the FBI cleared it. And it happened that Charlie, in the back seat below him, between these two bucket seats, was my computer bag. So everything, I couldn't go anywhere. You know, my wallet was in there. I wasn't going anywhere anyway, but I had to go in and get that out. And so when they finally cleared it, I got into the car and I pulled out my bag, and draped over my bag was Charlie's necklace that had a cross and medallions on it. And I had heard they were looking for that. And so cop was like, "Oh, we've been looking for that." I said, "I got it." So I just took it.
Okay. So he's explaining that they did say this is a crime scene. Obviously, they're
girl, it's called processing a vehicle, Candace. You know, because you watch, 48 hours. Somehow you missed that. Yeah, God. Candace. Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck. They transported him to a hospital in that vehicle. He bled. Perhaps they probably would try to get parts of the bullet. Who knows? But they processed the vehicle because he was transported in that vehicle to the hospital after being shot. I would expect them to do that. You want them to do that so they can get whatever evidence they can out. It's like, don't touch the camera, but yet someone else steals it. Oh, well. Don't process the car, but then if something happens and you need evidence from the car, oh, well. That's how they gather evidence for their case. You know, that investigation you say you don't give a damn about? Candace does not care about the investigation going on with the state of Utah with the Attorney General. She said that herself out of her mouth. She does not care about that investigation. So why do you talk about it then? Why do you want evidence from an investigation you don't care about? You know, because we're proving common sense here.
Could be evidence in here that we need. That makes sense to me. But they allow him to grab his bag and Charlie's necklace, and he goes away. And I would have assumed that they then impounded the vehicle for further inspection. But that if I had assumed that, I would be wrong. Actually, what happened is immediately after the car was transported to it was towed to a towing facility that's just kind of really around the corner from the hospital. And then from there on Monday, they had another tow truck come and take that car so that it could get a cleaning and be immediately put up for auction. Now, this is unusual on two ends of this. I'll tell you what those two ends are. The first end is that this was a rental vehicle, right? And even if a crime happens in a rental vehicle, especially a brand new one that is that big, you as the owner of a rental car facility, you have an option to get that car back. You have an option, obviously, to get that car back, to get it cleaned. You're going to get the whole thing recarpeted. That would be a
They wouldn't want to do that. Who would want to do that? Someone was shot and they put inside of a vehicle that's a rental. And this car has been associated with an assassination. A person lost a lot of blood in his car. And I mean, God knows what else was found in the vehicle or in the vehicle why would they want the vehicle back? They may not want something connected to something like this. For the purposes of just having peace of mind, if I'm Enterprise or whatever the name of the rental car company is, I wouldn't want the car back either. I wouldn't want the car back. That is so stupid. You can't make this up. Why would anyone want that car back? Nope, y'all can sell it. I'm selling it. Property like a house or a car is part of a crime scene. If it ends up being turned back over to the city, or let's say Enterprise, were the original owners of that, and they at least they allow people to rent it, they have the right to say, we can sell it. We can sell it in a short sale. Whatever money we could get out of it from a quick short sale at an auction, we'll take it. Because it's more important that we detach ourselves from this damn vehicle. We don't need people coming to us asking us questions because this car is sitting on our lot and we're still renting it out. How insensitive would that be for them to take that vehicle back, clean it up, and then rent it out again? You would be saying something about that if they did that. If Enterprise or whoever the rental car company is, what's the rental car company? The rental company, what's the name of the rental company? Anybody know? Was it Enterprise? If it was Enterprise, let's say Enterprise. Enterprise would not, if they took their car back, cleaned it out, and started renting that same vehicle again, you know what people say? Oh, that's so insensitive. How could they do that? Charlie Kirk lost, a lot of blood and he was shot. He was carried to the hospital in his vehicle. And they just cleaned it out and they kept renting it out. Or they're trying to get money. That's what the sentiment would be. The sentiment would be that. That's it. So what? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. You can't make this stuff up. So everyone's moving forward, but Candace is stuck in the past. How many videos has she made now? Oh, boy, I'm here for her fall. Exactly. Because she's going to pay a lot of money in that lawsuit to the Macrons. She's going to lose like hell when they paved over the crime scene at the school. I mean, and even so, that's what I'm saying. The fact that she was talking about tunnels and bees and all these things. You talking about 10 cops out with gun sniffing dogs. Even if that's the case, you can just get the police body camera footage. I don't have to prove anything to the, candy ass cult members, first of all. And I could care less about a bot. But if she wants to just say, instead of me just telling you all the story, let me show you some police body camera footage from these officers that were out with the dogs sniffing for the gun. That's not something she has to tell us. Just do a FOIA request, get the police body camera footage, and show us. I'm more apt to believe that body camera footage than anything else. She's not going to release the name of the officers. That badge numbers is public information. We don't need to know personal information about them. We don't need to know who the hell their great-grandparents are. We just want the name and badge numbers so we can get their body camera footage. That's it. We want what's available to the public. We don't need anything beyond that. It would be doxing, Candace, and those cops will not take kindly to that. They just won't. And if they sue your ass, then that's what you got coming. You give out more information than what's needed. Their name and badge numbers are already available to the public. It should be readily available to the public. We should be able to get a FOIA request in and get police body camera footage and go from there. We should not have to rely on a damn word that Candace Owens says, or Karen, or Bonquisha, or Jennifer. Yeah, we got names for these personalities, y'all. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is insane. What happened with the U.S. military conspiracy theory? I think she gave up on the Egyptian planes after she was humiliated. But she knew for a fact, right? Exactly. I mean, it's 4 planes, not 2. She just says random things. I haven't seen this episode in its entirety. You keep spelling her name wrong. It's Candace. Like, they don't do spell check. Copy and paste. It's the stupidity of it all. Crime scene was on the roof. You would think she would just like, okay, let me show some body camera footage of police actually gathering DNA from when Tyler Robinson was on the roof. And then, of course, when he was coming down the side of the building, but he didn't scale up the building. He walked up some stairs. It was not that difficult for him. And he's on camera doing it. Because we believe a camera before we believe words that she says, but she doesn't want to get evidence to back it up. We owe Candace Owens nothing. We don't have to trust she says. And whether the candy asses, the cult members, the bot, who cares about bots? The candy ass cult members believe anything, and I don't care. I'm not trying to convince them. I'm not trying to convince him of a damn thing. No. This girl is changing up stories like it's nothing. We can't even be consistent on one thing because she can't be consistent on one thing. It's all that book of sugar, girls. That book of sugar. Y'all put a white object in the chat. Color's white. We're gonna have a wild card in a minute. I feel it. It's about to change again.
Tremendous loss against the company for you to just never mind, whatever, sell it. Well, apparently, and I'm saying this allegedly, the owner of the company was in California at the time. He gets a phone call and he's just like, no, never want to see this vehicle ever again at our facility. I don't want there to be any PTSD for the people that work here at the rental facility. Just like get rid of it. You could sell it and that's it. It's never coming back here. Maybe that is just kind of the good-natured response. I would assume they weren't going to, haul it in with.
Oh, she doesn't understand good-natured responses. Candace, would you keep a car that someone was bleeding in after being shot? Would you keep that car and then rent it out again? You know what? Let me just answer that. Yes, she would. Because Candace doesn't have a soul. She's a soulless entity from hell.
Never want to see this vehicle ever again at our facility. I don't want there to be any PTSD for the people that work here at the rental facility. Just like get rid of it. You could sell it and that's it. It's never coming back here. Maybe that is just kind of a good-natured response. I would assume they weren't going to, haul it in with all of Charlie's blood in it. But the speed at which this vehicle was just given up effectively for auction is unusual.
Short sale. That's not unusual. Look it up. Google, Candace, and read. That's very plausible.
Usual, especially because they didn't even require insurance to come, which would make sense. We know how this works. You can't collect, even if you're going to say, whatever, I went through this vehicle. You're going to want to make sure that you have tons of pictures and evidence, and you got to send the insurance guys. The insurance guys have to talk about how much damage has been done to this vehicle. I don't know who has to pay for it to be fixed before it can be sold, but you're going to have to send insurance. None of that happened. Okay. Just like, woof, that's it. The feds saw it. Everything's going down at the hospital. The feds are really at this hospital. And then it's over. I find that to be very strange. I have 6 photos of the inside of that vehicle. We are on the fence about, and I don't know what you guys think in terms of YouTube and showing this, or are we going to have to put this up on the website when we drop all of the Egyptian plane logs? What do we think, guys? I'm letting you, Mark, make a decision here about whether or not, and if we do show this, is obviously like very viewer discretion advice. People have watched crime scenes on the news.
What is it? You ain't finna have my video blocked. Nope. If y'all want to see what it is, it looks like no, I'm not showing that. It looks like blood.
Okay. Now pivoting, because what I'm really getting at and what I have been clear about from the very beginning, I just think that
Candace is gross. This girl watches multiple videos of Charlie Kirk being shot. And her dumb cult members still think everything else happened to him but him being shot. Even though she admitted she's watched so many angles of him being shot. She said that out of her mouth. Candace Owens has said that. I watched several videos, various videos. I'm obsessed over it. She said, perhaps I'm just obsessed over it. I'm just obsessed with trying to solve this. But I've watched various angles of him being shot. All kinds of multiple video camera angles to try to get in every angle of him being shot. She said that. The dumb cult members in the chat are saying he was not shot. Everything else happened but that. But she said that herself. That came out of her mouth, because she says a lot of things to be confusing and convoluted. But when she says that, they don't pick up on that because why would they? They're not listening or reading either. She said that. Because I was like, you obsessed? She's obsessed over this. She said she watches multiple videos from various angles of Charlie Kirk being shot. She said that. Because I screenshot the obsessive part. Because I'm like, yeah, she is obsessed. She's very obsessed. I'm going to go through those screenshots that I have and pull it up. Because I was like, why would you feel like you need to do this? And that's what I actually paused the video and I said, I can't believe it. She's literally obsessed with it. I'm glad she can admit that. This is what came out of her mouth. Unbelievable. But yet she says he's shot. And they think, oh, it's something explosive device. It's stupid. They don't even listen to it. They're not repeating what she said. It's funny. They're like, oh, we're supposed to lead the government. Your cult leader is telling you that. And you're not trusting what she says now? Make that make sense?
The feds are implicated. I do. I just feel the feds are implicated. Everything they are doing, everything that we are learning, everything that I know tells me that they went there to cover everything up. To cover everything up, including sending U.S. Marshals on a wild goose chase. Everyone, police, everybody who's there that day says the feds were not acting right. They don't actually feel like they wanted to solve the crime, but rather to create hurdles, including Cash saying, we got him. And then it was.
Are you trying to spell and, A-N-D? You put abs.
Wasn't the person, oh, never mind, we made a mistake, was to stop people from actually discovering who killed Charlie Kirk in those critical hours following the shot. Like they were attempting to disrupt, actually, and I believe that. So, like I said to you guys yesterday, and don't worry, every following 2 days, we're just going to have bombs for you guys. But I really sense there has been this ratcheting up of what I have been telling you all year. There are military bots. These are military grade bots that are online. I saw them after October 7th. I saw these military grade bots when they wanted me canceled from Australia. I just recognize the pattern of what they do. They kind of all.
Oh, good. Some of them in my chat here. Let's point them out. Military bots. Here's one. Buffy Buttons. Oh, Lord. Here's another one. Crystal Dickerson. They're military bots. Your cult leader is saying you guys are military bots. Yeah, I'm so glad she said that. Candace knows that she has bots, and yet she doesn't care when they're saying things that flatter her and boost her ego. Because you can't make this up. Military bots all over the place. Look at that. Questioning her abs. Yeah, because we doing that. We're questioning abs and all this other stuff. Here's another military bot. You can't make this stuff up. I'm so glad she admitted she has bots. Yeah, I saw all these military bots and stuff because she has a way of knowing that, right? You would think her cult would believe her when she says these things, but they trust everything else. So they don't believe her when she says that she knows these military bots are real. She sees these military bots. She's recalling dates, and y'all not trusting that now? Now y'all don't want to trust anything she says. That's so hypocritical. The code is so hypocritical.
Say the same thing, and it just is meant to get into your psyche. But we recognized this increase in this botted activity after we started speaking about Fort Huachuca. Talked about Fort Huachuca. We talked about this guy. He's convinced that he saw Brian Harpole, and we start talking about the Egyptian planes. All of this is on the same day. We're getting a picture, and that felt really relevant. That he believes he stumbled upon this, all hands on deck final meeting the day before. And initially, people thought, man, I think maybe somebody's pulling Candace. And then we were able to verify his story. People that are currently stationed there. Well, I want to now, and this is a longer clip, but I think it's important because we went through trying to point to you guys the fact that there is this weird plane activity going to that base.
Yes, Wyoming. That's exactly what she's saying. So when the bots are not flattering her ego and her narcissism and her pride and feeding into her cult, they're military bots. But when the bots kiss her ass all day and they just copy and paste, part of her transcript from her videos into everybody else's chats and live streams, then they're, I guess, good bots. They're still bots, but they're good bots. They're my supporters. My supporters aren't asking me questions. Yeah, the bots don't ask her anything. I don't care. They're working overtime for Christmas. The cult members might be real people, but they still parrot her talking points. But the moment they challenge her and question her, they're all military bots now.
I want to now play this longer clip of Baron Coleman. He did just a really great video going through and helping people to understand what it means when you see that Sam call sign on a plane that is flying, particularly from Andrews outside of DC. And I'm going to play this longer clip of Baron Coleman and hope he doesn't hit me for stealing his content. Take a listen.
Well, tonight I can confirm that following Candace's show last night, I started some research, and what I found floored me. I don't know who contacted Candace or whether he's credible, but I do know this. If that man or anyone else is running an op on Candace and trying to trap her into a story that doesn't add up, ultimately to destroy her reputation, they planted a key piece of evidence into the story that lends a lot of credibility to what he said. That key piece of evidence is a jet that's used exclusively by very few people. And those people are presidential family members, cabinet officials, and military generals at the Pentagon, such as the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And that jet was present at the location of the supposedly high-level meeting the day before Charlie was killed. I was watching Candace Owens this afternoon, so I know she covered the presence of the jet. I'm going to go further with that story, but I'll recap for those who aren't aware of the story, and I'll add considerable detail that she...
You know, if I wanted to get thousands of views on my videos, I would just do what this Barron dude is doing. And just say a bunch of BS. And end it with, Candace Owens was right. You don't do that shit here. Because words matter. Reading is fundamental. And facts don't care about her feelings. What the hell is he talking about again? Is he about to pick on the Egyptian planes? I thought the planes, they made it clear they want to be left in peace. Did the firepower come from the planes? Because planes can't pull a gun trigger. So did the planes come down and lower and shoot at? I mean, how did this go? Was anyone on that plane the person that pulled the trigger on the gun? Because we're still not getting to that, Candace. You're supposed to be telling us who the shooter is, girl. It's been 3.5 months of this BS. You get a whole hour of a show, and you can't tell us who the shooter is? She's not researching a damn thing, and impersonating an investigator is a felony. It's a crime. It's called a crime.
Did not report. The flight was a special air mission flight. The United States Air Force Special Air Mission exists to provide safe and secure transport to our country's highest-ranking individuals. Think president, vice president, presidential and vice presidential family members, cabinet members, occasionally congressional delegations. That particular jet was present at the location of this alleged meeting on the morning of September 9th, one day before the neutralization of Charlie Kirk. And that jet had recently flown, for example, President Trump's family back from their summer home in Bedminster, New Jersey. I'll show you that in a minute. That flight was after the Independence Day holiday. So this is an important jet. I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of what are known SAM call signs, SAM, Special Air Mission Call Signs, because it's going to be important as we work our way through the flight logs of this jet. A Special Air Mission Call Sign is a designation for airlift missions carrying the president, vice president, first lady, cabinet secretaries, or other VIPs designated by the White House. When the president is on board, the radio call sign instantly becomes Air Force One. But the telephonic ATC call sign on the flight...
How do we know this? He's not... Are you showing us the black box data? He's not even pulling up the data as he speaks. Like, we're still not seeing the evidence hand in hand while they're making these statements. Where is he getting this crap from? I don't get it. What is the photo of the plane? How do we know the plane was there? Like, oh, God. Plane lives matter. These planes have said, leave us alone. We're just trying to fly in peace. We ain't got nothing to do with y'all. Why y'all keep pulling us into your fairy tale? Because Candace, a.k.a. Karen, has another personality in her head that's doing booger sugar. You know, because white powder and all. Candace, you'd be scared of them canines if they came to your house.
Plans and on radar scopes is filed as SAM number. We'll talk about that in a second. When the vice president is on board, the aircraft becomes Air Force 2. But again, the filed call sign is normally SAM number. The same SAM call sign series is used for other cabinet members, like Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the First Lady when they travel on jets. And sometimes you'll see a rare call sign, very rare call sign. It's SAM 000. Sometimes you'll see a 001 or a 002. But when you see zeros leading the call sign, particularly 000,
be public information.
That call sign is highly sensitive. It's when the White House or the U.S. Air Force want to be deliberately vague about the exact passenger manifest. On August 25th, 2025.
Yeah, because they want to be left alone.
This is 15, 16 days before Charlie Kirk was killed. There was a flight on this jet from D.C. to Colorado Springs with that important and rarely used call sign, SAM 000. Whoever flew under this incredibly highly sensitive call sign, SAM 000, on August 25, flew from Joint Base Andrews to Colorado Springs, home of the 10th Special Forces Group. It stayed in Colorado Springs for 3 hours, and then it flew to Las Vegas, arriving there at 4:48 p.m. local time. Las Vegas, you'll recall, is the home of FBI Director Kash Patel.
Okay, so He's just delivering the facts. There's nothing here. There's no innuendo there. Later on, he's trying to just think, well, it's still legal, I guess. And he's like, well, we don't know where JD Vance was on this day. I can confirm I was able to dig through a lot and find JD Vance was in DC. This is not Trump. This is not JD Vance. So that allows us to come inward and try to figure out who this Sam, very big Sam, on the special air mission was. Okay. He mentioned there Kash Patel. Obviously, we don't have at our fingertips Kash Patel's schedule, but it is intriguing that this flight, as he says, goes into Las Vegas. And we're going to now show you that flight path. Bring that up. And I'm going to also tell you why that August 25th date is particularly interesting when I pack it into my neat little timeline. Now, because we are looking at data and time zones, I'm going to bring in Mark to explain that August 25th.
I don't understand why she can't explain it. Candace, you're not corroborating this with anything specific to the plane other than it flew here. What is the significance of it? The flight, the plane? It flew to Las Vegas. Weren't they in Utah at UVU? Why do we care about this again? You're talking about August 25th. Unless she can tell us with evidence, proof, documentation that someone on that plane was spotted on UVU's campus and they pulled the trigger on the gun. I don't care. These planes just wanted to exist and fly in peace, girl. They said, look, let us get our diesel fuel, get a good wash, and leave us be. Can you leave us alone?
The trip and how the call signs change, which is even more fascinating.
Thank you for using the preferred term for this, Mark explaining. So on August 25th, let me make this full screen so everyone can see it better.
Mark, they're going to sue
So
you
on August 25th, it flies into Las Vegas, lands at 4:48 p.m. local time as Sam 000. Then on the following day, the 26th, it leaves Las Vegas as a reach flight 658, leaving at 3:14 p.m. You see the dash at the end there that shows that the transponder data was missing before it lands in Colorado Springs, which you can see on the map here. We scroll back down and you can see that it lands there at an unknown time because of that data discrepancy. Then it takes off as a SAM 658 flight back to Joint Base Andrews in DC.
Okay. And so when you see that, when you see the call sign change,
Manny, are you here? Manny, if they cut the transponder off, what is the first thing that happens? If the plane, especially you're talking about a special military aircraft on a SAM, on a special air mission. That's what SAM is. This is a call sign. A special air mission. If they cut off the transponder, what's the first thing that happens, Manny? So now JD Vance was part of Charlie Kirk's demise. I don't know what she's trying to insinuate. DEFCON 1. Manny was in the military, you all. And this stuff can be researched. You turn off those transponders on a special military aircraft. They're going to find out why you in the sky. Why you up here? I mean, seriously. You're not going to be able to cut off a transponder on a special military aircraft. And you don't have some action initiated from the military. Because now they got to figure out who the hell you are, what you're doing. Why would they cut it off if they cut it on and you're able to get flight data? What sense does that make? At least 3 squadrons are now in the air under 3 minutes. Oh, this is Manny, by the way. It's Ghostface. This is YouTube channel name. Our military be on it. We'll be in the air. Who are you? Can you identify yourself? Like, seriously. You can't have a plane take to our skies with the transponder off. And then you're going to ask, why was it off? And then you cut it on? Because that's what he makes it seem like. It cut it off and then somehow it got cut on. Why would it cut it off? You can't make this up.
You see the dash at the end there that shows that the transponder data was missing before it lands in Colorado.
It was missing before it lands. Why would it be missing? And it can't prove that it's missing. That's what I'm saying. They're not showing us the transponder data itself so we can see what that looks like. And then show us the data from the FDR from the plane, the flight data recorder. to see at what point it shut off. That way you have two pieces of evidence that are corroborating each other. Or at least the data from the ATC, from the air traffic control. They should have that confirming that it was cut off. How do we know it was cut off? Just looking at this doesn't tell me it's something cut off. Maybe they just didn't finish the line they drew here because, you know, they had to put pretty colors. Purple, they got a blue, they got a teal. Yeah, listen, it starts off with teal, then it gets to this heavy blue, then it goes purple, and then back to that heavy blue, and then the teal, and the plane's yellow because this is the yellow plane. Make that make sense.
Springs, which you can see on the map here. We scroll back down.
Oh my
and
God.
You can see that it lands there at an unknown time because of that data discrepancy. Then it takes off as a SAM 658 flight back to Joint Base Andrews in DC.
They're going to sue Mark.
Okay. And so when you see that, when you see the call sign changing from an RCH to a SAM, is it fair for me to say that this means that this was somebody who was important and then there was somebody who was extremely important who either got on or got off, SAM being that super, super VIP, which Baron Coleman just explained? Is that a fair description?
I'd say so. The special air mission designation is usually when there's very high ranking or very important people on board. Reach is kind of like there's nobodies on board. I don't want to say nobodies, but someone who doesn't rise to that level. And then the other call sign we've seen is Venus, which is a designator for an empty flight, except for the pilots.
Okay. So going back to that, look, just so you guys can see that, looking at that August 25th date. So we're seeing that the individual flies in to Colorado Springs. Now, why is this date interesting? Well, we're going to pop into the timeline and I'm going to remind you first and foremost that Brian Harpole, when he sits down with Sean Ryan, tells us that they began preparations for the UVU event. And I'm bringing up Brian Harpole, of course, because our eyewitness told us that he saw Brian Harpole. He's convinced he saw Brian Harpole walking out of this big wig meeting on the 9th. Now, I can't confirm what he saw, but I can look into things that Brian Harpole has said to the public since things have transpired. And he particularly points out.
What is this? It's it on X and highlighted in yellow. Yeah, I mean, it's not saying we need the flight data recorder to accompany whatever they're pulling up from flight data. That's just a map. It's not giving us the actual data from the plane. That's just a map of a flight pattern from a website. Of landing, pickup, takeoff times and landing and where they are. That's it. It's not giving us actual data that you would expect to see from the transponder. It should show information where it's cut off, cut on, what it's actually collecting. You should see like statuses for various functions on the plane. It's something. I'm not saying any of that. We don't even know we're talking about the same plane.
This date of August 24th of having been when they prepared for UVU. Take a listen to Brian Harpole in his own words on Sean Ryan.
Oh my God.
How many days prior were you guys there? We generally, the permitting process and all that goes on behind the scenes. And then there's a questionnaires that are filled out that we used to, there was a lot of busy work. And then so, you know, kind of like in the military, what you did, we create forms that, hey, let's get this information up front. And so that we have a duplication process so that we can confirm it. And so we started our first, before that one, the 24th of the month prior. And so, and that was with the hard conversations, meetings.
You started that on the 24th?
Mm-hmm. Right. And we do
2 weeks.
At least, no, it started before that with the intelligence gathering and all that. But the hard conversations, the sharing of information, the conference calls, the data sheets, and we put that in a timeline on an app so that this all goes up and every guy that's on that job can see all the intel that comes in. It's a decentralized command model for the company. And so anybody can make command decisions for the betterment of the client or the team. And so everything goes on that app. And so when I get it, they get it. And when whoever's gathering that intel, it gets it. There's no hold, there's no power hold on it. And so that first information came in on the 24th and then the information share starts.
Now, to be extra clear, I am not suggesting that Brian Harpole, obviously he's not going to be SAM, or is he going to be RCH, but I'm just noting that he is saying that the 24th is when they began this process of intel gathering for the UVU event. It also happens to be the exact date that Operation Valhalla Strike begins between civilians and the military. It happened on August 24th and ended on August 27th. I'm going to show you this now on the timeline so that you can see that. So then we have the very next day on the 25th, we have this very important character who decides to fly over to Colorado Springs. And then that important character flies into Las Vegas. Presumably he departs off of the plane. He or she, I'm going to go with he here. I don't know why. I feel like that's right. Is going to get off of the plane in Las Vegas, and suddenly that flight is going to be an RCH flight. Okay. So someone less important than our initial Sam. I find that to be very interesting, and I find it to be compelling. And when I said this,
compelling to prove what? Are you telling us this person is the person that pulled the trigger? Because otherwise, it's not interesting or compelling to anything. Is this person the shooter? Is this what she's saying? Because otherwise, I don't care. I just don't care. This is compelling. I find it to be very interesting. We don't care what you find to be compelling and interesting unless you're telling us this person is the person that pulled the trigger on the gun. You can't make this up. All right, it's time. Listen, we got a wild card. The color is yellow. You know, because in memory of this yellow plane that's going to lose its job. That's the mama plane, you all. Because there are 4 planes now. There are 4 planes. It's a family of 4 now. It's just not the husband and wife. Blue plane for the daddy, yellow plane for the mommy. There are 2 other planes. Apparently, these planes procreated and had kids. And they're just trying to do their jobs here. Okay. So she's trying to put the yellow plane out of commission. She would sit here and go after the mommy. Trying to get her to lose her job. Because this character, she finds to be interesting and compelling, but still can't say who they are. If they pulled the trigger on the gun that shot Charlie Kirk, we don't know who this character is, but it has something to do with that damn yellow plane. Now the yellow plane is about to get laid off from work. And no one's going to use the yellow plane anymore. Because everything Candace Owens touches or talks about gets doxxed. Gets doxxed, they get harassed, they get defamed, they get bullied. So now the yellow plane, the mommy plane, is about to get bullied like hell. Probably won't get the same grade of fuel that the daddy plane gets. You know, it's going to get neglected. They won't be changing the tires out or anything. It's going to miss out on, you know, having windshield wipers not replaced. It's going to sit there for extra 6 months. They're going to dog out this yellow plane, y'all. It's about to just be subjected to all kinds of just cruelty against planes. How dare you, Candace and Karen? How dare you, Karen? All because you got geeked up on that baby powder. Now you about to cause the yellow plane to lose the job. You can't make this.
To Harry and said, is it possible that this could have been like a high-ranking Fed? He said, yeah, it was pretty clear that they were trying to block him, hence them freaking out from seeing who was coming out of that meeting. That was the hustle. That's what they were fearful of. He said that there was an undercover Fed, or he said it could have been an undercover Secret Serviceman. He was, like I said, had this many 06s, lieutenant colonels, signifies to be that this is like a Pentagon level meeting. Everything he has said is checked out. I am telling you, we have multiple emails from people that are currently stationed there. They have made it clear to me, Candace, I know you don't know anything about the military, but you should know, particularly regarding Fort Huachuca. It is an intelligence base. It's not where you're going to scramble jets off of after a terrorist attack. This is where they train people that are in the intelligence community for covert missions. That is why this.
Candace, that's more of a reason why it's so weird that fool you had on your channel, that you let on your platform, you know, degrading it even the more. It's not that it wasn't already down there to the pits of hell, but you took it lower. It just doesn't explain why he would see Erica Kirk and not take a picture of her. Not pull out his phone and take a picture of her or do a video. And then that way he can show you evidence that she's on that military base. So she's now saying this isn't the type of base where you see planes take off and land. So the yellow plane is like, okay, now I didn't even land in Fort Huachuca. Are you serious? You can't make this up. Yellow Plane wants me to tell you, Candace. First of all, the mommy Yellow Plane said you can kiss her ass or her wingtail, you know, or the fin, whatever. Pick a wheel. She said you can kiss her wheel, the right one. You can kiss her right wheel. You trying to get her to lose her job. She got 2 baby planes to take care of, and you sitting here concocting stories about her and her family. They gonna sue your ass. Some planes gonna sue you. Yeah, this is the only way I can just absorb any level of this buffoonery coming from Candace Owens. I have to just, you gotta just laugh at it all. You can't, you don't have a choice. You gotta laugh at it all. I don't take none of this crap serious. She's talking about doxing 10 cops when you can just get the police body camera footage. What is wrong with her? She's so stupid. Just do a FOIA request and get their body camera footage. You don't need to dox them. We don't care who their great grandparents are. We just don't care. But she won't go to UVU campus herself, and her cult members aren't saying, why don't you just go to the UVU campus and do a live stream from there? And then you could take us with you on a tour, like virtual. Maybe some of the candy asses show up, maybe they don't. But why won't she do that much? You got people who, Paramount Tactical went there, and he live streamed from there, and he just went up some stairs up to the top of the roof. Candace Owens knows she can't keep saying he's scaling up and down the building like, you know, Spider-Man. He didn't scale up anything. He went up some stairs. He climbed the stairs like everyone else. He scaled down the building. He tried to slide down a building, but he didn't scale up the building at all. Because Candace, we can be technical here with the words as well. This is so stupid. Now you're talking about an intelligence community for covert missions where the planes will not be landing. Okay.
The significance. They confirmed that building that he said, this guy really does just have the best or work luck ever and just gets out of his 25-year-long NDA and stumbles into another, what could be, we're keeping this open, another federal operation. And so I think it's important, and I have hesitated to do this for a different reason.
Pictures or photos.
I think we need to allow this man to tell a story and to explain who it is that he believes that he saw that day, exactly what he believes happened, since everything thus far that he has told me has checked out. I find him to be incredible.
How did it check out? He didn't take a picture of Erica Kirk on base. He knows how to use a cell phone. He's not that stupid. He was able to come on your show in an interview virtually. That same camera he used to sit down and do this interview with you, he couldn't use it to take a photo of someone on that campus, on that base, on an intelligence community base. He couldn't do that. And somehow, her getting the security camera footage from all of those surveillance cameras on that base, it just went over her big empty head. Look at that demon. It's just coming out of her. Girl, I discern you very evil.
Or I should just say, I find him to be actually quite credible. He's very credible. And he's very sincere. And I think it helps. I don't want to be the middle person. I don't want to be the middleman and tell you this guy's credible. I want you guys to feel the same way when he walks through what happened and how he was questioned and what his sense was of why it was happening. I want you to recognize his experience. I've reached out to him and I've said, look, we've got this last week on the show. Do you want to come on and tell your story? And he has said yes. And obviously, I think that we need to learn more about Ryan Harpole's whereabouts. And I can tell you that I now know exactly which flight he was on when he came back from Tokyo. That was the thing that I had wrong. I said, oh, well, Tokyo had to happen at the same time. I was wrong, obviously, because you gain so much time coming back. You essentially fly backwards in time. He actually lands.
You fly backwards in time. You essentially fly backwards in time. Do we do that, Candace? Y'all have to understand the Karen inside of Candace that's on that book of sugar is coming off that high. Things are starting to slur. Her speech is slurred. You know, sorry. She's like breathing hard, heavy. She's like, oh God, we gotta hurry up with this segment so I can get. The baby powder is calling my name. Y'all, the wild color, Uno. We got yellow. Color's yellow. Drop everything yellow in the chat. Next wild card color is yellow. Let's go. I want to see bananas. I want to see yellow planes. Yellow is the color. Y'all, she is literally slipping. She's slipping. Y'all see what's happening here? Yellow. Color is yellow. Let's go. We playing Uno. Because why not? You can't make this up.
Into Los Angeles on a direct flight from Tokyo, landing into Los Angeles at 6:45 p.m. on the 7th, before continuing down to Dallas, getting there very early into Dallas, early morning, very early morning on the 8th. It is possible for Brian Harpole to be able to meet to make that meeting. Fort Watch you guys, just possible. So we are going to keep prodding this particular narrative because, like I said, I sense a panic here that is very real, and I've never seen this kind of a sustained psychological attack on my character, meaning they are now quite literally engaged in fan fiction. They're just making stuff up every day. I wake up and I don't even know.
Oh no, because Karen is like a personality. I guess the real Candace does not know her personality is sitting here lying like hell. No, Candace, no one's lying on you. You're out of your mind. And your husband, you know, Boys Club said he's married to multiple women. And with all your personalities, he has no idea what he's getting day by day. We simply concur with that. That's all we're doing.
This is about none of this is true. And I've realized it's because they want to deplete our energy. They want to have our resources go to fighting stupid stuff. And we're sitting here and responding to every tit for tat. And we're not focusing on timelines and delivering this information and reaching out. We only should be spending our time on the Egyptian plains and what happened on Fort Huachuca base. Nothing else. Obviously, other stuff matters. You have information about what happened on September 10th. It matters. But this is where their panic is. These two things, it's very clear this is where their panic is. And we almost just finished the, it's just one more plane, SUBTV, that had the longest flight logs for the Egyptian planes. I just wanted to get the finishing touches on that before we put it onto our website. But that is going to be, I know I told you we're going to do that today, but we're going to bump that until tomorrow. Because I do feel confident in stating that those Egyptian planes are linked to Israel. And that fully explains the mass freak out. So we have... well, big days coming up ahead of us, guys. We're going to have this guy give you his testimony, and it's very controversial, but it is the truth, and we must follow it. And we are also...
Candace is laughing because she knows this is some bullshit. I can't believe I'm getting away with this. It's like the Scooby-Doo missions. I would have gotten away if it wasn't for you meddling journalists on the internet. There you later, Club.
So going to make that accessible for you. Maybe I can even get it up tonight on CandaceOwens.com. And I also think that I should share the pictures of the inside of the car to the people who have been investigating that and have felt that things were real. And we'll just take a brief pause here before I answer some of your questions and comments. All right, question for you. Do you owe... Hopefully ruined. Can we have...
All right, so this is the one she brings in because I can't read her comments. She just picks up comments that, you know, I get enough of her bots and the candy asses in my comment section. I'm not listening to her read their comments where they're sitting here kissing her ass. I refuse to do it. And then they come over here. Why are you hating on her? Well, they can't spell the word hating or define the word hate. I mean, it's just, I don't hate on people being sued by other presidents in other countries. I don't do that. She about to be broke as hell. She asking y'all for money to pay for her security, you know, because some odd reason. Christmas is coming up. She probably wants to travel and she needs to be able to get, you know, security. Why does she have security already? I don't know. Boys Club, how the hell are you worth $244 million and you all can't afford your own security again? Candace, did you homeschool your children to save money? Because you got tired of paying for that daycare. Is that what it is? They act like they broke. Like they make moves like broke people do. And she sit here and talk about elites when she's valued at $244 million. As if she's not making money off of YouTube. Like hell. The audacity. All right, y'all. We're going to Thursday's episode with this dumbass interview with this fool on her channel.
Everyone, happy Thursday. I have to tell you that I was laughing so much yesterday because I received a flood of emails from law enforcement officers, military guys that were just like, no way, absolutely not. That's where I draw the line. The bomb dogs missed the gun. Apparently, for people who work with bomb dogs, this is more of an offense to their intelligence than the man of steel neck. Like it was just a bridge too far. This is where they are drawing a line in terms of Fed slop. Anyway.
You said that the dogs didn't pick up the gun, but that's what they trained to do because we looked it up. We pulled up that information and they didn't pick up the gun. That's what she's saying. You can't make this up.
We have another unbelievable episode for you guys here today. I thought long and hard about whether to bring on the eyewitness from Fort Huachuca. And I think when we speak to him today and he gives you his testimony, you will, of course, understand why. I am always honored to have any person that serves in our military, especially honored to have him, given all that he has lived through, despite the firestorm that I know that both he and I are about to endure. Welcome back to Candace. Asked me specifically if I saw black plastic fragmentation over the floor of Charlie's SUV. I was immediately struck by this question because I am not kidding when I tell you that the very first thing that I noticed when I went through those photos of Charlie's SUV, I said to my team that it looked like there were shards of glass, like tempered glass that you might see if you drop or break an iPhone. It was very distinct to me in the picture from the blood that is all over the seats and all over the floor. I was like, oh, maybe like someone broke a window or something.
Candace, you moron.
The rest of the photos kind of still going through that. I want to be slow on that because obviously I don't want the federal officers, the good guys that are in there who have assisted in this, to be rumbled, right? I don't want people, cash to go on a hunt and figure out who gave us what and people to start getting fired. We need to have the white knights in government. So I just need some time to think about that. And yeah.
Candace, you moron. Why didn't you blur that image? This is what she's been obsessing over for 3.5 months. Watching various videos from various angles because she's obsessed over Charlie Kirk being shot over and over again. And now the SUV that went to auction. That they can't do that. They can do a short sale at an auction. Especially for vehicles that are a part of heinous crimes like this. They auction them off. They sell them. They may sell it for parts, whatever. The rental car company does not have to keep the vehicle. And if they were to do that, then she would be sitting here talking about, oh, you know, it's so insensitive. Everyone would be calling this rental car company the worst of the worst. How dare you all keep this car? Someone passed away, you know, related to this car being taken to the hospital. Like they would have so much to say about it. But she makes it seem like it's a bad thing to sell a vehicle associated with an assassination. Why? His blood is all over. She'll show a photo like that, but she won't show the police body camera footage. Where these dogs are out sniffing for the gun and somehow they didn't find it. She won't show that police body camera footage that is public information, but she will show photos that have items soaked in blood. You can't make this up. You're the spawn of Satan, girl.
Anyways, what we can do, however, and what we're starting to formulate now are just addressing these data points, right? These mysterious circumstances, these things that don't necessarily make sense. What do we actually know about that day? And what's really interesting for me is when I review these data points, I can't fathom how there are people out there right now trying to convince you that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. There's actually there's no evidence outside of these shady messages that are not even time-stamped.
Never mind.
We don't have a confession from him. We have nothing. Okay, so these are.
We don't have a confession from him. What the hell? Did she just say this? Candace, I'm snipping this. We have a confession from him, you dummy. He confessed to it. We don't have a confession from him. Are you for real? What planet is she on? She said they used dogs to look for the gun. No, yeah, they processed it. That's because she's sitting here talking about, I find it weird that they sold it so quickly. Candace says all kinds of dumb things. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but she didn't show any proof that it was sold either. Because she doesn't show any evidence. She don't believe in that. She believes in her feelings over facts. Facts come with documentation and evidence. But I haven't seen that either. I actually typed up short sale to see if there was a short sale on that vehicle. I haven't seen anything either. But you would think she got photos where she keeps showing things soaked in his blood, but she won't. Never mind how Erica Kirk feels, the trauma, the emotional distress being inflicted on Erica Kirk. To have to look at something like that. She keeps showing that. This is the second show where she's showing this photo or some cloth or something soaked in his blood. You can't make this up. But she just lied and said there's no confession from him. What the hell? This is because she didn't read the indictment. She did not read the probable cause affidavit. He did confess to it. She is serious. He confessed to it. She just said he did not confess to it. Did y'all hear that? She just said that. I don't care about the honey. You ain't finna race bait me. I don't give a damn about her skin color. You can't make this up. Linda Walker says, Manny prepares globally responsive combat ready forces on order, rapidly deploys adaptive expeditionary units, and executes unified land operations in support of the joint force. She is lying like hell. Candace is lying. She is a ghoul. How do you sit here and keep showing these photos with blood all over something, and you don't care about how Erica Kirk feels? The kids, they got 2 kids. I told y'all she don't give a damn about them kids. She does not care about Charlie Kirk's kids. Not at all. She doesn't care about how they feel. They got to grow up one day and see these videos, Candace. Your 4 children don't have to worry about their father not coming home. Unless he just don't want to. You know, because boys clubs got to hit the corners. She does not care about the fact that she just lied and said there's no confession. There's no confession. And guess what? Her coat, they don't read shit either. They don't read anything either. This is unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. There's no confession. Okay. So which personality are we dealing with here? We had Karen in the last one. Which one is this one? Thunkhead. We're just going to call it Thunkhead.
I can't fathom how there are people out there right now trying to convince you that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. There's no evidence outside of these shady messages that are not even time-stamped. We don't have a confession from him. We have nothing. Okay, so these are just some data points for you to remember.
Look how she went through that so fast. We don't have a confession from him. We don't have nothing. Let me hear this again.
Committed this crime. There's no evidence outside of these shady messages that are not even time-stamped. We don't have a confession from him.
Okay. We don't have a confession from him, Candace. Are you serious? We don't have a confession from him? Just because you are not able to read words that have more than 2 to 3 syllables doesn't mean that there's no confession. You're talking about that there's no confession. There's a whole affidavit. You can't make this up. There's no confession, Candace. He confessed to everything. Do you not think that they take a confession as well when they take you in? How does she think this works? You can't make this up. He admitted that he sent the text messages and he confessed to it. You don't think that they're going to do an interrogation of him when they collected him and arrested him? His parents turned him in. You cannot make this up.
We have nothing. Okay, so these are just some data points for you to remember as we go through this.
Oh my God.
The surgeon never confirmed or even suggested that Charlie was shot with a 30-06 or that Charlie had a steel neck that stopped that bullet. Rather, he suggested throughout the course of a conversation that
why is she making an issue about the steel neck? Candace, it's a point of phrase. It's an expression. Like, you know, you have an empty skull. Now, physiologically, you may not have an empty skull, but because of the way you think, you speak as if you have no brain. But is a doctor going to sit here and say, I never said she has an empty skull? You can't make this up. So they can't use expressions because she doesn't understand words. So yeah, got it. Yeah, Thunkhead has no concept of words or definitions of terms or expressions or anything. You know, sarcasm, like it goes over her head.
Maybe
she
a frangible bullet was
used.
used.
A liar so bad.
The lone confirmed eyewitness that we have that is confirmed to the alleged shooter on Losey Center rooftop before the sound goes off, the sound of a shot rings out, has not been contacted by the lawyers or the investigators on either side of this trial, the pending trial. We are now in the phase where investigators are supposed to go out and be collecting more evidence pending the May probable cause hearing. He still has not been contacted. And why is that crucial? Because this individual is an instructor at a gun range. He claims the weapon that he saw looked more like a .223, quote, something shorter than the one that they found. The person that he observed was wearing what seemed to him to be black tactical gear plus a face mask, and he describes that person as looking like a professional. The bomb dogs were unable to locate the weapon in the field.
That video she showed, how do we know that that was not fake? How do we know it wasn't two people just planning that? They were just doing it just to record it, to make it seem like this is part of the event. Because it was empty on the campus. How do we know that that was real? How do we know that was done on the same day of September 10th? We didn't see a date time step for that video. No details on the video itself. She just showed a video. Candace will forge text messages to keep up a lie. I don't put it past her to forge a video or for someone to just do an enactment and just record it, and they send it to her. Hey, here's a tip, because she doesn't vet her tips. And it could be trolling her. Candace, you don't even know if that's a real video from the day of September 10th. That could be two people messing with you. Just doing that. Nothing was in the person's hand. You couldn't see anything from that distance. And they just sent it to you and said, here you go. I get stuff emailed to me all the time now. You know what I do? I have to read through it, and then I have to vet it. If I stopped and sat here and showed everything that I was sent, y'all would think Lady Luck Club done lost her damn mind. Because some of the stuff you just like, what? She doesn't even try. She just posted up. Candace, how do you know that video was real? The lone confirmed eyewitness, one confirmed eyewitness on seeing someone on top of a roof where there was no crowd around, because the day of the actual event, it was a huge crowd. You don't hear any noises. You don't see more people walking around. They're like 160 feet away or something like that. You don't see a bunch of people. You see like a couple of people walk past here and there. And she can't even tell you the video details. So she has no idea if that was done after September 10th. That could have been done last week, and they just goofing off and trolling her. And they sent her this video. Yeah, you might want to check this out. I get weird stuff all the time. And if I can't corroborate it, I'm not putting it out. Bottom line. You can't make this up.
Where it was eventually discovered, despite the fact that they had crawled over that area. They just weren't on their game that day. This is not my favorite part of the story. It's just a little, I just didn't expect the reaction to be what it was. I just love the people that are like, no, absolutely, we are done with the Fed slop. Instead, what happened was federal agents directed local officers to the weapon. Lucky feds. The canines were not provided with the scent of the weapon once it was discovered. So they did not then take that weapon and then have.
What's the name and badge numbers of the police officers, Candace? Because I literally can ensure that we get police body camera footage. If you're going to give us the names and badge numbers of these police officers, we need to know at least a badge number for September 10th from Utah Valley police officers or police officers in that district. I would assume they're Utah Valley police officers. I don't know. Because they definitely should have on police body cameras. And we should be able to get that body camera footage. It's been 3.5 months. Hopefully they still have the opportunity to send it to us. Why didn't her and her dumbass team get it again? They could literally just show the body camera footage from the police officers. It's that simple. So if any of the police officers are listening, please send me just the raw police body camera footage. Or give me the information so I can make sure a FOIA request is put in. This is so dumb.
The dogs trace it back to the top of lawsuit. That did not happen. Terrell Farnsworth, still major question marks. He raced to remove the camera that was directly behind Charlie's head. I want to tell you, by the way, I'm reading myself into this, so not a data point. But in my mind, when I imagine why he might have done that,
me too.
I think it's because they were going to go with this story that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk, and what debunked that obviously would be seeing that it didn't go through. There was no evidence of what should have been a tremendous amount of damage done to his neck. I also want to say here, because I've heard that various people like Terrell are getting death threats. Obviously, if you're watching the show, we are investigating what happened with Charlie Kirk. I have been clear that I do believe that there are some people that are engaged in a cover-up. I am never giving anybody the permission to, go be a bandit and go outside and take the law into your own hands. That's not what we should ever be doing and engaging in. Next data point that we have, federal agents prevented the surgeon from returning to his operating room. I told you that was something that startled.
The examiner would be the one to confirm y'all see this comment here. This stuff can be Googled, by the way. Surgeon would not confirm the 30-06. The state medical examiner / ballistics labs do that. This woman is so dumb. Exactly. She doesn't know what each person does. She doesn't understand job titles. She doesn't understand that police wear body cameras, so we can get police body camera footage because that's public information. But yes, she's talking about doxing their great-grandparents. I'm not going to put it out there until I know exactly who they are and everything about them. We don't need to know exactly who they are and everything about them. We just need to know their last name and a badge number. That's it. If it's 10 of them, maybe we'll get 5 of them. We'll have more than one because you want to have at least 2 to 3 to corroborate each other. Then we have different angles of where the police officers were when they were sending out these dogs to sniff out guns that you're saying 10 police officers, 10 cops, you want to dox. And the dogs did not find any gun. We want to see that on the police body camera footage. No one has to believe what Candace Owens is saying out of her mouth. That's so crazy. The 30-06 done in the medical examiner's office. She doesn't understand DC is the district coroner. From my understanding, that's what district coroner is. DC. I mean, this is just basic stuff. We're looking up, SAM, a special air emissions. But she shows no flight data recorder. No flight, no FDR, anything. No data from the ATC. Can't say exactly how she knows the transponder was cut off with the data itself. None of that. It's so absurd. And Tyler Robinson did admit. There is an admission. She just doesn't want to accept it. We don't care, Candace, if you like it or not. No one cares what you like. All of this is about her feelings, by the way.
Him, and he placed a call, presumably to DC, to make them move because he wanted, obviously, the team to get back in there to make sure that Charlie could get cleaned up before Erica came in. Federal agents removed the hospital surveillance footage. They're on a manhunt. And for some reason, that seemed like something that they should do. That strikes me as tremendously odd. We have that the vehicle in which Charlie was transported to Timpanogos Hospital was not impounded by law enforcement. It's very odd. And there were multiple sets of prints on the weapon that was found, something that I did not share with you, but I did know this for some time. And I can confirm this to you because that's one of their things. They got the prints of Tyler Robinson on this gun. There were multiple sets of prints that were on the gun that was recovered thanks to the instincts of the feds and not the noses of the dogs. And finally, and I think this is a big thing, the footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself in is apparently missing. And I have told you guys, and again, I'm reading myself into this, that in my investigation, I found that their entire story about how the parents turned him in and did the right thing is crap. It is BS. That's not what happened. They were told either, these doors are going to get broken down or you're going to.
How do you know that? Where's your evidence to prove that? Candace, you have to show evidence to debunk that. You understand that the parents are going to testify under oath. In this investigation you don't care about from the Utah AG, Erica Kirk, like I said, unless you were trying to sue her, what was the purpose of even going to Tennessee? All they did was enable her to have more content. She's the one always talking about being number one. She knows her numbers are going up. But this is so stupid. She's literally going against evidence for the case. The admission, something regarding police officers with no police body camera footage. She's sitting here misstating, like lying about who would be the one to do any testing on a bullet. That wouldn't be the surgeon. There's a reason why the medical examiner's office is not necessarily in that hospital itself. It's a totally different facility. They have their own labs. They have their own forensics data specialists that sit here and analyze this stuff. You can't make this stuff up.
You're going to come in peacefully. And Tyler chose the latter. I also was told by police officers that were there when he
Which one
came into the police that they were told not to look at him.
Police?
They were told to avoid cameras. Very strange things that happened when he did eventually come in. And we won't know how strange because apparently the footage is missing, according to local Utah news, that they didn't say a FOIA. There's another term. It was a gamma requested for that footage. And we're basically told, well, now.
So you know about a FOIA, but you won't get the police body camera footage? Are these officers out with these dogs where somehow no gun was found? You won't get a FOIA request in to get that body camera footage. But you're trying to say what happened in the hospital when feds walked in, and somehow you can't seem to just ask for video camera footage. Outside the hospital, you won't get anything on the inside. Outside the hospital. Just want to see them walk in, confirm they walked into the hospital. Nothing. But she shows us photos of the inside of that truck with that blood-soaked, cloth, whatever it was, a towel sheet, something. You can't make this up.
Oh, there's been an expiration on that footage and we don't have it. So maybe they just mean they already handed it over to investigators. I don't know, but we will wait and see. That's a lot that is going on. I want to pivot now because our instincts, which they keep mocking us over, I think are on the money. We're going to talk now about Christianity.
You're dumb.
Christianity. I'm putting that in quotation marks because it has been on this podcast a recurring theme, right? I keep sensing, that these pastors are.
She putting Christianity in air quotes.
Very strange things that happened when he did eventually come in. And we won't know how strange because apparently the footage is missing, according to local Utah news, that they didn't say FOIA. There's another term. It was a gamma requested for that footage. And we're basically told, well, now there's been an expiration on that footage and we don't have it. So maybe they just mean they already handed it over to investigators. I don't know, but we will wait and see. That's a lot that is going on. I want to pivot now.
If there's expiration on footage, it's because there's a certain time frame they have to keep this video footage before it's replaced. So these cameras are continuously recording. So if they have a time frame as to how long this data is kept for them to be able to share it, or the time frame passes for you to be able to file a request for it, if they want to go out, there has to be some sort of backup server or something like that. But why wouldn't she do this 2-3 months ago? Why wouldn't she get the police body camera footage or the camera footage? Because they're not going to give you all the camera footage from inside the police station or anything like that. She's saying they walked in and somehow that they were told not to look at him, not to look in the cameras of what? Inside the police station?
Into the police that they were told not to look at him. They were told to avoid cameras. Very strange things that happened when he did eventually come in. And we won't know how strange because apparently the footage is missing, according to local Utah news, that they didn't say FOIA. There's another term. It was a gamma requested for that footage. And we're basically told, well, now there's been an expiration on that footage and we don't have it. So maybe they just mean they already handed it over to investigators. I don't know, but we will wait and see. That's a lot that is going on. I want to pivot now because our instincts, which they keep mocking us over, I think are on the money. We're going to talk now about Christianity. Christianity. I'm putting that in quotation marks because.
Wow. Christianity. I'm putting that in quotation marks. Candace, this is so dark. You're an evil being. It's like she possessed. Look at this look. I wonder if she melt if you said Jesus Christ or the blood or blood of Jesus. Like she You say the blood of Jesus, what would happen to her? Y'all know what this is? This is the personality of the Wicked Witch of YouTube. There we go. Yeah. It's the Wicked Witch of YouTube coming through. That's what we're seeing. And the demon spawn inside of it. You can't make this up.
It has been on this podcast a recurring theme, right? I keep sensing, that these pastors are dangerous, right? I've covered extensively how even just amongst the Calvary Chapel, in particular, there's just way too much of a habit of establishing former pedophiles and drug traffickers as lead pastors of church.
Candace, do you want us to compare apples to apples here and pull up numbers of these Catholic priests that have been accused of molestation and abuse of children? Do you really want us to do that? We can. We compare numbers. I don't mind. I mean, we can pull up several news reportings and articles about Catholic priests that ain't children, especially little boys. Like, we could do that. It's just a matter of how many you want. You can pull that up for days, over decades. This is absolutely insane. Why is Christianity in air quotes, but she claims to be a Christian?
Churches. Okay, I'm not saying that people can't find God. I'm just saying that my preference would be that they maybe not be provided with access to children, right? If you committed a crime against a child.
Same thing, Catholic
this
priests.
is a preference that I guess is not, or perhaps is in conflict with the beliefs and the preferences of Rob McCoy, who makes my skin crawl. We showed you that interview that he did with somebody who apparently went on a rampage. He actually went to prison for it, and he was just sort of laundering his reputation and then gave him access again to children. I feel like that is very wrong. I have also on the show been speaking a lot about these quote unquote Christian influencers. Something's not right. A lot of women who seem to know their Bibles for almost the implicit and explicit aim of socially engineering the population, right? Telling you.
Candace, I got to pause. I got to pause the Wicked Witch of YouTube. The color is green, y'all. Back to Uno. Color is green. Wicked Witch of the YouTube, just like the witch in the Oz, the Wizard of Oz. They all want to be green skinned. There we go. So our wild color now is green. Wicked Witch of the YouTube, green color. This weird demon coming out of her. You can see it. Jack, thank you so much for the $4.99 super. Even if they were told not to speak to media, what parent wouldn't be on every news channel 24/7 if they didn't really identify/turn their son in? Exactly. They turned in their own son. This is the thing. Candace doesn't have to experience any of this stuff. She doesn't have to tell any of her 4 children why their father's never coming back home. She doesn't have to turn in her son for any reason or any of her 1 sons for any reason. There's 3 of them, I think. She had to turn them in to the police. But yet she talks about, I feel like I've been a bad parent because I've neglected my own children because I've been crying so much and depressed. While she continues to watch videos of Charlie Kirk being shot and stated that he was shot. And she's watching various videos of various angles of him being shot. And puts up photos of a blood-soaked object in this vehicle. I don't even know what it is because I just can't play that in my video. I don't even want to see it. That's some sadistic stuff. When you sit here, you're more willing to look at photos of all this blood-soaked stuff. Watch all these videos of him being shot all over again in different angles. I mean, that's sadistic. Goodness gracious. The bots keep misspelling her name because it's dumb. I can't make this up.
Oh, it's right here in the Bible. Same with the pastors. God doesn't want you to follow Tucker Carlson on Instagram. Josh Hammer is amazing. Candace is possessed by a demon. You don't want to be possessed by a demon, so unfollow Tucker Carlson.
There's no reason for you to be sitting here worried about blood-soaked anything in vehicles. You bringing it up. It was sold in an auction like the rental car company was supposed to keep it. Are you trying to buy it as a souvenir, Candace? Is she trying to tell us that she bought the SUV with this blood-soaked item in it? What are you going to do in it next? Lay next to it? Sleep in that truck? What are you going to do, Candace? Why do you care about where that truck went? You keep showing photos of this nasty nonsense. You can't put that stuff on YouTube. See, she don't have to worry about her videos being demonetized. She don't have to worry about that. Because, you know, her cult base, they're going to just give her half their paychecks and Christmas money so that she could pay for some security where she could just pay for it out of her own pocket, you know, because she's worth $244 million. So stealing the thousands that you got out of BLEXIT, apparently, or I could say apparently, based on my opinion, you know, because we could all do the same thing, Candace, because we looked at the tax forms. LLCs that goes back to George Farmer and Parlor Inc., getting hundreds of thousands of dollars to do nothing but raise more money online. You can take none of that money and go get you some security. Or this clown you about to have on your show, you can't give him the money that he needs to get an attorney. They're fundraising for him to get an attorney. But a dumb cult members and bots, they come over here talking about me getting paid $7,000 from Israel. You know, I think it's all fair. Let them send me a $7,000 check payment. How is this money coming to me again? Even though they can't prove that anyone else is getting payments from Israel for $7 grand. They can't even tell me the payment method to which this money is being sent. They can't even do that. Or spell Candace's name right, you know, because of reasons. But yet and still, she asked for money. She's a multimillionaire asking for money to hire security, raising money for some fool that they can't verify and identify with DNA evidence. He could be a mass murderer. Who knows? They're not even asking questions along the way. They don't care. She could be literally promoting someone that essays kids himself, that has a criminal background, like she does with defending Andrew Tate, people like that. But she won't sit here and show us police body camera footage or any evidence on any of this stuff. Post up that FBI text message. What happened to her feeling like somebody was trying to assassinate her again? Payments being made from Club to Sant. Where are those payments? She didn't ask the person to email her the paper trail. We still haven't seen that evidence either. She never filed a formal complaint to the FBI, but said that France was trying to assassinate me because she made this all about her. But she still needs people to give her money for security. For what? $244 million.
Follow Candace, and I promise there's no other motivations. Candace is just crazy, and you should listen to me. Similarly, there are so many conservative media companies who are run by former military intelligence, people that leave naval intelligence, people that lead the Mossad. Suddenly their aim is to speak about Judeo-Christian values. They find God after they leave the military. I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that this is something that we have discussed a lot on this podcast. I have been suggesting to you all that faith has been infiltrated by the military, and people laughed. They laughed. Well, you guys didn't laugh, but like, oh, what do you mean by that? Well, you guys pull up a chair because it's about to get even more interesting. Fort Huachuca, as many of you in the military have informed me, is actually an intelligence base. Now, for those of you...
Candace, you put up one photo, and yet none of your cult members can see your cameras installed right there. Y'all see on that pole right there? The little handle sticking out right there? That's a camera. You have cameras all throughout this entire military base. She's not going to circle the cameras here that would at least be able to get the make and model and the plate of vehicles coming in and out. Probably be able to record who's inside this vehicle. There's a camera right there. There'll be a camera on the other side. And throughout the base, you're going to find cameras put up. So if this clown she about to have on the show, once again, saw anyone, wouldn't they ask for this camera footage? You know, he's supposed to be so high ranking and so important, but he couldn't get the camera footage from this fort, from this base. This camera footage right here. Let's start with that. Didn't Candace say that some mystery man was picked up, or two people was picked up from a hotel in a green pickup truck? Where are the photos from that green pickup truck? What's the make and model of that truck? What's the plate number? evidence? How about the hotel camera footage? Because hotels have cameras as well. All the cameras cannot be scrambled. That is a lie. This military base would be locked down if something happened to the security camera footages or the security cameras where they're all scrambled now. And somehow the security can't see what's being recorded. This whole base would be locked down. She tells this to stupid people that don't read this information. They have no idea how military bases work and operate. But says dumb things like cameras were scrambled. They're scrambled. That's not a secret. That's not something that would be kept under wraps. That would have made the news. An intelligence military base had all their cameras scrambled for some goon and dumbass to go on, say, oh, I saw Erica Kirk and some dude. And he didn't even bother to take a photo himself with his own phone. And that didn't make the news, that this entire military base had all of its cameras scrambled. And they couldn't see anything going on because some weirdo walked on their base. You can't make this up.
As many of you in the military have informed me, is actually an intelligence base. Now, for those of you who are ignorant like me regarding the structure of the military, this is an important distinction to make in your mind, because when we think about military bases, at least me, maybe you can, you have the same mindset. I tend to think about where they're scrambling off the planes, off of an airbase, if there's an attack, right? Oh, quickly jump into your planes and get into the air, or maybe get into the sea. It just requires an immediate response. But that is not what Fort Huachuca in Arizona is, okay? It is a hub for intelligence training. Civilians can be turned into intelligence assets on this base. They can take courses to join the intelligence community. Okay, just giving you one example of an email that I got. Quote, just FYI, Fort Huachuca is where soldiers go for their MIT courses. That is Army Military Intelligence. Once a soldier has finished basic training, they go here for their advanced training for their actual job in Army Military Intelligence. End quote. Okay, now, among the many emails that I received regarding what...
Where's the email? She didn't even show the email.
Sorts of intelligence courses take place. I was absolutely floored when a person who grew up and lives just outside of the base in Sierra Vista told me something. I'm going to recount the story to you, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit of this so that I protect their identity. Basically, their story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated with the base. And one such client was a woman that they met, a couple that they met.
That nonsense. Don't come from my minds. You misspelling words anyway. Don't come from my minds. The idiots don't know numbers. You see 8, that's it. The number 8. I don't even see the number 8 in what I'm seeing. Don't come from my minds. It is absolutely dumb. Why didn't she sit here and show us the email? She read something and this is one of the emails, but she didn't show the email. And the cult members and the dumb bots didn't demand that. They didn't say, nope, you need to post the email up. Let us see the email. Let us see who it's coming from. Show the email address. She didn't even show the email.
Recount the story to you. And I'm going to paraphrase a little bit of this so that I protect their identity. Basically,
no. Read the email. She can protect their identity, but says that all the cameras were scrambled and she's going to dox 10 police officers, even down to finding out who their great-grandparents are. But their body camera footage is available to the public. Oh, dear God. She can't tell us why she didn't do a FOIA request for police body cam footage. For some reason, I got to protect this identity. What? But you didn't show the email either.
Their story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated with the base. And one such client was a woman that they met, a couple that they met that were on fire for the Lord, right? That couple made a sizable investment in their gym and became, quote unquote, founding members. Okay. So the gym owners were drawn to this couple because they...
Name of the gym. Name of the
gym. It's about to get even more interesting. Fort Huachuca as many of you in the military have informed me, is actually an intelligence base. Now, for those of you who are ignorant like me regarding the structure of the military, this is an important distinction to make in your mind, because when we think about military bases, at least me, maybe you can, you have the same mindset. I tend to think about where they're scrambling off the planes, off of an airbase, if there's an attack, right? Oh, quickly jump into your planes and get into the air, or maybe get into the sea. It just requires an immediate response. But that is not what Fort Huachuca in Arizona is, okay? It is a hub for intelligence training. Civilians can be turned into intelligence assets on this base. They can take courses to join the intelligence community, okay? Just giving you one example of an email that I got, quote, just FYI, Fort Huachuca is where soldiers go for their MIT courses. That is Army Military Intelligence. Once a soldier has finished basic training, they go here for their advanced training for their actual job in Army Military Intelligence, end quote. Okay, now, among the many emails that I received.
Why didn't she show the email? I don't have to believe anything Candace says. I don't have to trust that. I don't know what the hell she's reading. Why didn't she show it? This is absolutely asinine. So all the cult members that were sitting here watching this video, none of you said, post up the email. Post it up. She paraphrasing stuff. Why? Post it up while you're reading it.
Regarding what sort of intelligence courses take place, I was absolutely floored when a person who grew up and lives just outside of the base in Sierra Vista told me something. I'm going to recount the story to you.
I know, right?
And I'm going to paraphrase a little bit of this so that I protect their identity. Basically, their story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated with the base. And one such client was a woman that they met, a couple that they met that were on fire for the Lord, right? That couple made a sizable investment in their gym and became, quote unquote, founding members, okay? So the gym owners were drawn to this couple because they were so bold in their faith. They were like, I loved the bold proclamation of their faith, and we thought this is great, this is going to work. They accept money from them. So you can imagine that they were then completely surprised and shocked when this couple, over time, effectively staged something akin to a hostile takeover of their company, undermining them while pretending to be their friends, going behind their backs, propositioning other gym members. I'm going to be clear here. This is obviously allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly here. The couple almost lost everything in the process, and they had to start all over again. Now, what was once the fastest growing gym in Sierra Vista, suddenly they were forced to relocate and downsize their company entirely. So now it's 2015. They are in their new, smaller location of a gym. And I'm going to read this next portion of the email that I received verbatim. Again, allegedly, because he names an individual who I do not know. I've never heard of this individual, but I feel it is relevant because I'd like to learn more. The email continues, quote, "We were struggling, sometimes barely making rent, but still serving the community, including..."
Show the damn email, girl. Show the email. Otherwise, she's making it up because she provides zero evidence to support any of this crap. Show us the freaking email. Why is that so difficult? You know, I understand words are hard for Candace, the Wicked Witch of YouTube right now, and the color is green. Y'all, the color is green. It's like we're stuck in Oz with the dumbest wizard ever. Here, right here. The dumbest Wizard of Oz right here. Who can't show an email as she allegedly reads it because we don't have to trust what she says. We don't owe her that. We owe her nothing.
Military students who came through for 4 to 6 month training courses. Okay, I want to stress that again. Got all these students that are coming in and their training is lasting between 4 to 6 months. So they're signing up for this gym. Back into the quotation.
What gym?
One morning, I noticed a female military member lingering after class. She was visibly distressed, so I kept the gym open longer than usual to give her space to talk. We ended up conversing for about 45 minutes, and what she shared with me has stuck with me ever since. She said she, quote, could not take it anymore. When I asked for details, she explained that her stress was coming from a class that she was taking on Fort Huachuca, taught by none other than Bruce Bevins. My ears perked.
No evidence. No evidence on this. Don't know who this person is. We don't know who this gym owner is. Only thing she keeps saying is that somehow they're Christians. No name of a gym. No location of it. No photos of the gym. Nothing. Nothing to show is real.
up when I heard his name, as I immediately remembered the incident with his wife. This young woman described Bruce as, quote, the most evil man that she had ever met. She then revealed something that I wasn't expecting at all. The class's objective was to teach military personnel to infiltrate Christian groups and organizations through covert psychological operations. The training focused specifically on deceiving Christians.
Show the email. What's the name of the gym? What's the name of the gym? Tell us. At my city. What is the name of the gym? I have no interest in sitting here chasing after the dumb nonsense that comes from one of the personalities in Candace Owens' head. You know, she speaks to unfamiliar spirits and all. I don't have a reason to go there. Her sick, sadistic mindset. I don't have a reason to tap into that. I don't owe her anything. Tell us the name of the gym. Obviously, you guys speak code. We're missing out on a lot here. Where's the email she's reading from? Where's the name of the gym? What is the name of the gym? What is the name of the gym? She's just saying a gym. Name it. This idiot expects someone to pull up a gym and don't know the name of it. Tons of gyms. Pull up say the name of the gym. I'm not doing that. You don't run shit here. Pull up the name. Put the name of the gym in the chat. Put the name of the gym in the chat. Is that the name of the gym? Or are you describing yourself? Put the name of the gym in the chat. That's all you got to do. Put the name of the gym in the chat. You're saying everything but the name of the gym. Because it's simple. Perhaps it's the language that I'm using here. You don't speak English? Are you translating? How's this going for you? What language do you speak? I don't speak cult. I don't speak stupid either. Put the name of the gym in the chat. Name of the gym in the chat. Place, type in with letters the name of the gym in the chat. Name of the gym. You wasting words. Name of the gym in the chat. You can't make this stuff up. When you ask these cult members to sit here, they're kissing her behind. It's like they don't compute. Put the name of the gym in the chat.
Christians. At the time, I didn't fully connect the dots. Our gym was and still is an openly Christian faith-based organization. But looking back now, I have to wonder if the infiltration and the destruction of our gym was actually a training exercise or a field assignment. I also wonder if the distressed young soldier was sent to our gym on assignment from Bruce, but couldn't follow through with her objectives and instead chose to confide in me. There were other students who will corroborate this type of training. 2 military students, both named blank and blank, I'm redacting that, passed through our gym during this same period. They shared similar stories, but seemed much more advanced in their training. On one occasion, after I asked what was so funny in the back of my class, they privately shared that they had just returned from an overnight field training mission with very little sleep. Their objective had been to deceive civilians in Tucson, about an hour north of us. They practiced at local bars and public venues on unsuspecting people, telling lies, remembering those lies, and maintaining their false personas without, quote unquote, breaking character. They laughed about their conquests while working out at our gym. Now, I got the impression that their deception sometimes extended to sexual encounters with their targets. At the time, I found this disturbing, but I did not know what to make of it. Now, 12 years later, and watching the situation unfold with Charlie Kirk and learning that some of his most trusted people may have been trained operatives who infiltrated Turning Point USA, these memories suddenly seem significant. You mentioned previously that there was a strange military background connection among some of the people involved. I am now wondering if instructors like Bruce Bevins trained some of these individuals before they infiltrated Christian organizations like Turning Point USA. End quote. Now, I obviously cannot confirm just yet. I'm sure after the...
She's just reading. Obviously, I cannot confirm. Of course not. Because your dumb bots and cult members over here are saying everything but the name of the damn gym. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's why. You cannot confirm. Now, I obviously cannot confirm just yet. She's reading all of that and pertinent information, such as the name of the gym, a photo of the gym, who are the owners, who is this young lady that said she can't take it anymore. This is something she could have typed up in her head. You know, Wicked Witch of the West of YouTube. One of her personalities talking to the other personality. We got Karen in the last episode. We got Wicked Witch of YouTube in this episode. Next episode is going to be Bone Quisha. So all these personalities talking together, and they just coming up with the wildest story ever. Karen is sitting here sniffing up baby powder. Because you just can't, I don't think you can be level-headed and make this stuff up. You have to be high. You must be high as hell to come up with all this crap with no details. She's not even trying. Say, hey, it's the name, but it was torn down. That's why you can't find it anywhere. It's not going to be listed. You won't have any photos because it was torn down. She won't even go with that lie. You can't make this up. No details about this gym at all. A military base. I don't care if it's for intelligence or anything. They have their own gym. They have their own gym. They have all the amenities you would expect in the civilian areas. They would have their own gyms. Their own little health fitness center. That would be on the base. Manny, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm quite certain that this military base has a fitness facility on the base. Because that's how base works. You can't make this up. Always verifies before reporting. Thank you. The Wicked Witch of YouTube is ridiculous, along with Karen, Bone Quisha. That all comes into the mindset of Candace Owens. boy, these personalities of hers all do drugs. All of them do drugs. They all do drugs. I'm asking for the name of the gym. And Dum Dum number 2, Candace's little bot down here, it's still not saying that, but it's saying everything else because that's all they do. Dip, dodge, duck, and distract. You can't make this stuff up. Wouldn't that be? You're right. Thank you. Manny is my good brother who was in the military. This military base would have a fitness facility on site, on the base. Why would anybody need to leave to go to some gym that she won't even say the name of? Neither will Dum Dum number 2 here. Won't even say the name. Why would they need to leave the base to go to any gym? They have a full fitness facility on this base. That's something that people will want to do. If you can go work out and stuff like that. Most bases have a facility. A gym, a fitness facility, whatever you want to call it. Some of them even have a spa facility. It's insane. The name of the freaking gym. That's it. There you go. Arizona Street Building, 6170, Fort Huacha, 85613. Thank you, Proud Liberal. I appreciate that. There you go. The fitness facility will be named after a famous service member from that base. Barnes Field House. Is that it? There you go. You see how this works at my city? This is how it works. Thank you so much. Barnes Field House. There's their facility. Their fitness facility on base. There you go. There's a fitness facility right there. Because at my city, refuse to look it up. That's not the facility that the people own. Barnes, this facility here, Barnes Field House, is on base. She's talking about something that's not on base. You can't make this stuff up. She's talking about something that's not even on base. She won't say what that name of this gym is. This is not the same gym on the military base that Candace is reading from this fictitious letter that doesn't exist because we can't see it. From all these characters in her head concocting up this dumbass story so that she can just drag Christians, something she claims to be. I don't get the Christian's term being used in air quotes. Why are you doing that?
Show, we're going to get a bunch of emails. The allegations against Bruce. Again, I have never heard of this individual. But what I can say to you is on a guttural level.
Of course, she's
I
never
feel this is
heard of that
accurate.
individual.
I do. Is what I've noticed. It's what I've been pointing.
A guttural level, because evidence is just too much for her.
May have been trained operatives who overnight field training mission with very little sleep. Their objective had been to deceive civilians in Tucson, about an hour north of us. They practiced at local bars and public venues on unsuspecting people, telling lies, remembering those lies, and maintaining their false personas without, quote unquote, breaking character. They laughed about their conquests while working out at our gym. Now, I got the impression that their deception sometimes extended to sexual encounters with their targets. At the time, I found this disturbing, but I did not know what to make of it. Now, 12 years later, and watching the situation unfold with Charlie Kirk and learning that some of his most trusted people may have been trained operatives who infiltrated Turning Point USA, these memories suddenly seem significant. You mentioned previously that there was a strange military background connection among some of the people involved. I am now wondering if instructors like Bruce Bevins trained some of these individuals before they infiltrated Christian organizations like Turning Point USA. End quote. Now, I obviously cannot confirm just yet. I'm sure after the show, we're going to get a bunch of emails. The allegations against Bruce. Again, I have never heard of this individual. But what I can say to you is on a guttural level, I feel this is accurate. I do.
A guttural
level.
level.
What I've noticed. It's what I've been pointing to you all.
I'm sorry. I need to.
Allegations against Bruce. Again, I have never heard of this individual. But what I can say to you is on a guttural level, I feel this is accurate.
Nope. I want the clip. Now,
I'm sure.
Right here. You can't confirm anything. Because this is the epitome of stupidity. This is it. The epitome of stupidity. You don't report anything you have not already confirmed. You're just throwing nonsense out, and you have idiots that are sitting here buying this. She's talking about a totally different gym that is not on the military base, while the idiot at my city is sitting here saying I should look up the name. For what? She is not talking about the same gym on base. Thank you, Libra, for sending over the name of the facility, the fitness facility that's on base. It's not the same one that Candace is reading about. Whatever she's imagined in her head, it's not the same one. She's talking about something that some couple owns. There's a Christian couple. Let me go back. Because she puts Christians in air quotes and all this nonsense that she's doing. So, y'all see this scrolling. So, we pull this up. Then she goes into this nonsense about this lady owning a gym.
Who recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym.
Sierra Vista, see that? They're from Sierra Vista, poured their savings into starting a gym. Not the same gym that's on the damn military base, because two civilians cannot own this fitness center that's on the military base. Y'all see that here? At my city is an idiot who doesn't listen or read. Two people, she's talking about two people that started a gym. They can't own the actual fitness facility on the military base. I asked at my city for the name of this gym started by these two civilians that poured their savings into it. They can't own the military fitness center.
Being a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located on base, story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated.
Located off base. So at my city, the idiot, I kept asking him for the name of this gym off base. Because words matter here. And they saying everything but. When Liberal posts up the actual fitness facility that's on base at my city, it's like, oh, thank you. She finally got it. No, that's not the same one. We're talking about two different gyms. And you see it right here. They want me to look at her episode. That's what we're watching. That's how dumb the bot is. The bot is not even registering that I'm watching her episode. Because you can't, this is priceless.
Treated with the base.
You can't make this up. So I have to go back and show you all that because it's so stupid.
Happened to this organization. And I feel this email is a big piece of the puzzle. Okay. So if you played a part in these exercises on Fort Huachuca base where you were learning instructions about how to be a good little Christian to infiltrate and potentially to overthrow a Christian organization, and maybe you're having some second thoughts about your soul and you'd like to speak to me about it off record, please email moretips@CandaceOwens.com. And I would also like you all to remember that we suddenly have been experiencing wall-to-wall panic ever since we mentioned Fort Huachuca. We saw this. It's great. I mean, the articles right now are unhinged. They are just doing fiction. The panic button was pressed when we mentioned Fort Huachuca and the alleged meeting that happened on the morning of September 9th. So we're going to get into that. And by the way, for those of you that thought that this person was making it up, he was apparently not familiar.
She's protecting them, but she won't protect the police officers who are just doing their jobs with gun sniffing dogs. She won't protect them by just getting their police body cam that's available to the public. You know, public information. She would rather dox them and their grandparents. Oh, no, sorry. Great grandparents. You can't make this up. The hypocrisy of the moron.
Here with metadata, I don't think he was. And he had not sent me the photos that he took that morning on the base. He tells the story. I stepped outside, I got coffee. Well, because he thought he was going to write, and I'm laughing here, going to like right the wrong of his past, he was sort of documenting himself while he was on the base. So he sends me over all this stuff. And I literally was able to confirm with the metadata where he was, exactly what time it was, and see the background, obviously. And it's just a fact, okay? It's just a fact that this happened. He was there. I was also able to establish it because now it's like beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, when we get back after this brief break from our sponsors, we are going to bring on, and this is his new name, Mitch.
Yeah, okay. You gonna tell us the name of that gym that's off base that she's talking about in this fake email that doesn't exist? Or you're gonna keep resorting to the insults? Or whatever you think you're doing. You're showing us your intellect. It's non-existent, by the way. I'm not
Candace.
I know.
What can I say other than the fact that I do just feel on a spiritual level that we have been infiltrated? I'll ask a broader question. Are all of our lives a bit like a Truman Show? Do we have essentially a cast of characters who are performing and pretending? And this is what kind of made everybody go crazy after the Turning Point USA event where Tucker asked the question, where does this guy's money come from? I mean, obviously, Barry Weiss is one of these actors. This is clearly an act. You obviously are not intelligent. You obviously are not some journalist that works their way up and broke some important stories. You are.
No, I'm about to block you because it's unnecessary to sit here talking about black ass. I mean, why even do that? You still can't say the name of that gym off base that these two couples opened up. Now you're saying, oh, she's protecting them. But you have to resort to, instead of just saying the name of the gym, because I don't think as many gyms around the base. Shout out to Ryantown. I just looked up gyms near that base, and it shows one on base and one or two off. This is the same thing at my city could do, as opposed to sitting here saying everything but that. You're wasting time and money and airspace and all this other stuff. You're wasting words. Just Google the gym and look it up. It's that simple. I wanted at my city to do it because he's sitting here defending Candace so adamantly. Oh, she's protecting people now. Does she don't have an issue doxing a donor? You can't make this up. 2013. Like, why do we care about that? She made it all up in her head. Her and this clown that's about to come on concocted this elaborate scheme just so he can get some GoFundMe money going.
Obviously, an intelligence op.
This is where we are.
And not so intelligent op. Like, are we living in the Truman Show? Are we all going to work thinking that we can climb a ladder when in reality these people are just elected and given certain, there were supposed to be certain characters. You're supposed to pretend like you're the head of a tech company and you're supposed to be super weird and quirky. I'm going to cast you into that role. And then we're going to call you a genius. And you're supposed to pretend that you're this super financial guru like Jeffrey Epstein. And we're going to put you at the head of a finance company. You have no background in this. that's kind of the theme that I'm seeing. Anyways, I don't want to waste too much more time because I do want to bring on Mitch, who apparently has what I would describe as, I don't know if it's the best or the worst luck ever in life, stumbling upon the feds when they're maybe up to no good. Mitch, welcome to my podcast. It's so great to have you here.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here, Candace. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I obviously, you know the story of how I instantly got the email from one of your friends that just said, you should call Mitch, after I prayed and said, I'm missing a piece of this. Please, God, give me a piece of the story. And the first email I see.
And hear how much he has over his GoFundMe? Over 40,000. But he saw Erica Kirk on a military base and didn't take a picture of her.
When I get back from church on a day of holy obligation is this email. And so, Mitch, my audience is up to date on what happened to you when you were 20 years old. And I'm wondering if you can just sort of briefly recap in case I got some things wrong.
Oh, wow. Briefly recap 35 years. Sure. Yeah, we were part of a mission going down to down to the border of JTF 6, assigned from 10th Mountain. Previously, there had been a Marine Corps unit there.
They're not smart.
Apparently, they had an incident. And we had to replace them. And they wanted a less kinetic unit to be involved. So we went down there in a matter of a few days, you know, and I was the youngest guy on the team. And for the first few days, I got assigned to have to, you know, do the hard work of putting in the sensors and follow one of the border patrol who was on horseback. Got to learn a little bit about picking up signs in the desert, stuff like that, while we were placing these sensors down.
Maybe he said.
It took a few days. I think we put in like 80 sensors or so along the border, and we were getting they thought it was some glitch signals coming back. Being that I'd just gone through the course, I had the most updated information, and what we realized is they weren't glitch signals that these people were being sent out for. It was subterranean, and when I got pulled back to the JTF 6 headquarters, they were in discussions of trying to remove the Army. In case your viewers don't understand, when units get put together like this, especially this mission,
this don't make no sense.
There's a lot of contention even to this day between the Army and Border Patrol and who gets to take credit and who gets to stay, who gets to go. And back then,
who cares?
Border Patrol, I think they just wanted us out of their hair. So they were having some sort of a big meeting, and a big do not disturb meeting. And I got assigned to the skeleton.
What, doesn't that happen on military bases? Like, why are you there? Why is he telling this story so choppy?
Skeleton crew to sit back on the SMS, the receiver. And I was looking at the data while the skeleton crew of the Border Patrol was left there with me as well. And he was giving me a bad time about the Army equipment and how they were being sent out for no reason. He kept giving me a bad time about it. So we were looking at the data and we started discussing things. And I brought up the fact that, I asked if there was any subways or something like that around. And between the two of us, the light bulb went on that, it was an underground tunnel. And within minutes, we could triangulate the signals and be able to pinpoint the location. And that's the information I got to hand off. So no, I didn't, go on the raid itself. Handing that information off was the probable cause they needed to be able to go get a warrant, go to the location, and also communicate with the Mexican authorities.
They need more than just something like that to do a raid. Are you serious? Do you know how much evidence they need to facilitate a raid? Is he out of his mind? He's just throwing random words out here. He's like, they had enough information, evidence to do a raid. Triangulation, Army equipment. He's just throwing out buzzwords.
He kept giving me a bad time about it. So we were looking at the data and we started discussing things. And I brought up the fact that
the data says.
I asked if there was any subways or something like that around. And between the two of us, the light bulb went on. That
subway.
It was
a subway. So subways. What subways? What state are we talking about here? This dude is so stupid. What subways?
It was an underground tunnel, and within minutes we could triangulate the signals and be able to pinpoint the location. And that's the information I got to hand off. So no, I didn't, like go on the raid itself. Handing that information off was the probable cause they needed to be able to go get a warrant, go to the local.
Because it's a subway. If the subway is underground, naturally it's going to be going through a tunnel. I don't see what's so criminal about that. It's a subway. Subway, you expect trains to go through, right? A subway train. So he's not saying exactly what the problem is to even warrant a raid.
Location, and also communicate with the Mexican authorities on the other side to perform a raid. And yeah, that's what happened.
Now you're thinking, amazing, we have found the biggest cartel tunnel. There had never been one bigger previously discovered, I presume. Tunnel. Maybe there had been. I don't know. I'm going to become a hero. Maybe you're thinking this is going to be great. And the exact opposite thing is true. And it's because they eventually find pictures of, was it an American lieutenant colonel? Who exactly? Sorry, I know you told me this. Was it a colonel?
One of the commanders that was with the Border Patrol was actually posed with a photo that was found on the Mexican side after the tunnel apparently had been built, along with other Mexican military and U.S. military. So there had been some collaboration. Prior to us getting there had been a lot of suspicion that the federal government knew that 80%, I think it was 60 to 80% of the cocaine was coming through the Douglas, Arizona area. And that's basically Region 6, or that's why they called it JTF 6. So they knew all the cocaine is coming through this one area. But the local authorities back then, came up with shrugs like, oh, we just don't see where it's coming from. So they suspected there was some compromise of officials down there. So yeah, we went to work, and it didn't take us long to pinpoint this. So when they recovered that data and they recovered the photos, obviously they had some of the top names of who was helping out on the U.S. side to help build the tunnel and also keep it functioning for at least 6 months, judging by the date on the photo.
So I just wanted to ask you, your attachment to, I'm trying to figure out why you're going to then go back to Fort Huachuca. Is that where you were initially trained?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Okay, so you were initially trained in Fort Huachuca. What then ends up happening is they put you're not allowed to talk. You just get gagged for, is it 25 years the gag order lasted, while they destroyed every layer of your life, fed your name to the cartels, you've been on the run, you've had to change your name.
Stop. But why are you sitting here leading with all of this? Just ask a question. Wicked Witch of YouTube. This is not, boy, this is just an insult. It's so cringy. Just ask the question. Don't give all this leading stuff in front of it. All he's going to say is, yep, you're right. You can't make this up. Don't lead into it. I interviewed an attorney today and asked direct questions, straightforward questions, or for his thoughts. What are your thoughts? What do you think of that? That's it. I didn't sit here and lead in with all this BS she's giving. You're leading.
Your family is now in debt. You've been fighting lawsuits, trying to get the government to, I guess, defend you against the cartel gangs. And clearly they're angry because you stepped on their toes, it looks like. I think that's a fair depiction of what happened here, which we are learning more and more how corrupt. And I think the CIA was created to traffic, to be clear. That's my opinion there. But they effectively destroyed your life and gagged you in the process. Is that a fair assessment of what happens next?
Objection leading.
Yeah, it is. I could probably go into some detail that while we were down there, I got the honor of incinerating all the, it was about a ton of cocaine and a bunch of guns, a bunch of money. And then right afterward, we went right back to work.
How much did you snort up, bro? I get the feeling that he put some of that cocaine near his mouth and right up his nose. And then he told everybody, oh, I was just picking my nose. Something itchy up in there. Yeah, uh-huh. You can't make this up. Maybe perhaps he's given the caring personality of Candace Owens some of that bookish. The color is green. We got to get a new wild card, though, y'all. I feel it coming. I think the next one might be black for Black Ops.
And I ended up getting approached with a friend at Noka, Arizona. Not a friend, but another Border Patrol agent. And if it wasn't for him, I was too stupid. I didn't understand why this person was coming up or why they had personal information on me. I was a young kid. It was the Border Patrol agent that caught what it was about.
I'm glad he said he was too stupid. You're still stupid. As long as we can agree to that.
And Yeah, thank God. He knew what to do. Took me back to base, and they thought it was, something I did to give away my identity. So I was on base for. It was the next day that I got brought into a briefing, and by that time,
I want a DNA profile.
the photos from the Mexican side had made their way to the American side, and they were able to put together how my information got fed to the other side. As far as cartels and stuff like that, it's just.
And then he does not tell us how that happened.
Plain corruption at this point. It's thick, and yeah, they have followed me. I've had people come through my windows, and it's not like, I know these are. It's like fantastical stories. We got the court documents. We got the court cases.
Where are the court documents?
You've sent them.
It's not just that we have those.
Show them.
It's that the work that was done to even try to bury those afterward. It's pretty substantial. And yeah, I've got 20 years of this, and you'd think, one would think that.
Where are the court documents? Are they on her website? Where are the court docs? They can't make this e-shop. I know, right? Where's the court documents? So they're going to get his fingerprints, his hair, a saliva test, swab. There's some DNA that's going to connect him probably to a totally different person. I guarantee it. He calls himself Mitch Snow from Harry Meyer. I thought we were meeting Harry Meyer. You can't make this out. Who the hell is this? I want a DNA profile on him. Fingerprints. Yeah, he should be ordered to give up some DNA at this point. We just need to verify who you are, because you're going all over, this girl, the Wicked Witch of YouTube's podcast, saying dumb stuff that make no sense. How did they get your information leaked out again? You think he would explain that process? Because why would that be covert? Oh, dear Lord. You can't make this up.
Somebody in the federal government would care. Or in any part of our government would care. The more I've gone up the chain to try and
how does she know him?
Get more of these records, as well as get answers to this saga. It just seems like I step on more and more toes. And eventually, that's what led me to going down to Fort Huachuca, was just to get the original records and find out, why wasn't the FBI updated as to what my status was, and why has this been allowed to?
Sav, this is such a good question. I just got to pause and read it. So, he shot and killed the cartel who came through the windows. How did he escape? Exactly. He said, people came through my windows. Who are these people? And how did you get away? Or were you even there? And you just making this up? Because they're coming through your windows. Okay, so that means that they did something to you. And you should be able to describe that. Where are these court docs? He said there's some court documents. Where are those court documents? Anybody seen them? Magpie said he has DV charges and mental health issues. Yeah, I've heard it. I read an appeal. Mitch Harrison. Why is he calling himself Mitch Snow? Yeah, I got you. I know you said Mitch shot. Anybody seen those court documents? Please send it to me. He claims there's court documents. Whatever court documents he says exist that he sent over to the Wicked Witch of YouTube, because she's not going to share an email. She's certainly not going to pull up these court documents. Please let me know where they are, because this is insane.
Yeah, basically use our own laws against me to attack my life.
I feel
I wanted answers.
When I hear the story, it makes me so angry, because it's just too many people that are serving our country, only to figure out that our country is serving some other, the interests of oligarchs, truly. And I think we're kind of all coming to that moment right now and recognizing that it hasn't been left or right. It has been them, a unique gang of oligarchs and criminals that are running every aspect of our lives, and they would gladly have you die for them, and they couldn't care less. I want to pivot now. So they put you, there's a gag order or non-disclosure agreement, and it is 25 long years, and it happens
35.
to 35. Pardon me, 35 years. You're told, yeah, you can suffer. The cartels can chase you, change your name, but you keep your mouth shut about it. And finally, in May this year, this expires, right? This gag order expires, and you say to yourself, I am going to go down to that base where I was trained. I'm going to go down to Fort Huachuca, book myself into a hotel. I'm going to go to the criminal division, investigative division. I'm going to get that original paperwork and get some answers to why I feel that my life has been effectively ruined from me having done what I was ordered to do by the government.
Where's the paperwork?
So you get to the base, and I want you to address this because there were so many people who were like, there's no way you could have gotten onto the base. Obviously, you sent me your military cards, and I think we can show a picture of that. You get onto the base, and
what the hell are we supposed to believe on this? Everything's redacted. This is completely blurred. The first one up top, that whole thing is blurred. So we have no idea of verifying if that is real. This is so heavily redacted. Who knows what the hell this says? This could literally say Scooby Dooby Doo, and we would know that. We don't have no information to verify this. You see U.S. Army, that's it. And then there's a photo here. It looks like he took the photo the same day. He's wearing the same black polo shirt. Oh, and just in case nobody picked that up, I've seen the screenshot of this. And I zoomed in. And he's wearing the same black polo shirt that he's wearing in this interview. The same one. So either he wears the same damn shirt every day, or it's just one hell of a coincidence that he's wearing the same shirt he's wearing in this interview. I don't even call this an interview. It's like a chicken squabble. This right here, this is supposed to be backdated by 35 years. And he looks the same here and here, except his hair is a little different. His face, the neckline, if y'all see here, he's supposed to be 35 years older in this photo from this one. Isn't that it? This says INDEF, in deaf. Who knows what this stuff is here? It's redacted. All the black lines is redacted. This says USA / but no state. Where's Manny at? That is a dependent ID card. These are dependent ID cards. This is you can't make this up. This is a dependent ID card. Oh my God. His wife was in the military. Stop it. Are you serious? It's not his. The INDF one is fake. Y'all, this is a dependent ID card. Oh, no. Candace, you wicked witch of YouTube. You really are a wicked girl. Why are you sitting here putting Christians and Christianity in air quotes? You got an idiot on your platform that has a dependent ID card. You can't, like, no one else in the military could recognize this. The first one is completely blurred up top. So it's 3 cards, people. The first one is completely blurred. The second one, this is the one y'all saying is a dependent ID card. This one down here, in deaf, USA, but no state. That's fake. Oh, man. My wife's ID card looks just like the bottom. It looks like the bottom. Oh, this is priceless. They blocked out everything so they redacted it all so you couldn't tell, right? Because, I mean, yeah, of course he didn't serve in the military. His wife did. Y'all, all you see is U.S. Army here, and that's it. There's an expiration date for the card, but I can't even make that out. Even in the photo, I zoomed all the way in, still couldn't make out the date. This photo is literally the same shirt right here. This is the same black polo shirt. That's it. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, he's sitting. Look at this. It's like he just took down. I have a green screen. It's like this is his back screen before he decided to come up on her show. Because that's all this is at this point. Wicked Witch of YouTube. This is a You can't make this up. Let me know if y'all can see it here. He probably visited a military store with his ID card. It's also a Virginia military, and he said he was trained in Arizona. I think that's would that be VA or the state? Correct me if I'm wrong. So is this the state? Is indicating the state and not VA for Veteran Affairs? This is the state over here. I don't know how those cards look. The top ID card is fake, always on a white background. I had that color ID as a kid. My dad was AF. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Yeah, she messed up with this one. She messed up bad. You Candace, you know how many people who were in the military are going to be pissed off? This guy has a GoFundMe going. He has a GoFundMe raising money for attorney's fees. No court documents shown, though. But he has a GoFundMe now. Oh, my God. Can someone send me the link to his GoFundMe? Because this is insane. This is absolutely insane. This man has a GoFundMe, y'all. He's raising money off of this lie. This is how idiotic Candace Owens is. Well, she didn't even ask other military personnel, like, can you all verify these cards before I put this stuff up? Before I send him an invite to come on my platform, I need to make sure these cards are legitimate. I mean, this is blurred out. Who knows what that is? A dependent ID card. This is fake. You can't make this up. Where do you have USA / and no state? So they didn't even bother to put the state. This is a Department of Defense Uniformed Services USA / no state listed. Everything else is redacted the hell out. She couldn't even take photos, like couldn't get better photos of the cars close up. Oh my good Lord. And none of the candy-eyes caught any of this. They're all stupid. The candy asses don't catch nothing. They don't even ask for evidence. They just take whatever she says and go with it. You cannot make this up. GoFundMe for what? Exactly. He's raising money for his so-called defense. He said they're court documents. We haven't seen them. Hold on. The top card is his Veterans Affairs Hospital card, which means his wife was an officer. Wow. He has a GoFundMe. If he's stolen valor, military are going to be pissed. Exactly. They're going to investigate his ass. That's what I said. They're going to do a whole DNA profile on him. You can't make this up. All they got to do is grab some DNA. He would have to stay the hell in the house because they can grab that DNA from whatever in the public. Let's say he go to McDonald's and he decides to eat and drink, two Big Macs with a large fry and a sweet tea, and he throws that cup in the trash. They're gonna wait till he go on somewhere about his business because he just put that in the public trash can, and they're just gonna go get it out. And they're going to do a DNA off the straw. Wherever his mouth landed. They can get fingerprints. They'll do that too. And they're going to take that to a lab. They're going to find out who the hell he really is. Because you can't tell me he's lived on this earth for at least 35 years, 25 years. He said 35 years he's been in hiding. They don't care about a pseudonym. That DNA is going to show up somewhere in a system. And it's going to have a match next to whatever information is connected to it. You can't even go to the hospital and they don't keep some sort of something on file. When they do blood work, diagnostic test results, any of that. It's going to show up somewhere. If he was in the military, he definitely had some examinations done. When he got out the military, the DOD would have made sure he had an exit exam done. So his DNA is somewhere in the system. I don't know why he keeps lying about his damn name. That's if he were in the military. Even if he goes to the VA hospital, he's at least given blood sample, a urine sample, and they'll be able to go and take that out the system. Figure out who he really is. That's if he's actually ever been. All these years, I'm sure he's had at least a hospital visit somewhere in the U.S. This idiot is literally, he's going to walk himself into an investigation. This is a dependent ID card. I'm so, oh my God. How often do you see, let's just think logically about this because we're proving common sense here. We're proving common sense. If you have a Department of Defense ID card, period, do you really think they would just put USA and not put the state next to it? When that's where that information goes here. Country, state. You don't think they will put the state next to USA? Okay, we see you USA, but what state are you in? They wouldn't put any other identifier over here? Really? That's so crazy. Yeah, I'm just USA. What? He's a con artist. You can't make this up. It's on her podcast. Lord have mercy. Candace, I hate going on your website. But I have to because you got this stupid ass GoFundMe attached to it. So we don't have a choice. Oh my God. Where is it? Y'all see where it is? All this stuff. She makes a lot of money, boy. The Macrones are going to sue the crap out of her. Never found out the name of that damn gym by these two people she, sitting here making up this story about. Crypto donations. She got crypto donations. Good grief. When I go on her channel, where do I go? Candace just as hood as it gets. This big ass gold chain on her neck. Top. And see, this is something else. This is something else. Okay, we on her website. Where is this the link? I'm not taking these cookies. Hold on. Can you just tell me where to go? Sound like he's crazy a bit of X. One of them red pill guys who hate women. Probably. This is so crazy. I emailed you. Okay, thank you. This is so sick. This is sick. Candace, you supporting this idiot with this damn Where's the court documents? That's what I want to know. He said there are court documents for Mitch. What's his last name? She literally only put up a first name. They raised $120,285. The goal is $250,000. How much of this did Candace give? She said she was going to put money into this as well. How much did Candace give? You know, if I start a GoFundMe, how y'all think that would go? If I start a GoFundMe and say his compensation for all the headaches that Candace Owens is giving me. Y'all think I'll be able to hit $120,000? I thought Israel was paying me $7,000. He gets to raise $120,285. Make this up. The idea of Israel paying me $7,000 is just so preposterous. But the candy asses never send me a super either, so you know, whatever. You can't make this stuff up. How about just start as a Go LLC? You know, just for all the pain and suffering endure Candace's nonsense. I'm happy to debunk her. I really am. It gives me great joy to debunk you, Candace. I'm going to a federal lawsuit that your name is a co-defendant because of a pump and dump scheme and a meme coin. Yep. This dude is raising $250,000 attorney fees. Like, who knows? Helping Mitch to pay for some of the legal costs to right the wrongs of his past. Where are the court documents? The way the United States treats its servicemen is positively despicable. The corruption that exists at the top of our armed services needs to be corrected. Where are the court documents? He's doing this to go to court, right? Where are the court docs? Anybody seen him? We don't even know his last name. Is it Mitchell Harrison? Because if I Google Mitchell Harrison, I expect to see a lawsuit from him where he's the petitioner. And who is this lawsuit against? Is it against the U.S. military? The U.S. Army? You can't make this up. They got State of Arizona versus Mitchell David Harrison. Why is it just Mitch? What the hell? I see some court documents at Candace. Candace, you got to look at this dude up. This is for a divorce. Mitchell Harrison Snow. Oh, my goodness. Mitchell Harrison Snow versus Lene and Snow. That's if that's who that person is. Because I'm not even seeing this on these cards with his name. Y'all see his names on these cards? If we know his name is Mitch Snow, why would they not at least show the names on the card? Why would that be redacted? You don't even see the name Mitch Snow on here. You don't see Mitchell Snow at all. So who knows? This might not be, he could have just blotted out everything, which he did, and just put these fake pictures over it. One of which he's still wearing the same black polo from the actual interview. But no name on here, of course, because fake identity theft. What is this? Identity fraud? Or is it identity theft where he stole someone's identity? So who knows if this is Mitchell Harrison Snow from this divorce case here. This goes back to 2017, Benton County in the state of Washington. So I thought he was in the state of Arizona. You can't make this up. You can't even pinpoint this guy to one state. Dissolution of marriage with children. Ah, that was a restraining order. Oh my God. Y'all see this docket? Motion hearing, the restraining order. Is a judge. Docket event. Extension of immediate restraining order and hearing notice. That's if we're talking about the same person. He could have just literally taken someone's identity and just say that that's his name. I could say, my name is the Lady Luck Club. I could then say, my name is Candace Owens. And I just changed my identity. And so when I put out an ID, you see my photo, but you don't see nothing else. You don't get any other information here. You just get my photo. This is so crazy. These cars aren't real. They're fraud. They're fake. He's wearing the photo with the black polo on. That the photo where him in the black with the black polo on is the same shirt he's wearing with this interview with Candace. And then the only court documents that I'm seeing right now with Mitchell, Harris, and Snow is a divorce with a restraining order, and there's children involved. Restraining order. Like, this is crazy. This is insane. Is it gonna make me sign up? Yeah, it's gonna make me sign up. I'm not signing up. I'm just tripping. This is in the state of Washington. So where the hell is he at? This shit is all over the place. You don't even give more information in the GoFundMe. Give, send, go. You know, because stuff. He's got $120,000, and we don't even know his last name. She just says Mitch. And I assume someone heard the word Snow, Mitch Snow, earlier. I thought this was Harry Meyer. When she was talking about, oh, this person he wants to come forward. Did she call him Harry Meyer? So who knows who the hell this is? Now he goes by Mitch Snow, possibly, and that might even be legitimate at all. He's showing fake ID cards where he's a dependent. Or whoever that person is a dependent. Oh, my dear Lord. $120,000 raised. Because the candy-ass cult members aren't asking questions at all to Candace. They ask everybody else questions, like we give a damn about their questions. But not to her. Where did you get this clown from? You realize, let's say they do a facial recognition pattern and some sort of analysis. You know, there's no place you can go where you're not being photographed. Most major places you go to in the public view, you're being photographed. He wouldn't even be able to get on that military base without being caught on a camera. But then they want to sit here and say, oh, the cameras were scrambled with no evidence to show that they were scrambled. Because they're not even showing evidence that the cameras operated and took photos or did video footage or surveillance. We don't even see that. We don't even see video footage to show that the cameras are even operable to say that they were scrambled. Like, they don't show any evidence. None. He sees Erica Kirk on that military base and didn't take a picture. This clown right here didn't take a photo. But he helped aid in a raid for drug cartels in a tunnel, in a subway. But all of a sudden, he's not tech savvy when it comes to using a cell phone to take a photo of Erica Kirk on the military base. And this idiot is getting $120,000 for doing nothing. Just showing up on her show to go along with her nonsense. Both of their asses need to be investigated. This is absolutely insane. This is madness. Let's finish this up with these fake ID cards. I cannot believe it. This is a dependent ID card. There's nothing here. Candace, you're an Oompa Loompa with no brain.
The base, and I want you to walk us through what time, and I did show a timeline, but about, you don't have to be perfect here. We already showed a timeline, but like you get to the base and just kind of what's your general mood. And this is on September 8th, the evening of September 8th at the Candlewood Inn and Suites, which you had given me all the documentation for.
Okay. Yeah, getting into Tucson, there was a little bit of a issue getting the rental car and stuff, so that took a little while.
That's a good question. Where is his DD-214? He said June 25th, 2016, when he's saying his wife beat him with a hammer in the garage that she made him a prisoner. What? But there's a restraining order. Where the kids at? Who got the kids? This is so crazy. So who's got the kids here? This was in the state of Washington. Didn't he say he's in the state of Arizona? Y'all, you can't make this up. This is so convoluted to where it makes it hard for you to verify anything. It makes it very difficult to verify anything. I mean, there's a Mitchell. Oh my God. Oh Lord have mercy. All the stuff on that. No DD-214, by the way. None. But he claims he's the military veteran. He claims he's the veteran of the U.S. Army who gave information for a raid with a drug cartel. Windows were kicked in. All this nonsense. No explanation on how he got away or whether or not he was even in the home or wherever he was when they came through windows. People came through windows. Did they beat your ass? What happened? Did they hold you hostage? How did this go?
A little bit of a delay, but we made reservations ahead of time for me to be there. And yeah, I get down to the base. For those that think that people can't get on base, no, typically you can, as long as you have your ID, your insurance, and you have a purpose for being there. I certainly did.
That's why you can show that documentation as he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, we made reservations, and I got to the hotel. I had to. It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. Really nice place, by the way. Wonderful beds. But yeah, I check in, and as I'm doing that, you can tell that there's regular military people, young kids that are there. Probably.
Why would he need his insurance to get on the
reservations? And I got to the hotel. I had to. It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. Really nice place.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
The base, and I want you to walk us through what time, and I did show a timeline, but about, you don't have to be perfect here. We already showed a timeline, but like you get to the base and just kind of what's your general mood. And this is on September 8th, the evening of September 8th at the Candlewood Inn and Suites, which you have given me all the documentation for.
With no camera footage. No camera footage in the hotel.
Getting into Tucson, there was a little bit of a issue getting the rental car and stuff, so that took a little while, a little bit of a delay, but we made reservations ahead of time for me to be there. And yeah, I get down to the base. For those that think that people can't get on base, no, typically you can, as long as you have your ID, your insurance, and you have a purpose.
You have your ID, your insurance. What insurance? Which insurance? Car insurance? Life insurance? Medical insurance? What insurance? What insurance? Insurance for what? Life insurance? What are we talking about here? What insurance? Where's his DD-214? You can't make this up. This is something else. I don't. Why would you need insurance to get on the military base? What type of insurance is he referring to? This is pathetic, man. This is pathetic. He's got $120,000 he's raised from this Give, Send, Go. Some random fundraising website here. Talking about you need insurance to get on a military base.
Being there, I certainly did.
That's why you can show that documentation as he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, we made reservations, and I got to the hotel. I had to. It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. Really nice place, by the way. Wonderful beds. But yeah, I check in, and as I'm doing that, you can tell that there's regular military people, young kids that are there. probably just checking in to post, stuff like that. There were a couple people that stood out, and they're a little bit older. And as I'm checking in, one guy that was sitting on the couch, he just had a sheen to him. Looked like he had a professional military sheen to him. If I had to guess, you know, being a special forces guy, I would have guessed that he's ex-special forces, probably doing, you know, something down there, probably contract. He was definitely waiting on something. And
age about, just so we can get a description, age.
You know, I'd say 33 to 40, about there, give or take. You know, I wasn't there to check out people or check ID cards. I just happened to know him. And veterans, especially SF guys, when you notice somebody like that, I almost had the impression so much so that I was going to go up and ask him what group he was with and say hi and thank him for his service. I didn't really get that chance. So as I'm checking in and then I go to my room and then come back out, he was joined and joined by a female that you can definitely tell when, how do you put it, when people are well off and they're dressing down. She was definitely dressing down, and it was very well kept. The one thing I noticed about the woman that really stuck out to me was her eyes. And I have an ex that has caused me a lot of problems. So when
He's not saying anything of substance. Stop. This is so, man, every active duty member and veteran of our U.S. Armed Forces, especially the Army, should be highly insulted right now. Where in the hell is DD-214? I literally saw one of the fake photos on that ID where he's wearing the same shirt. He could have changed his background, took that picture, and put this up behind him. This is absurd. Why are you sitting there in front of the flag? Make that make sense. Who does this? He's sitting in this room with one light, because you can tell based on his glasses and how it's reflecting. The light source is right here. Y'all see it is in the right side of his body. No other light in here. Got the flag in the back just hanging up like that. He's wearing the same polo shirt he was wearing in that photo of that fake ID. And he's sitting here talking about you. All you need is your insurance to get on a military base. That's all you need. No DD-214 though. He ain't show that. Man, I am just. She thought this was evidence. You would think he would just show his DD-214. Y'all, this is the same polo shirt right here. I don't even know if I'm looking at the same person. It could be similar and not be the same exact individual. This is insane. Why redact his name if we know his name? Why redact the name on these cards? This is absolutely absurd. Just show us the DD-214. I gotta go back. Girl, girl, this is such an insult to the military.
Getting into Tucson, there was a little bit of a issue getting the rental car and stuff, so that took a little while, a little bit of a delay. But
raising money on this lot.
We made reservations ahead of time for me to be there, and yeah, I get down to the base. For those that think that people can't get on base, no, typically you can as long as you have your ID, your insurance, and you have a purpose for being there. I certainly did. That's why
you can show that documentation as he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, we made reservations, and I got to the hotel. I had to. It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. It really
that was converted. So you didn't stay there then. It was converted into something else. So how did you stay there? At what the hell? So he went back to a barracks that he was allegedly at when he first joined, but then it converted it into something. I can't believe this. All you need is your insurance. And what was his purpose for being there again? Isn't he supposed to be in hiding?
Regular military people.
Military people.
Young kids that are there. Probably just checking in, post, stuff like that. There were a couple people that stood out. and they're a little bit older. And
is that how military personnel refer to each other as military people? Y'all call each other just military people? There were other military people. What? What's the typical name you guys refer to each other as? Don't y'all say like brothers, sisters, or something like that? Yeah, there is no way military people call themselves military people. What was his actual purpose of being on that base? You can't make this stuff up. Special Forces trains at Fort Bragg. Exactly. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Y'all don't refer to each other as military people. This is unbelievable. The hotel was a barracks.
As I'm checking in, one guy that was sitting on the couch, he just had a sheen to him. Looked like he had a professional military sheen to him. If I had to guess, being a special.
You had to guess he had a military sheen to him. So you don't even know. He doesn't even know. He's not showing photos. He's not showing video clips. He's not showing documentation. We have not seen his DD-214. He showed 3 cars, one of which is blurred and faked. The second one is redacted. And the photo is the same shirt he's wearing right now with no glasses, allegedly. Hair doesn't even look the same. And the third one is forged. It's missing information. It doesn't even have the state next to the country.
Forces guy.
God.
I would have guessed that he's ex-Special Forces, probably doing something down there, probably contract. He was definitely waiting on something. And
age about, just so we can get a description. Age.
I'd say
Army say battle
30.
buddies. There you go.
33 to 40, about there, give or take. I wasn't there to check out people or check ID cards.
Yeah.
I just happen to know him. And veterans, especially SF guys, when you notice somebody like that,
I don't blame you.
I almost had the impression so much so that I was going to go up and ask him what group he was with and say hi and thank him for his service. I didn't really get that chance. So as I'm checking in and then I go to my room and then come back out, he was joined and joined by a female that you can. I almost had the impression so much so that I was going to go up and ask him what group he was with and say hi and thank him for his service.
Because he had a military sheen. Not that anything else was a direct indication that he was a military. He had a military sheen. It was his persona. It was a feeling. Once again, Candace allows her feelings to reign and rule over facts because idiocy. Candace, this is such an insult to the United States Armed Forces. You are an insult to the United States Armed Forces. You and this dumb fraud who's raised $120,000 grifting from this BS where he can't even show a DD-214, referring to other people in the military that's supposed to be in the same branch of military with him, allegedly, as military people. This is absolutely bonkers. What an insult. And they raised over $120,000. How much of that money, Candace, did you put into it again? How much did she put into that? 120,000?
I didn't really get that chance. So as I'm checking in and then I go to my room and then I come back out.
I get 100.
He was joined and joined by a female that you can definitely tell when how do you put it, when people are well off and they're dressing down. She was definitely dressing down, and it was very well kept. The one thing I noticed about the woman that really stuck out to me was her eyes, and I have an ex that has caused me a lot of problems. So when I see,
he's gross. Why is he comparing this woman to his ex? So your ex caused you problems, and all of a sudden you can pinpoint how women look. Is he trying to say that this woman looks like his ex? The hell is going on? You can't make this up. The United States Army is going to hammer his ass. They're gonna be collecting. They're gonna check his ass down. I'm sorry. You cannot sit here and fake this nonsense this bad. He can't even give a smooth story. Show us the DD-214. That's all I want.
See someone with striking blue eyes like that, they stick out. And I was on the phone with my wife here, and I even told her about it. I said, "Oh, geez, somebody has those kind of eyes." It creeped me out a little bit, and it had nothing to do with that person. Just, life is what it is. But as I was checking in, I was going to go back and actually talk to that person, the guy, and between me at the front desk and then going back to my room one time and then coming back out, I was going to go to dinner. They had gotten into
what the hell?
There was a vehicle parked out front, big green truck. It looked like a real shiny GSA type.
Oh my God.
And they were getting into that vehicle and driving off. And that night I went to dinner at some a little bit crazy. People in Sierra Vista, they can probably verify there was.
What vehicle? The green truck. Where's the photo of the green truck? Where is the photo of the green truck? What is the make and model? What's the plate? What's the tag number? No photo, no video. And this is supposed to be picking someone up at a hotel where there's a camera on the outside of that damn hotel. All these people coming into this hotel and he can't show camera footage, because he's supposed to be special forces and all of some nonsense, be able to do a whole raid. But he can't go and actually request for security camera footage or just pull out his damn phone and start recording. You think he would take pictures? You think he would collect evidence as he's seeing all this happen? What was his purpose of being on that military base again? Because he never said. Why was he there? And he never said what type of insurance you would need to get on a military base.
It gotten into there was a vehicle parked out front, big green truck. It looked like a real shiny GSA type. And they were getting into that vehicle and driving off. And that night I went to dinner.
What? Did he ever say the make and model? Obviously, I'm missing it. Maybe he says the make and model. Big green truck G. What?
Going back to my room one time and then coming back out. I was going to go to dinner.
The name of the car?
They had gotten into there was a vehicle parked out front, big green truck. It looked like a real shiny GSA type.
GSA type? What does that mean? GSA type. What kind of truck is that? A GSA type? A GSA type of truck. What the hell does that mean? Green truck, no Humvees, just green trucks. Okay, yeah, a GSA type. What is that? Maybe that's a car lingo. I don't understand. Anyone knows what a GSA type of truck is? This is her evidence. What is it? What's a GSA type? You can't make this up. Is it government? So was it an SUV, a pickup truck? I'm assuming it's an SUV. What's the make and model of these government vehicles? Anybody know? Make and model? Government, I don't know. This is something else. Candace. Oh, man. Yeah, girl, you done pissed the U.S. Army off. Good. Oh, God. They're making money from this grift. General Service Administration. What are the making models for those vehicles? He says a green truck. He's playing it safe with a GSA truck, but most military bases have their own vehicle pool they use. Anybody know what's the make and model? Are they like Fords or something? That man, you can't make this up. They have make and models. It was like a Chevrolet, white hood bands. We had white bands. Yeah, I've seen that. He never gives the make and model. He never says like the make and model of the vehicle because it's still going to be a make and model of it. He just said GSA. It doesn't make any sense. It's like she hoping he sticks to the script, like he's reading something. Y'all see the reflection in his glasses right here? You see he's sitting in front of a computer.
And they were getting into that vehicle and driving off. And that night I went to dinner at some a little bit crazy. People in Sierra Vista, they can probably verify there was Mexican.
The
Oh,
people
Mexican.
the people in Sierra Vista. What people? What people? Like, wouldn't you be captured on camera going into that restaurant? I'm sure they at least have one camera. You would have been captured on camera leaving the hotel. So with that vehicle. This is absolute bonkers.
Sushi place in Sierra Vista. So I got dinner and it was a pretty good place actually. And then I came back and went to sleep that night.
F-150.
Got up early the next morning, wanted to see the sunrise.
Silverado.
Reminisce about
Ram.
You know, yeah, there we go. Just reminisce about having been there a long time ago.
I want to get the why should put that up so quick? I want to get the inspect element on that photo. This is something she could have posted up on that fake GoFundMe website where they're raising all this money. If you right click on this photo, if she had the actual photo posted up online and you right click on it and do inspect element, it will give you details about that photo. We don't know if he's actually where he says he is here. He said, oh, you can ask people in Sierra Vista. How many people does that include again? So you can't narrow down to, here's the camera footage of the restaurant. No camera footage, no nothing. Where's the restaurant at? He said it was a Mexican restaurant. Where's that restaurant? Y'all see it? I don't see it in the background.
You know, yeah, there we go. Just reminisce about having been there a long time ago. Even stopped to talk to some of the police. They tried to give me directions to CID, but the buildings there are they're sort of old World War II, and they're also built on top of the foundations of like almost Alamo era rocks and stuff. And
perhaps I missed all the buildings in this back.
See the sunrise. Reminisce about, you know,
what a building is that? Has a tree, there's a sign or highway, dirt, more trees, a bush. Y'all see buildings? Perhaps I'm missing all the buildings. There's like a mountain or a hillside or something. Where the buildings? Why is he nowhere near anything? Why not take a photo in front of the base? I'm just, or at the restaurant. He's just standing outside in the middle of nowhere where buildings are. He's ironically, he got a photo in, no buildings around, or behind him or on the side, nothing.
Yeah, there we go. Just reminisce about having been there a long time ago.
Nothing around him.
And even stopped to talk to some of the police. They tried to give me directions to CID, but the buildings there are they're sort of old World War II, and they're also built on top of the foundations of like almost Alamo era rocks and stuff. And some of them aren't really well marked. So his direction sort of led me off on a wild goose chase.
And I'll interject here while you're having a sip of water that this is when you accidentally take a video and it's 18 minutes long while this guy's giving you directions, which you've sent everything over. So there's no question you were here and everything happened because you tried to document this thinking you were going to get some justice from the past. And I will let you continue telling the story.
Yeah, I was there to get help.
Is she going to play the video? Is she playing the video? She never plays the video. I'm just going to assume she didn't play it.
And
oh God,
I was really figuring some people would have
no, she didn't play it.
Have some answers for me.
How we don't have to believe her.
I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast. I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF and JTF headquarters. I went into a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet, so I continued on. I went and got coffee. Ran into some 10th Mountain people there. They said they were there for JTF. We sort of talked. I bought them coffee, I think, for their service. I asked where there would be a headquarters that I could go to speak to someone. They tried to explain it to me. I forget. They gave me a building name, and I don't necessarily.
Headquarters of what? On a military base. Headquarters of what? I'm just saying, what headquarters? That's what I'm saying. Why couldn't she play the video? She said, I verified this, as a video. You sent me an 18-minute video. Candace just says random dumb shit. Somehow, she's the only one that's able to, that's not how you vet anything. simply by saying, because I said so. I mean, you know, I can tell you all that there's, you know, a dinosaur the size of a mountain in the backyard. If I don't take any photos or get you any evidence of it, then you're just left to believe what I said. And then when I try to explain features about this dinosaur in my backyard, guess what? I'm sitting here making stuff up as I go along. So as I speak about it, then I start stumbling over words and slurring speech and everything else because none of it is real. I can't recall facts or any information. And then I have to recall the lie in the order that I said it. Because if someone asks me, can you state the story again? How big was the dinosaur again? Well, it's the size of Stone Mountain, the mountain itself. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's about as big as a hillside. If I'm sitting here being vague and ambiguous, and it said, you know, but I did record it, and I gave it to Candace, and she verified it, and that was it. You guys are going to be like, Lady Luck Club done lost her damn mind. So she recorded a damn dinosaur in her backyard because I'm trying to think of the most fantastical story ever to give it as an example. She recorded 18 minutes of footage of this damn dinosaur in her backyard, the size of Stone Mountain, a real mountain. And she didn't show us the actual video footage. How rare is that, right? But you could show us this. That's how I feel about this dumb shit. You got 18 minutes of footage and you don't show anybody?
Marked.
What documents again?
His direction sort of led me off on a wild goose chase.
Can't make this up.
And now interject here while you're having a sip of water that this is when you accidentally take a video and it's 18 minutes long while this guy's giving you directions, which you've said.
You don't accidentally take an 18-minute video of someone giving you directions unless you're lost. And if he's been there before, why would he be lost? Do you understand this? He's getting directions. But he said that was the barracks where he slept and all this other stuff. He's familiar with it. He never said why he was on the base. You have to give them a reason, your purpose for being there after you show them your ID card and your insurance. Never mind what type of insurance. F that. So you got to show them insurance, your ID, and the purpose of you being there. And yet, he gets 18 minutes of footage for him to get directions because he got lost. Why? So what was his reason for being there again? And he knows exactly where he is because he's been here before, but he got lost.
And everything over. So there's no question you were here and everything happened because you tried to document this thinking you were going to get some justice from the past. And I will let you continue telling the story.
Yeah, I was there.
He doesn't remember because he got lost.
And
that's not.
I was really figuring some people would have have some answers for me. I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast.
Oh my God.
I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF.
But he got lost.
And,
he got lost.
And JTF headquarters. I went in a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet. So I continued on. I went and got coffee, ran into some.
What buildings did you go into after getting 18 minutes of footage while you get directions? You're lost now, remember? Holy crap. He recorded it, but she didn't play the video.
You were going to get some justice from the past, and I will let you continue telling the story, which you've
been there a long time ago.
Candace, this is so stupid.
And even stopped to talk to some of the police. They tried to give me directions to CID, but the buildings there are they're sort of old World War II, and they're also built on top of the.
They're trying to give him directions to buildings that he should know about because he trained here. Remember, he stayed in the barracks. You can't make this shit up. And then on top of this, they did make this stuff up. And he grifted $120,000 out of people. But he got lost. And of all things to damn record, it's 18 minutes of footage of him getting directions because he got lost on a military base to which he never states the purpose as to why his ass is there in the first place. While saying that you need your insurance to get through. Never mind what type of insurance, though. No DD-214. She keeps saying Mitch. $120,000 went to this random guy named Mitch. The bullshit of all bullshit, Candace. How much more low is this going to get? Did he pull the trigger on the gun? Because otherwise, why are we doing this? Why are you bringing him on?
Foundations of like almost Alamo era rocks and stuff, and some of them aren't really well marked. So
of course they're not, because he doesn't.
His direction sort of led me off on a wild goose chase.
Yeah, of course they did.
And now interject here while you're having a sip of water that this is when you accidentally take a video and it's 18 minutes long while this guy's giving you directions, which you've sent everything over. So there's no question you were here and everything happened because
well, you're not on a wild goose chase though, because remember you had a purpose for being there, right? You would think someone military trained that aided in a raid for cartels, gave coordinates. They would know where they're going before they even land, before they even get to the base. Because he has a purpose for being there, he should know exactly where the hell he needs to go. 18 minutes of footage of him being fucking lost and getting directions. And he says, these guys put me on a wild goose chase, because reasons. And womp. But you couldn't say why you were there to begin with. And you failed to look up directions, look at a map to see exactly where you needed to go. You can't be lost and be familiar with the base at the same time. Why you say that you got to present your insurance to get on the damn base?
Try to document this thinking you were going to get some justice from the past. And I will let you continue telling the story.
Yeah, I was there to get help.
Dumb shit.
And I was really figuring some people would have
oh my God.
Have some answers for me. I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast. I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF and JTF headquarters. I went in a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet. So I continued on. I went and got coffee, ran into some 10th Mountain people there. They said they were there for JTF. We sort of talked. I bought them coffee, I think, for their service. I asked where there would be a headquarters that I could go to speak to someone. They tried to explain it to me. I forget, they gave me a building name, and I don't necessarily we don't want to disclose that kind of stuff, but I went right back to the front gate, and as I came in, as they scanned me in with my ID card, I asked the gate guard there, where would this building be, and how would I get there? He gave me detailed instructions on how to get there, how to wind around.
Why? You should know where to go. You should have looked this up on a map. Google Maps. Because you have a purpose for being there, remember?
Detailed instructions on how to get there, how to wind around to get. Have some answers for me.
What?
I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast.
You couldn't find CID? CID is in the provost marshal's office. Because if you were in the army, would you know that, man? He should know that, right? That should be common knowledge for people who are in the army. Like where this is. This is absolute bonkers. All army know how to find CID. Thank you. Thank you. Holy Jesus. 18-minute video. She didn't show the video, though. I'm trying to figure out. I've never met anyone from Wyoming before. What the heck? Coffee break? Exactly. Because he got lost. He couldn't find the CID. Visitors on base have to prove identity and car truck insurance to get a visitor's pass. But he has a purpose for being there. What was his purpose? I'm curious. What was the purpose again? This is madness. Candace, he raised $120,000. How much of that money did you put into that, Candace Owens? How much money did Candace Owens put into that? Because if she added $0.00, she's helping his ass grift. And obviously she might get a portion of it. Who knows? See, Candace, I can say the same shit. Obviously, Candace might be getting a portion of this. My theory. This is nuts. Nuts.
I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF and JTF headquarters. I went in a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet. So I continued on. I went and got coffee, ran into some 10th Mountain people there.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a veteran.
They said they were there for JTF. We sort of talked. I bought them coffee, I think, for their service. I asked where there would be a headquarters that I could go to speak to someone. They tried to explain it to me. I forget. They gave me a building name.
He's supposed to be the veteran. He don't need a visitor's pass. Remember, he had those ID cards. Let's go back. I'm just going to show them again. He needs a visitor pass, but he said he's the veteran, right? Why would he need a visitor's pass? He's got these cards. He wouldn't need a visitor's pass if he's got these legitimate, authentic, valid cards, right? Because he's the veteran. There should be a DD-214 to prove that. Why does he need a visitor's pass? What the hell for? That don't make any sense to me. He's getting lost. He's asking about the CID. Something he should know. This is some fuck shit.
I ended up not being able to call it back for about 7 hours. How would I get there?
Random stuff.
He gave me detailed instructions on how to get there, how to wind around to get to that building. So I did. And it was obviously a temporary setup for this new command down there. There was no gate guard. There was, I think they did have some barbed wire around the field and the building, which made me hesitate for a second, but it was a parking lot. So I just went in and parked. I was on the phone with my missus here and told her, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what they say here, and I'll call you in a few.
This is insane.
I ended up not being able to call it back for about 7 hours. And you can be in the military for a while. You notice when there's a lot of high-ranking people around, and you notice when there's a little.
But he can't find the CID office, and he's lost like hell. And he can't tell when someone's taking him on a, I guess a duck hunt. They give me the runarounds. He recorded 18 minutes of video footage. She didn't show it. That photo shows no buildings around him. This is stupid.
Bit of a buzz. And I walked in
there.
Made
$120,000.
I didn't know if this was just a new type of army that I haven't seen for a while. But I walked up to the front desk. I sort of told him what I wanted. I initially talked to one captain for about 5 minutes, and then he stepped back out. He was going to go get someone. I stood there at the front, and as I did, the guy that I thought was an XSF guy, he had walked out from wherever it was, and he was sort of walking out to the.
What's the XSF guy? Like I got an X. It says I go along. You can't make this up. What's XSF? Anybody? Manny, what's XSF? XSF guy. Like, this is so insane. It's so insane and convoluted. It's like an insult. The cards are insults because obviously they're fraud. Because you don't sit here and redact the name if you're not hiding your name. Then why redact your name on the cards? You'd only do that if the names don't match what you say it is. If his name is Mitchell Snow, why redact your name on the cards? We know your name, idiot. So why redact that?
To the front doors, and he stood there for a while waiting. And then 3 more people came around, civilian dressed, and one, he looked like a congressman. Had the pin, had the flag, congressman suit. And there were a couple of people next to him, and obviously they were trying to talk to him, and they were sort of palling around. But it was also sort of serious.
Congressmen wear specific suits. And
some of the military lieutenant colonels there and the unit sergeant major escorted them out. They got into one of the GSAs. For anybody in the military that knows about GSA, they own everything in the government.
Could you, sorry, for those of us who don't know about this GSA, just to break it down for us, I'm sorry to be so ignorant. What does that stand for?
No. What was it? Government Services Administration, or
okay.
I forget what it is.
No worries.
How you forget? You're a veteran. He forgets what it is. Government Services Administration. Why is he saying he forgets? Thank you, Manny. XX is commonly used in the military to mean unspecified or temporary. F can indicate field, fleet, or an internal fleet code. Hey, Tavares, how you doing, honey? Oh my God. Army's X-Tech Special Forces. He doesn't even remember what GSA. What does a congressman suit look like? I'm curious. Me too. I don't know. He has selective amnesia. JTF. The Army is the lead service. The commander is typically an Army officer, often 06 Colonel or 07 Brigadier General. Other branches support the mission. This is crazy. He is low IQ individual, and she is all in, trusting every word. What does it exactly? Ex Special Forces. Asking questions are prohibited. She doesn't answer anybody's questions. For pathological lie. General Services Services. General Administration Service. GSA is General Services Administration. He said government. And he said, I forget. Oh, my dear Lord. Y'all, he said government.
They own everything in the government.
Could you, sorry, for those of us who don't know about this GSA, just to break it down for us, I'm sorry to be so ignorant. What does that stand for?
No. What was it? Government Services Administration, or
okay.
I forget what it is.
No worries.
He said, I forget what it is. A veteran of the military forgets what GSA is. Candace, this lie is going to cost you and him. This whole facade, this fake ass nonsense that you concocted is going to cost you and him bigly. He has fundraised $120,000 so far, plus on this BS. And Candace can't say how much she gave to this.
Basically, maintain all the property for the U.S. for the federal government.
Okay.
So
how would he forget that?
If you're in the military or if you're in the federal government and you need a vehicle, basically you go to one of the GSA places, and it's like renting a vehicle at Enterprise or something, but you have orders attached to it. Some of those vehicles they're reserved at any GSA where they have VIPs that come in.
Oh my God.
For those in the know, they keep a reserve set of vehicles, and they're extra shiny. They're like new off the lot. Their tires aren't worn very well.
I come back, gotcha.
So they all got into one of those vehicles and they left. The sergeant major came back in. Him and I was teasing him about his tabs and how he didn't have his long was think he had a Ranger tab and airborne. Or no, he didn't have airborne. He had air assault. Anyway, I was teasing him about some of that. Was supposed to go back and talk to him. I was finishing signing in when, a couple more captains came around the corners and they escorted me way out. They wanted to take me out of the building. I thought I was getting arrested, and I didn't know what I'd done wrong.
You don't belong there, you idiot.
Yeah, I'd give my name, the missions I'd been attached to.
You don't belong there.
I give them the purpose why I was there. And I was very polite about it. I was trying to be discreet as possible. And I had no idea what I was walking into. Obviously, when congressmen are around, there's something special going on. But yeah, they escorted me out across the parking lot to the park benches there. And one of the captains there, his name was Captain Neff. Nice guy. And I started telling him my story, what I'm telling you, and what I was there for. Yes, that's the guy. Real decent gentleman.
Okay, which one is he?
And what I was there for.
Which one is he? I don't get it. He put up a picture of two other people. He's not in this photo at all. As a matter of fact, he has not shown us any photos of him on this base. None. Not a one. She has not shown that 18-minute footage of him getting directions, because obviously he got lost, because obviously, right? Even though he's supposed to have a purpose for being there with 3 fake ID cards. They're trying to escort him off because he doesn't belong there. This is insane.
Yes, that's the guy. Real decent gentleman. And as we sat there, the other captain went in, was going to get the sergeant major, and I don't know exactly what happened, but before long,
You don't know what happened,
was
of course not.
a bunch of cruisers pulling up. There were police officers from different levels of the government. I couldn't tell you all the different types of law enforcement that were there surrounding me, and sort of putting up a wall between me and the front door. I did catch that there was yet another, I don't know if it was the same GSA vehicle returning.
Yeah, because that's what's supposed to happen when your dumbass doesn't belong on that military base. And you're using fake to forged ID cards that belong to a dependent, where all the information on here is redacted, so we can't even see your name on those cards because dumb reasons. This is madness. Where the camera footage at? But he got a photo of somebody else on that base, but not a photo of himself. Or security camera footage, because there's cameras all over this damn base.
Or a different one, but that did pull up to the building. I couldn't see who got in it.
Pathetic.
And it ended up sort of a big deal. They kept interrogating me, trying to gaslight me, asking me about what I was there for.
It's not gaslighting.
Like I was some sort of a spy.
And
then they mentioned a bomb threat. They wanted to check my vehicle. Mentioned that because I was in special
they don't know who you are, you idiot.
forces, obviously I must be some sort of a bomb threat. And for me, I just figured,
but no real ID card.
This had to be some sort of the false flagging that I've encountered from before.
This is unbelievable.
Some sort of residual effect from that.
So you're just thinking, this has got something to do. This has been 35 years running. The government's corrupt. It's all about me fighting this cartel tunnel, and this is just going to be the story of my.
Where is the DD-214? I'm still waiting on the court documents because he's claiming that he's suing the government. That's what they're raising this money for. Legal fees, because they're suing the government. He's suing the government to try to right the wrongs of his past. Legal cost. Where is the DD-214?
My life never getting any justice. That's what's going through your mind.
And at this point, yeah, people in the government start pointing guns at me. My house been squatted and stuff like that. I just roll my eyes. I literally.
We don't even know who you are.
Sorry.
I was just throwing my car keys. They wanted my car keys. I chucked it over. I said, yeah, if you don't mind, park it closer because my bones are getting old and it hurts. I don't want to walk that far.
So sad.
So Captain Neff was really nice.
What's so sad about this, Candace? What's sad is Charlie Kirk's 2 children having to be reminded that their dad is not coming home. That's sad. What's sad is Erica Kirk having to explain to her daughter as to how her dad is in heaven. And she can't see him right now, but she's gonna see him again when God is ready. And she's having to comprehend all of that. That's sad. The hell you talking about? This isn't sad. This is a fraud. And you're insulting the entire United States military with this BS.
I asked him what this was about. He tried to shrug it off and say he didn't know. There was another lady that seemed to be conducting what this overreaction was. And she was definitely, she was in plain clothes, undercover, big sunglasses, Hispanic woman. Right, if I had to guess, probably Secret Service or something like that. She didn't want to.
Secret Service guards the president, the VP, members of the executive branch, particularly the president and the VP. So was the VP there? I mean, is that what he's trying to say here? It was probably Secret Service, something like that. No, because it couldn't just be like military police or investigators that are, also a part of the U.S. Army.
Conducting what this overreaction was.
Doesn't even know job title.
And she was definitely, she was in plain clothes, undercover, big sunglasses, Hispanic woman. Right. You know, if I had to guess, probably Secret Service or something like that.
Why would you guess that?
She didn't want to approach me directly.
Why would you guess an investigator on a military base to be Secret Service? Why is that the first guess? You can't make this up.
Exactly. She was directing how other people would approach me and ask me questions, get my documents, stuff like that. Eventually, they said, "Okay, we're going to take you to another location." They took me to. They finally showed me where the CID building was, I guess.
Because he
put
didn't
me
know.
in there, and they recorded me for a while. Asked me a few questions, and they were very concerned about the next 24 hours. Like they wanted to make sure. I don't know, maybe that I wasn't there for some other purpose or related to something. It was pretty odd. They didn't answer any of the questions I was there for. They didn't give me the documentation they wanted. They did give me a report number to go ahead and you went ahead and I gave that to you.
You did.
We'll see what that says. But yeah, they were looking for any excuse to try and hold me up for like 24 hours. And that 24-hour number kept getting repeated by them. And then eventually they didn't have anything to hold me. I wasn't harmed to myself or others. I wasn't there to, spy on anybody. I really just wanted to get records and
you cannot walk into a military base with fake ID cards. If you showed that, it would have been in the camera right above that booth. There's cameras at the booth where you show the military guard your ID information. There's a camera where it's going to record the IDs you're presenting. This is how stupid they both are. And she didn't think, if there's a camera at that military guard check-in where you go past the guard and show your ID to get on this damn base, more than likely it's going to capture those ID cards that he's presenting. That's if he presented them. If he's trying to get a visitor's pass, because let's go with that theory. These cards then that he just showed us in this photo is moot. Irrelevant. Why show these cards if you didn't even show those cards to the military guard at that booth to get onto the base? You showed an ID, some form of insurance, and told them the purposes for being there to get a visitor's pass. But you got these military IDs, so-called cards, to show that you were a veteran. Even though he's never presented a DD-214. Who the hell needs a visitor's pass if you were a former active duty member from this base and you went to this base for training and you said you even recognized the barracks? You can't make this up. But he didn't know what a CID building is. And then he's like, oh, I don't understand why everybody's wondering why I'm there. Because you got a visitor's pass, you idiot.
Get out of that desert.
You didn't tell them why you were there.
As reminiscent as it was, the place creeps me out a little bit. So, yeah, once they said you have to stay out base for 24 hours, I was, don't worry about it, I ain't coming back. Got to Tucson, stayed the night there.
That's if all of this happened, because we have yet to see actual footage or photos of him being on the base. We haven't seen that shit yet. We just saw a photo of him outside wearing sunglasses and a black polo shirt that he's wearing right now. We don't even know if he actually has any evidence or proof that he was on the base itself. I'm trying to see if I can find that photo. Because they put up stuff. Look at this. He's wearing the same shirt, y'all. Because apparently this guy wears the same old thing over and over again.
To see the sunrise, reminisce about, yeah.
Black polo. Yeah, he just wears the same damn thing over and over again. Ironically. How old is this picture? He's wearing the same black polo. He got on right now. Same thing. Black polos. This is absolute bonkers. But he can't remember, like he just doesn't know where to go. He don't know what the CID building is. You know, he's so confused as to why somebody that looks like they were from, if he had to guess, Secret Service and not like military police. Nope. Never mind that crap.
I initially talked to one captain for about 5 minutes, and then he stepped back out. He was going to go get someone. I stood there at the front, and as I did,
oh boy,
the guy that I thought, some of the military lieutenant colonels there and the unit sergeant major escorted them out. They got into one of the GSAs. For anybody in the military that knows about GSA,
I'm sorry, I don't.
Ain't coming back. Got to Tucson, stayed the night there in a hotel. Never got a refund on my Candlewood suites, but
that's if you show the proof that you stayed there. Showed us the receipt. What was the room number? And the hotel security camera footage. Because you would have been captured on security camera footage going into that damn hotel. What's the receipt that you stayed there? Any evidence or proof?
Yeah, got on the plane, and before we touched down, I had a stop off in Salt Lake City. By the time we wheeled down, we got the news about Charlie Kirk. And of course, that's been just all over the news. Everybody's watching it, and I don't think anybody's believing what the federal government's saying about it for sure. But what I noticed, I don't know these people.
No, just Candace Owens and her cult members and the dumb bots. Everyone else does. I mean, it's insane. This clown was supposed to do what? Help her peddle nonsense that she would be mad if she got hit with a lawsuit for. This has to be the dumbest story ever. If they put his ass under oath, he will not be able to repeat any of that.
People from Deep USA. Never been associated. I could recognize Charlie Kirk probably. But what I started seeing come across got more familiar once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes. That was that person. They were there. And yeah,
but he
the
didn't
head
know
of
how
security there
beforehand.
He was one of the people walking out with the congressman. Now, how would I know that? I just have a gift for recognizing people. And yeah, maybe it's not him. Maybe he has doppelganger, but somebody with the same mannerisms, the same crick in his neck, face, the waxy look on his face, hand gestures, shoulder shrug.
What congressman again? Which congressman is this?
Gait, approximate height, haircut. Definitely walked past me. And
if you had to put it at a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harpole, maybe he's got a brother in the military, who knows, right? Maybe he does have a doppelganger, he's got a twin brother, who knows? And I want to be clear, I can confirm on this podcast live every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't.
What metadata? What metadata, Candace? What type of metadata are we talking about? From what system? What software program? What metadata? I mean, why can't you start with the security camera footage from the damn military base? Because all those cameras were working and very operable. Why not ask him, why did you need to show some ID and insurance? Why would you show that? Wouldn't you have your military ID cards? Well, why would you need to show insurance? They don't care about that. No, don't ask that. Why did you get lost? Why didn't Candace play the damn video? The 18-minute footage of someone giving him directions. Why he sits here and says, I can't believe no one recognized me. They didn't know me. They escorted me out like I'm a spy or something. Do I look like a spy? Yeah, but these guys were giving me the runaround, and I was not able to even ever find the CID building, and so I was just kind of walking around. It's just, but then was surprised when these guys pulled up, and if I had to say, they looked like they were the Secret Service types of all things. Not just regular FBI agents or military police or anything like that. U.S. Army have their own special investigators and stuff. But no, the Secret Service. It's the Secret Service.
Confirm that you saw who you say you saw. If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean,
they're both getting sued.
When I saw him, you know, on the interview with his face and gestures, with that photo, it struck me in my gut.
We don't care about your gut. We want the actual photo that you took of Brian Harpole on this military base, because, you know, you should have taken a photo of him, right? Or get the security camera footage that's on the military base.
I blew it off.
So crazy.
Until there was, you know, some other pictures that came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
If you want me to say, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby. And that man, he was present.
Oh, she gonna show the photos of the lobby? You can't make this up. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. This is after she flew to the state of Tennessee to talk to this demon seed to her face. And then you turn around and bring this goon of who knows who he truly is on camera after he took a photo of him in the same shirt and an ID picture where he redacted everything else, including the name, in that same shirt. This is their evidence. 18 minutes of footage she doesn't show. Picture him outside with no buildings around, and he's supposed to be on a military base, but won't show images or anything of him being on the base. God. Or the photo of this vehicle, this pickup truck, this green pickup truck or SUV. Who knows? Won't show those images or the hotel security camera footage. Nothing. Got it.
There's, you know, some other pictures that came up with other people.
Man,
what other people? Other pictures?
If you want me to say, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby. And that man,
how would he know he's from her past?
He was present at that meeting the next morning.
If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
Those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine.
No picture, no photo, nothing. From her past. Some dude from her past. Like he's been cyber stalking her all over her social media. While they put up no photos, no images, no nothing.
Imagine somebody else.
Okay, so
you can't
what I'm going to say, because obviously that's very explosive, and it's one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if I wanted to have you on. I'm going to be honest with you, because I guess I'll tell you the conflict that I had and just be just as honest with you as you are being with me. The first thing was, I can't confirm it, right? I can confirm where you were, I can do all of that, but I can't confirm what you think.
He can't confirm it is, but he can say something with 95 to 99% certainty. What the hell?
You saw, I don't know you. I don't know. There are people like my husband who can see someone once and he recognizes that person 10 years later exactly where we saw them. And there are people like me, and I kind of have facial blindness until I meet someone 3 times. The second thing was, I didn't want people to wrongly extrapolate things and say, okay, well, maybe she
too late, idiot.
Was on the base. Maybe there's a chance she wasn't on the base, right? And that she has a doppelganger.
Camera footage. Doppelganger. Camera footage. The base has cameras all over it.
People do have doppelgangers. I have doppelgangers, right? Well, let's say she was in the base. Let's say you're right, and you saw her.
Oh my God.
This is the night before. This is on the 8th. Maybe she was in the hotel, but maybe she was there for a different reason. Maybe she was there because she's always been open about the fact that her mother moved to Arizona because she got involved with the military. So that could be totally unrelated to the meeting that took place on the 9th. And I didn't want to But then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much. And I would be turning my back on this, really a hero for discovering the cartels who's lived through so much and has been treated like the government. And then I struggled with my own soul going, I'm turning my back on him because I'm afraid of backlash for allowing him to tell the truth. And my soul was in conflict. And I decided that, you know what? This is not my platform. Okay. I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I'm a conduit. I don't know why.
Stop. No, you're not. You just use Christianity or Christians in air quotes. But you won't sit here and talk about all the horrible things that Catholic priests do to children. And you claim to be a Christian. Somehow, Rob McQuaid repulses you. And you can't say why. Simply because you dumb demon. And you know you would not be talking about him if Charlie Kirk was still alive. He would not tolerate you talking about his pastor if he were still alive. This is egregious. Where is his DD-214? She has not even sufficiently made him prove he was in the army. Those military cards are fake. One of them goes, it actually is a dependent ID card. You have people in the military that knows what this stuff looks like, and she still put this BS out here. And now he's saying he's seen Erica Kirk and some dude from her past, which he already said he doesn't know anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. But they gave a 95 to 99% assurity it was her with no damn picture, no video footage, nothing. Erica Kirk better sue her and him.
I have a platform, and I don't know why you have this luck in life. I really don't. I don't know why these things happen to you or why they happen to me. But I know that my prayer was very intentional that night that I received that email. So I'm going to allow the internet to hear your testimony, hear what you think. And I also want to show them a picture because we did look through some congressmen, and I didn't tell you where they were congressmen from, but there is one that you thought looked familiar. And I am going to show that picture of him now. This is, and Skylar, someone's got to get in my ear because I'm blanking on his name. Mark Amodi.
You're coaching this man into this nonsense. Why don't he tell you who this person is? Or how about this? Why doesn't he show you a photo or a video footage of this man on that military base on that day with Erica Kirk and Brian Harper? Wouldn't he have taken photos of these people? Oh, shoot, there's a congressman. There's Erica Kirk. If they weren't important then, why are they important now? You didn't go back and say, you know what? I need to get the security camera footage for this day that I was here and I almost got kicked off. Because see, if you are a veteran, you have ID cards. You're not there as a visitor. I can imagine them kicking someone off that has legitimate, valid credentials to be on that military base. They kicked his ass out. And yet he has no evidence that he was on the base in the first place, nor could he tell them why he was there. I'm still waiting on proof that he was even on the base. Because, you know, you can't give up insurance.
Is that right?
She's coaching.
Mark Amodi from Las Vegas, and you thought that this could potentially be the congressman that you saw on the 9th?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's
what
the one that walked
percentage?
closest to me.
That's what walked closest to you.
That's 95. I'm absolutely, you know.
Oh, God. Then 95. Yeah, I'm absolutely. Yeah, he got $120,000 out of these clowns that gave him all this money. And Candace Owens, I can guarantee, has not given him a dime. Because, you know, why would she give any of her money to another con artist? What are they in together? What are they plotting this for? No evidence. She hasn't even shown that 18-minute footage. I'm still waiting on it.
After I've looked at it, that was definitely the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, that was him. Okay.
Now we have then been able to look at flights and look at who could have been at that meeting. We were able to confirm based on a call sign that there was somebody heavy duty that was at Fort Huachuca on that morning who made sure to turn off their transponder. So the picture is coming together that you.
No evidence transponders were cut off. No data to actually show a transponder being cut off. And then you got a plane in the sky. Bye, Felicia.
Saw what you saw, then that call sign did change at a certain time, which lets us know that then it could have been moved to a congressman. there could be a chance that that person they were blocking you from seeing when they all lined up might have been someone that is, it could be Kash Patel. I mean, it could be Kash Patel. That's someone who could have a call sign running ideas. It could also not be him. And I want to be clear. I do think you saw, I think that is the reason they surrounded you, was to make sure you couldn't see he was walking out. I think your instincts are right on that. And
why would he do that if he was minding his own business? They gonna care about one person seeing them outside? Well, he was there to get records, right? He couldn't find the CID building, but all of a sudden he can point out all these people allegedly with no photos or still images or video footage or nothing. We still can't even prove that he's an actual military veteran with a DD-214. He ironically takes all these photos for this fake ID and this picture outside the same day he's wearing this shirt. I mean, this is absurd.
I don't know what to say other than I know what you are going to go through now.
You're lying.
And I want you to know that you have an ally with me, and I know how much you are already going through fighting them. And I intend to help you raise money to go through these lawsuits with the federal government. I know this is not easy. I know what your kid has been through. I know what your wife has been through.
What is the federal lawsuit? Anybody know the name of the number of the case? What is that federal lawsuit? I'm looking for the case number. He's got a federal lawsuit against the government. Are we talking about the U.S. Army here? Which agency? The Secret Service? What are we talking about? GSA? Who is his lawsuit filed against? Who's the defendant? I want the defendant so I can pull up that lawsuit. I want to see that federal lawsuit. The federal lawsuit. You can't make this up.
And no one should have to go through this because they told the truth and potentially stumbled upon something corrupt, did definitively stumble upon something corrupt. And I think the public will be with you because they see what I'm going through right now, being sued by a transatlantic president overseas for just trying to tell the truth. And I just want you to know that, like, I know that this is hard for you and given everything you've been through, but like, I am here with you. I'm going to fundraise money for you, and I'm here for you and your family through whatever comes next.
Oh boy, that's really wonderful. And I've told you, thank you. I'd like to see justice. I'd like to see our government being honest again, or some level. I don't know why I was there or why I got to see what I did or how I happened to walk in on something. I wasn't there to, obviously I didn't know what was going to happen in the next 24 hours. It seems coincidental that was the number they kept bringing up, and whatever they were doing, it was important, and they didn't want anybody looking at it. And okay, the military does that stuff. That's what they do. I thank you, for everything. But really, after hearing some of the other stuff, hearing about some of the threats against you, and I watch some of the other podcasters, Valhalla, really good guy, even if he gave me a bunch of crap about stuff. Fellow brother there from First Group. No, he had when he interviewed the French Foreign Legion, he got to learn a little bit about sometimes how in the intelligence world, how things cross over, and other countries are a little bit dirtier and they borrow resources from us. Fort Huachuca is one of those places they would have to have done that.
Where's his DD-214? Because he shows some cars that are fake. That actually one of them is a dependent ID card. He said he had to go through the gate. Showed ID, insurance, and reason for purpose to get a visitor's pass. Why would you need that if you have military ID cards? And then he got kicked out. Why would he get kicked out? He had a purpose for being there, right? I'm trying. Where's his DD-214? All military personnel have that. Where is it? Why didn't he show that? Why didn't she show that? I want to see the DD-214. This is so stupid. Where's proof that he found any of this stuff? Exactly. He can't. First of all, he has not proven he was in the military. He hasn't proven he was in the military. Show a DD-214. not some fake ID cards that were forged. One of them is for a dependent. These clowns are so ridiculous. They defend this with no evidence. They don't even know what type of evidence they would need to even back this stuff up. I'm trying to find that federal lawsuit he filed against the government where he still doesn't name the actual agency.
And when I had to pray myself and be on, I just wanted to give you a tip, since you're pulling on these threads, and I had no idea that you were going to do all this.
I want you to know there were literally 51,000 emails unanswered in that box. Okay. And I went to church, I prayed, and I said, give me something. And it was the first thing, just like I said to you. I mean,
if this man, if the Mitch Snow is in a wheelchair, this man is not. Because he said he drove around. He drove. If Mitch Snow is paralyzed, how is he driving? He was standing up taking that photo. He said he walked around trying to find a building. He couldn't find the CID building. There's allegedly 18 minutes of footage where he claimed someone was giving him the runarounds. But he's driving, he's walking, and he's getting lost trying to find a CID building where he should already know what the hell it is. But the Mitch Snow you guys are referred to here is in a wheelchair, getting rehab. Said he's paralyzed, which makes sense. I was wondering about that. Yeah, this guy is not paralyzed. This guy was walking around and driving. They can't even verify this to be the same Mitch Snow that's paralyzed. This guy's driving cars and walking around the military base. If you're paralyzed, how are you able to move your legs and drive? He's walking around. He said he walked around the base looking for the CID building. Go to your Cult Leaders channel, pull up the transcript, and you can read it for yourself. He walked around the base looking for the CID building. He took a photo of him standing up. Can't make this up. He's walking around. He's walking around on two legs. He's not in a wheelchair. He walked around. They escorted him out. They kicked him off the base. He said, I walked around. He took a photo of him outside randomly, standing up. You don't use the terms walk if you're in a wheelchair. And granted, there could be also more than one Mitchell Snow. I don't think there's only one person in the United States of America with the name Mitchell Snow. You might find at least two other people named Mitchell Snow that served in the military. All his ID cards are redacted out. We couldn't even tell the name on it, but yet he tells us his name. So why hide this on your ID cards? Why? He doesn't even show a photo of himself on the military base. What you talking about? This is crazy. I mean, this lie is so dumb. And then to sit here and to say you affiliated with the military? Look at these stupid cards. This ID photo he took the same day he did this interview. That's if he's the same person. These are the dependent ID. You got USA, no state. INDEF, what the hell? Why is his name crossed out if we know his name? Why cross out the name? He didn't even show the names on these damn cards. This one is completely blurred. You don't even leave your name on here, and you're telling us your damn name. Why hide that still? Make that make sense. The bottom card is a spouse card. Exactly. He has not shown a DD-214. So no, I don't believe he was in the military. I don't. Dumb shit. He walked onto the base. He's not in a wheelchair. Thank you. This is a whole felony. Thank you. Exactly. Impersonate. You're lying about you stealing valor. Oh my God. But he's talking about, I got people looking for me. Probably to whoop his ass for lying about stolen valor. No dog tags, no nothing. No DD-214, no dog tags. He's walking around a military base, being removed off the military base. There are some people who can drive handicap. I'm still curious as to how you're achieving that when you're paralyzed. You're paralyzed. We still can't find a DD-214. No DD-214, no DD-214. These cars go to a dependent. They should go to him. He was in the military, remember? But see, these are the things that the cult members, they don't, because they don't research, they don't read, they don't look anything up. Anyone listening to this that served in the military should have said, this is bullshit off the bat. You have people who claim to have served in the military, because I know there are a lot of dumb bots out here that are saying, oh yeah, no, all of this is valid. This makes sense. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with this story. Yep. This guy's on point. We're so sorry. Thank you for your military service. While he fundraises and made $120,000 so far for legal fees. And what government agency is he suing again?
Appreciate that. There are a lot of people in the military who
that he doesn't know, because he calls the military.
Like I said to you, what did I call for?
He calls people in the military people. He said, yeah, military people, regular people on the base. Regular people, military people. That's not vernacular. That's not language that people use that actually served in the military. They don't say military people. Basic rudimentary stuff that people should be catching, they're not catching.
Minutes after the email was sent, and it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that, and not, you know, God as in people being trained in intelligence to make us think that everything is holy, but rather truly I saw God in that. And yeah, it's stunning. It's hard not to see God in something like that happening in that order.
Out of this.
So
you ended.
I don't know, it comes back to like you have an ally in me, and I hope you see that I am a fighter. And to like
this girl said,
some of the other podcasters, Valhalla, really good guy, even if he gave me a bunch of crap about stuff. Fellow brother there from First Group. No, he had when he interviewed the French Foreign Legion, he got to learn a little bit about sometimes how in the intelligence world how things cross over, and other countries are a little bit dirtier and they borrow resources from us. Fort Huachuca is one of those places they would have to have done that. And when I had to pray myself and beyond, I tried to. I just wanted to give.
Oh my God, George, man.
I just wanted to give you a tip, since you're pulling on these threads, and I had no idea that you were going to do all this.
I don't know, man.
I want you to know that there were literally 51,000 emails unanswered in that box. Okay. And I went to church and I prayed. And I said, give me something. And it was the first email, just like I said to you. I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent? And it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that, and not.
This is it. You know, Candace, I can say I prayed about something too as an independent journalist, because you're just a podcaster gossiping about dumb shit and making stuff up that's going to enter you right into another lawsuit. But keep going, girl. And say, you know, I was praying and God told me to just come up with this, you know, this hook right here. And it came to me, and I just realized I need to just get in touch with somebody, because you were in the military, at least you claim you were. And then, you know, you said you saw something. So I'm going to let people tell your story. And then now here we are. 35 years of hiding. He was once upon a time Harry Myers, and now he's Mitchell Snow or some sort, Mitchell Harrison Snow. He's suing the government but can't name the agency. He didn't know what GSA was. The Mitchell Snow that people are finding is someone who's paralyzed in a wheelchair. Yet this guy is able to drive, walk, be escorted off of military bases, stand up, take photos, move around, walk all over the place like it's nothing. Walk in and out of hotels, walk in and out of restaurants, a Mexican restaurant at that. You know, because how ironic is that? He walked in and out of a hotel he was staying at, remember? Yeah. He didn't recognize anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk, but now all of a sudden, he knows how Brian Harpool looks and Erica Kirk, you know, because the eyes is just so unforgettable. And some dude from her past. Some dude from her past. But he knows no one at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. He doesn't show a DD-214. He shows fake ID cards that's redacted, even the name, because that it's a lie. It's not his real name. But yet the photo that he takes for one of the cards is the same shirt he's wearing here, the same shirt he's wearing in the picture. The Mitchell Snow I'm seeing lives in the state of Washington. He said he went to Phoenix. He went to Utah for some reason. Where does he live? Does he live in Utah? Does he live in Arizona? Where does he reside? He got 2 different states here. He never said why he was on the base other than I went there to get some records. But you got kicked off the base because obviously you had no purpose there. But he had to show some insurance to get on the base when he has allegedly military ID cards. It's fuckery all around.
You know, God, as in people being trained in intelligence to make us think that everything is holy, but rather truly, I saw God in that. And yeah, it's stunning. It's hard not.
The devil is a liar, and so are you, Candace Owens. You didn't see God in this. You literally mock Christians, in air quotes. There's no God in this. You and the devil are both a liar. And people need to call it for what it is. It's a lie. This is completely deceptive and misleading. But yet, he's making money on this. $120,000, $121,080. He's making money on this. $121,000. I'm going over her lawsuit tomorrow about this meme coin. Whether I even get 1,000 views or not is irrelevant, because it's important that people understand who Candace Owens truly is. And the best way to learn about her dumbass is through court documents. I'm still trying to find this lawsuit he has against the government. He just says the government. Who exactly is he suing again? What's the agency? Because Mitchell Snow and this guy obviously aren't the same people. So this guy is raising $121,000, and he's not the same Mitchell Snow that you guys are describing that's paralyzed in a wheelchair. He's not the same guy. Same military people. He just stopped suing the federal government. This is gross. And she's invoking God into this. As if God would be the author of chaos and confusion and have you be deceptive, intentionally deceptive and misleading. And you're still raising money for this clown, this fool who can't show a DD-214.
Hard not to see God in something like that happening in that order. So I don't know what comes next, but I just want you to know that, like, you have an ally in me, and I hope you see that I am a fighter. And when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. And same for the people that watch this podcast, they are fighters as well. So, and they've had my back and they will have your back. I promise you that.
I really appreciate that. There are a lot of people in the military who, we see things. I'm sure that people down in Fort Huachuca and other places have seen things, and there's a lot of people that stay quiet, to stay nice, to not be in conflict. And
both, Colleen.
I had to pray. This doesn't help. This doesn't help my situation at all. It's going to aggravate it. I'm absolutely sure. And but the truth matters, and that's why we wanted to send this up to you. We had no idea. All of a sudden, you'd be calling us. You really interrupted our gym time, by the way, and we really need it. Typically, I try to laugh things off quite a bit, but things are getting quite serious. And I think Baron Coleman, he gets it.
Because he's not a wheelchair.
Keep pulling those threads. And I hope you stay safe.
And same to you. And like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you, imminently. So, and this is obviously, it's just the first conversation we're having. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, not just for sharing what happened. And I do believe you are a missing piece of this. I also want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for trying to do what our government should be doing, which is stopping the cartel.
Stop. What service? He doesn't have a DD-214. You thanking him for some? He doesn't even have proof to show. Y'all said dive pirates. Y'all, oh Lord have mercy, Jesus. I want to see that lawsuit. Because that's what they're supposed to be raising this money for. A lawsuit. This is insane. Let's finish this up.
And not partnering with them. And so just to thank you for your military service and all that you've gone through.
Thank you, Miss Owens. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
We will be.
Amy says thank you also.
Thank you, guys. We will be right back, you guys. I'm going to let Mitch sign off here, and then I will answer some of your questions after some sponsors.
You can't make this stuff up. You can't, oh my good Lord. Okay, so where is he at? Is he the owner of this thing? Of Dive Pirates? Is he the owner here? This is in Colorado. I thought this guy went back to Utah. Why did he go to Utah? Let me ask that. He said he took a flight. He went to back to Utah. This guy is in Colorado. From based on here. Wellington, Colorado. About Us. Is he under About Us? I'm trying to see where I go to find him. This guy walking. These are divers. Where is he at? They all raising money here. What is this? Are they raising money to dive? I left them voicemails, but everyone should call them and ask about Mitch Snow. Because I'm not seeing Mitch Snow. Anyone seeing him? This is so weird. Y'all, we're going to do the Friday episode tomorrow. After I go over the lawsuit. Because it's going on 2 a.m. I know you guys have been hanging in there with me. And I appreciate that. This is something else. This is something else. Yeah, we hitting almost 9 hours. Y'all are awesome. I really appreciate you all. Video here. Oh my God. Y'all listen. He lives in Franklin County, Washington. This guy, Colorado wanted. Will contact us. So How is he involved with that Dive Pirates Foundation? I'm just trying to see where he is. Does anybody know where to navigate me through this? If you can. Yeah, I'm Eastern time. I just emailed you the Mitch Snow link. Okay. Let's see what this is. No. This says Benton County, Washington, in the state of Washington. Mitch Snow, a father's defiant stand against a corrupt system exploiting our children. This is from April 29, 25. Does that look like him? They don't look like the guy we just got through looking at. That does not look like this guy here. They don't look like him at all. Yo, this is crazy. It doesn't even look like him. Look at that. Yo, this is insane. This guy is not disabled. He's talking about walking around. This is here. He's showing a check or something. Who's the lady in the background? Because records show that they're Nate Snow and Mitch Snow are divorced. Bank records proving Janae pulled money out of Mitch's account funded by his disability compensation as a disabled veteran. I just heard a woman in the background in this interview here. Didn't y'all hear that? The lady in the background was probably one in the military. Yeah, but the court records, because we pulled it up, shows he's divorced. This Mitch Snow is divorced. That's in the state of Washington. He's divorced. And he's in the state of Washington. This one that she's got here, this clown said he went to Utah. He said he went back to Utah. Let me go here because, you know, I'm going through. Hold on. There are a lot of people in the military who are something quiet, blah, blah, blah. When he said he left the hotel, he said, I'm never coming back. Because, you know, in a military base, he's never going back to because he got kicked off of it. She talking about she confirmed something with metadata. You can't, how? What metadata? What metadata? She won't even show her evidence to confirm anything because she's incompetent. Yeah, I'm looking at the closed caption here. This is the stuff they are saying. So what did he went back to Utah? That's what he said. I'm trying to get to that. This don't make any sense. Hold on, because I'm gonna find it. He said he left the hotel. He said my bones is getting old and it hurts. Like Secret Service. Y'all, he walked around. That's not he's not disabled. He's walking. They thought he was a spy. I wasn't there to, you know, spy on anybody, but he didn't say why he was there. He said he never got a refund on Candlewood Suites. He would have to have hotel security camera footage or a receipt to actually prove he stayed there, right? He stayed in. He got to Tucson. I can't say this. Stayed the night there.
Ain't coming back. Got the Tucson.
Got the Tucson. He said he drove. He never got a refund for something he never proved he stayed there. Touchdown in Salt Lake. That's in Utah. Right? Salt Lake City? In Utah?
Lake City.
Yeah, in Utah, right?
By the time we will.
Is there a Salt Lake City in the state of Washington? Maybe I'm missing it. Tucson. Oh, thank you. Is there a Salt Lake City in the state of Washington? He's disabled to the point where he can't walk around a military base. All his bones, including his spine, were broke. Exactly. But he said he walked around and he got lost. The guy on the screen she's talking to is not paralyzed. He said he walked around the military base. He got lost. He recorded allegedly 18 minutes of footage of someone giving him directions. And then he said he realized they were giving him the runarounds. He couldn't find the CID building, but he's a veteran. This is the military base he claims he trained at. He went to the barracks. It became something else. But he doesn't know what a CID building is. He hasn't shown a DD-214. Let me remind you all of that. Paralyzed is a conflated term. He is severely disabled, not mobile. This is ridiculous. He's saying his name is Mitch Snow. They're raising money under Mitch here. Who the fuck is Harry Myers? $121,000 for Mitch. Not even a last name here. If he goes by Harry Myers, why do we care about him being called Mitch? I don't understand. Why redact the name on those ID cards? This is absurd. But this is someone that is immobile. He can't walk at all. He can't walk. He's disabled and he's divorced. This is crazy. It's like he took somebody's story. There's no way I would have. Man, why these kids, man? This supposed to be him right here. Well, you can't make this stuff up. Rumble refused to connect. There's nothing here. Rumble.com. Because reasons. Who are all these people? I don't know. This is insane. There's a judge. You got a commission. You got people up here. Where's the photo of him? You can't make this stuff up. Sherry, got all these people up here. That don't look like him. This is the only photo I see of him. That don't look like this guy at all. And can y'all tell he's sitting in a wheelchair and unable to, like, immobile? Because he's leaned backwards and forward and everything. Look at it. He's able to move. He's standing up here. He's not in a wheelchair. No wheelchair. No nothing. He moving around. If that guy's immobile and he's not fully able to move, this guy wouldn't be able to move his arms like this. He wouldn't be able to sit back and forth, back and forth. Make this make sense. Yeah, he's able to lean back, lean forward. Yeah, no, he's not sitting in a wheelchair here. Because you'd be able to see the wheelchair handles or something, or the seat. He's moving around in this. You don't see a wheelchair. Where is it?
Court cases.
You've sent them.
It's not just that we have those. It's that the work that was done to even try to bury those afterward is pretty substantial.
But he walked around.
Yeah, I've got 20 years of this, and you'd think, one would think that.
Just see him raise a leg. What was he doing? He has no problem talking about how he's walking around. Make this make sense. I get there to the base. You show your ID to get in with insurance, the reason why you're there. He said he's there to get some documentation. He didn't say what type. But he stayed here. Well, he was there previously. I'm staying in the
really nice
barracks.
place, by the way.
I'm staying in the same barracks. That's what he said.
Barracks that I had when I was there. And
he said that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there. Well, why is he lost and can't find the CID building? Did he ever say what documents he was even looking for? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the $2 super. This guy is not paralyzed. He's not paralyzed or immobile at all. He's walking. No problem. Okay. Y'all see this guy here? No wheelchair. He's not in anything. Right? Y'all see this? We saw a photo of him. He said he's walking around the base. He got lost. He couldn't find the CID building. He said he's there for some documentation. Never said what type. Okay. Thank you, Proud Liver. So let's look at this video here.
I will never settle for ordinary supplements or skincare ever.
Because we thought we were honoring the
that's not the same
best
damn
judicial
man.
system, the best system on earth, and that we honor the truth.
That's not the same
especially
man.
in a court. Judges, either. I got no heart. There ain't no threats for me going towards them. If anything, the only thing I've done is I've reported their improprieties. And they really don't like that, reporting them to the Commission on Judicial Conduct. No, they really don't like that kind of stuff.
Well, we're not over with that.
But
that's going to continue. I feel like at this point, we're just beginning.
What the heck is this?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
It's
you can't believe this. You can't make this up.
I've been turned down by
it looks like the same guy.
It
looks like him to y'all.
A lot, because some of them have gone around trying to label me a conspiracy theorist.
I don't know anything about that. Yeah.
I know what they think that I'm selling here. Like, I'm not talking about green aliens from Mars or whether or not the moon landing was real or not. I could care less.
I don't get what.
Yeah, it's been a lot of money. It's everything I have. In the great scheme of things, who would risk their lives? Who would risk their careers and stuff like that for $10,000, $20,000 a pop? That just seems stupid, but they did it.
Well, if they're doing it to you, they're doing it to many other people. is what
This is insane.
Protection
in a
orders and
charity
whatnot, gag
or
orders.
wheelchair?
Oh, that's not proper because we haven't technically, labeled them gag orders. But
This is insane.
that's exactly what they're enforcing right now. They're saying I can't tell my side of the story to anybody.
And that right there breaks the very First Amendment of the Constitution, the ability and unifying.
They're
really is all.
They made it very clear. They're afraid of the voters. They're afraid of the public finding out that they do this kind of stuff. That they
I'm just trying
solicit
to how
people to attack somebody, to steal their money, and they split the stolen money with them in order to give those thieves immunity.
Back end cash deals with judges in the background. They know they're doing it too.
And
they know.
In this case, what makes mine different, I haven't been stupid enough so I can find out where they put all my information.
Yo, look how he moves around here. This is crazy.
Everything that they stole is running around the countryside. And somehow, after, literally tens of, I got Cindy over here. She's in there too, but one day she'll speak up. But yeah.
What?
She's witnessed tens and tens of people contacting me after being victims to these women or the things that they've done, spreading all my stuff around. And what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to actually now break the order by engaging in stalking so I can find out where they put all my information that I had inside?
Yeah, he has an order against him for a restraint. This is crazy. You think somebody in the military should be walking around here getting restraint orders placed against them? Is that how that works as a veteran?
My house tucked away, secure. Am I supposed to go find every leaflet, every order, every picture, all the pictures they took of my son and me that I would love to have back? Those war memories. That was mine. That was mine and Nate's.
Y'all think this is the same guy the way he's talking, even as this guy here? Really?
And I was really figuring some people would have have some answers for me.
Y'all really think that's the same guy here? Is this guy here? How old is this video? Let me ask that. How old is this video? Because he's got a whole beard, mustache thing going. How old is this video?
Start anybody.
And that right there breaks the very First Amendment of the Constitution, the ability to have free speech.
They've tried to imply that any attempt by me to make a police report,
you can't make this
tell
up.
anyone, report to authorities, get on a podcast.
I don't know.
Explain this stupid ass tragedy.
This is
somehow I'm breaking the law, and that's some offense. It's preposterous, is what it is. It's absolutely absurd. So what are they afraid of? These protection orders that were given to people who broke into my house.
He got my protection orders against him. He's claiming from people that broke into his house, they were able to get a protection order against him. And he allegedly broke his neck or something.
Here is the biggest thing that they will use against we, the people. And there is no justice in the justice system. There's just us.
But
it's up to us.
Son. Y'all, he's using this. Is using his son in this.
They're afraid of getting, charged, investigated for the fraud that they've committed and thefts and everything else. The courts, on the other hand,
you got to prove fraud.
You know, sheriff,
There's a
deputies,
child
police
involved
officers,
in
everybody
this.
is taking
This
their
is
report.
gross. This is gross. There's a child involved in it.
This shouldn't be done to anybody. They're afraid of themselves being discovered, so they're just using these women.
They don't even look, man. Oh my God, I'm sorry. The fact that you concocting this thing. Let's say, on one hand, he took this guy's identity, his story, his valor. There's a child involved. A child involved. Now, let's say because that would be even more gross. You're taking the story and the valor of a man with a child that claims he's fighting for his son. This guy is talking about some stuff where somebody broke into his house and took some stuff and his theft and fraud and all these things. I'm not hearing anything about the child. But let's say it's him. Let's say this is the same person. He didn't say anything about his child in the interview with in this whole debacle here with Candace. His son didn't come up one time. Not one time did his son come up. He's sitting here trying to insinuate he saw Erica Kirk on a military base, to which he was kicked off of. He didn't talk about his son one time. Didn't say anything about him. Do you understand? When you're sitting here trying to compare, like, okay, I want this to make sense. We're saying this person is the same as this guy, who's Mitch Snow, a father fighting for his son. Barely talks about the kid, but then puts up photos of this man with a child. So you weaponizing this kid, and for what? While he sits here and talks about, oh, people broke in my house and stole some stuff. You know, nothing to do with the kid. He's got protection orders that were granted against him against the people he alleged broke into his house. I'm not hearing anything about this child, though. Now, at any point.
My attorney that they're calling every.
You can't make this up.
I guess every agency, local police, county police, or county sheriff, the federal agents, FBI, NSA, CIA, they're calling Department of Homeland Security. They're screaming for
to shut you up,
to have me arrested.
Mm-hmm.
But you fighting for your son. What does this have to do with the child? What does this have to do with the child? Do y'all see what I'm saying? None of this have anything to do with the son. Like, I'm sitting here. Exactly. I don't hear anything about the kid. He had this whole thing with Candace, and he said nothing about this child. But that's what he's supposed to be fighting for, right? Because the Miss Snow he's claiming to be was supposed to be fighting for his son. How did we get on this whole nonsense of him being kicked off a military base, rightfully so? Because where's the DD-214? You got to show insurance and ID and the purpose of you being there to get some records. But you got military ID cards. Well, here you got a website where he's talking about wanting to fight for his son against his ex-wife. Ex-wife. Nate, when his mom would push him into the dogs to be mauled. This is sad. Not one thing came up about his kid. Or this money here. Not one time did he say anything about his kid. You know, I started this to fight for my son, you know, because reasons. He was being abused, all these things. This is the same guy here. This is crazy. Y'all see, this is so convoluted and crazy. It's just maniacal. Medical records showed emaciation, and Nate's own testimony alleges his mom, Lene Snow, starved him and only allowed him 1 meal per day, which is awful. He was accused of taking out a hit on someone being involved in biker gangs. He accused his wife of heinous child abuse. Oh my God, this poor kid. His wife has custody? Yeah. That's the thing. Per Nate's written testimony, his mom, Lene, is a hoarder. Photo of medication is proof to his claim obtained by DCYS via cam footage. His mom had custody of him. If they wanted him arrested, he'd be arrested. Thank you. His son is special needs. FBI, CIA, Homeland Security were after him. What? Exactly. How? I thought he's fighting for his son. Wouldn't that strictly deal with like the Department of Children, Family, Youth Services, something like that? DFACS, DCYS. As it can Nick Brooks help with the fundraising? What do you mean? Nick Brooks help with the fundraising? I don't think an attorney should get involved with this fundraising. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. That Miss Snow and Blue was never in the 10th mountain. He hasn't even shown that he was. That's the thing. No military records have been shown, starting with a DD-214. And Candace claims she doesn't like Wikipedia. She doesn't like being able to Google, things on the internet. Okay, why not show a DD-214? That would be a starter. No, she shows 3 fake IDs that are all redacted. 1 is blurred, 2 are heavily redacted, where they don't even show a name. And it's for a dependent ID. God. Compare the noses. I'm looking at everything, and it's hard to compare in this video because he never gets close up in the camera. He's far back. He never gets close up. So you don't really see much of anything here. He's fighting for his son, and he talks about everything but his son. Even the mannerisms of this guy, it's just so wildly, I don't know.
So I can find out where they put all my information that I had inside my house tucked away secure. Am I supposed to go find every leaflet, every order, every picture, all the pictures they took of my son and me that I would love to have back? Those were our memories.
But he never said that in this here. He never said they took pictures of him and his son. He never even brought up the son. He just said he had an ex. He never brought up the son, y'all. He said the kid came into my home, all this stuff. He never said they took pictures of my son. They took pictures of me. I'm fighting for my son. He never said that one time. It's fantastical because it's stupid. This is ridiculous. I'm trying to see where the son came up.
Base where I was trained. I'm going to go down to Fort Huachuca.
The gag order, but yet the kid doesn't come up at all. Candace, you don't have to pretend like you care about a child because you don't.
As he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So
he doesn't even like the mannerisms. It's not even there. Even if this was an ex, something reminded him of an ex. But he walked around the base. Walked into a hotel.
This caused me a lot of problems. So when I see someone with
didn't bring up his son at all. He talked about an ex, caused him a lot of problems. Didn't say nothing about the son. But here he's fighting for his son. All this was starting with his son. You can't make this stuff up.
Now, coming on here to answer questions about all the information that's been out there thrown around and given to everybody, that's been displayed by all 3 of these women. His mom, both these other women, her collaborators.
Crazy.
They put it out in meetings. They put it out in press. They put it on their Facebook. They with lies. And here I am.
He shows nothing.
I finally get confronted with it by somebody willing to put me on camera. It's really something that it's had such a big reaction. That you have sheriffs that they're preparing a SWAT team right now.
Yeah, it's funny how you use kids for a sob story, which is horrible, and people watch. You can't make this up. Lene Snow in Benton, Washington, that is a scientist. He chose Candace for that fundraiser. He had to. The kid had a black guy, not a dog bite, a black eye. This is so messed up. I know, I got your black eye. Lene stole $415,000 from Mitch's savings, 401k, bribing judges, Jackie Brown Joe. And he didn't mention that not one time here with Candace Owens. You would think he would say that. Y'all, I'm sorry. It's so hard to believe that this is the same individual that we see from this website. It's so hard to believe it. It's so hard to believe that. This is the one photo at the bottom here. It is so hard to believe that this is the same guy. I just, man, I don't know. I don't get it. And then you got a kid here involved. But you don't mention this kid here. So now all the issues you had concerning your children, your son, it's just gone away, huh? That problem is all. How? This is the same guy. Mannerisms.
I need to get some coffee and wake up. Maybe have a little breakfast. I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF, and
child, nothing about the kid. Y'all, this man, this is disgusting. This is disgusting for a kid that's awful as an adult. 1 meal per day because that's how my eating habits were. Why would the court give the mom custody? I don't know. He hasn't proven anything. He hasn't shown any documentation or evidence. He showed a photo. And then Candace, because she said so, and that's it. Y'all, this is disgusting. Well, the court gave custody to the mom because the dad is incapable of providing the daily needed services because he doesn't have mobility, but I don't know if the courts gave it to the court, to the mom. And the mom could be horrible. I'm not saying she's not. I'm just saying this guy here doesn't seem to be the same guy here. I just don't believe these two men are the same person. I don't. And the fact that he hasn't shown a DD 214 and then his so-called ID that he did show, all redacted. Everything's redacted out. Because you know, why show a name if it doesn't match? If your name is Mitchell Snow, here's the thing. If you are Mitchell Snow, then why would you have, and you were in the military, why would you have dependent ID cards? Why would that be it? I don't understand. Why have that? You got dependent ID cards. I'm just trying to pull it up again. There it is. Dependent ID cards. Everything redacted out. But we know your name. You think you at least leave your name here. These are faked. USA, if he's in the state of Washington, wouldn't I see the state of Washington there? In death. Everything redacted. So you have no way to even verify by seeing a name on these things that he is the same person. This photo here, you don't see someone sitting in a wheelchair. If he's immobile, no wheelchair here. This is madness. She did all of this, and for what? Picture the voice is also different. That's why I just don't think it's the same guy. And the fact that they're sitting here using this child. I'm a mother. You don't do this. This is all about your son. And you say everything but. And then all of a sudden, this started about being about your son. You say nothing in the Candace squabble, whatever they were having, because I'm not going to call it an interview. It would be an insult to the word interview to describe what that was. Not one time does his son even come up. And he's sitting here talking about he's 95 to 99% sure he saw Brian Harple, Erica Kirk, and some dude from her past, even though he didn't know how anyone looked from TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. He said he went back to Salt Lake City in Utah, not in the state of Washington, because he's immobile. Why would he be living in a new state like this out of nowhere? But all of this is claiming he's in the state of Washington. The dive thing, that's in Washington. That's in the place is supposed to be what, in Washington? None of this makes sense. Dive Pirates Foundation, retired Staff Sergeant Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow served in the U.S. Army Special Forces as a medic. As a small child, his life's dream was to be a Green Beret. While scouting out a drop zone using his rock climbing training, he fell more than 80 feet. He broke both of his ankles, back, neck, kneecaps, feet, and dislocating his shoulder. Dislocated his shoulder, but he didn't break the bone. Medically discharged and devastated. To leave the job that he loved, Mitch continues to work hard to regain mobility through intense therapy. But he's walking around the military base, getting lost, and doesn't know where the CID building is. Look at this. I don't even know how to take this. I really don't. Candace is sitting here reaching like hell. Instead of her just, not being a coward and telling us all how she really feels about Erica Kirk. Because that's what she really wants to do, people. She really deep down wants to tell us how she truly feels about Erica Kirk. And she knows that she will look just deplorable and even more sick and sadistic if she did. No question of grieving widow, because all this BS she was saying. I don't know why Erica Kirk flew out to see her for 4.5 hours. Email me the clues you found, because I'm trying to even see how they look alike. Man, you can't make this up. I wish I had the ability to do like a, what do you call that? A photo imaging scan, and then do an analysis to cross-reference it against other photos, and then get the percentage of the match. Because this is crazy. Does he look like this guy here? I mean, seriously. It's not hard to believe that some people can look alike, or he could have fixed his hair up, got a haircut, simply because he looks similar. Might be able to pass off, do his hair the same way. This could be a toupee. I have no reason to believe that this guy's real. None. I just, it's hard to believe this guy is Mitch Snow. I mean, seriously, what was the gain out of this entire video here? Other than him having a GoFundMe set up, a give, send, go. He had $121,000, $260,000. To me, the $250,000 goal. And he didn't even show the federal lawsuit. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. This is all the information they put here. That's what this comes down to. Donate some money for no reason at all. Like she learned nothing from BLEXIT. Unbelievable. Is also called the original mixed martial arts. He has a diploma from his Hawaiian martial arts. I'm going to search that martial arts and Mitch Snow. Yeah, this guy feels like a thank you, no reply. This guy feels like a flat out grifter. You walking around the whole military base. You can't find the CID building is some records. You can't make this up. Mannerisms are different to me. That's what I'm saying. I'm just not picking it up. 9 years can do a lot of damage. In both cases, he grifted. It seemed, yeah, because you got a child involved in this. You're doing this off of your son, alleging that he's being abused and stuff. This is madness. This is madness. And Candace just sat here and, yeah, we're just entertaining this BS. Madness. He didn't say anything of value. He gave no substance. She's sitting here talking about, well, I bet it with metadata. What metadata? What metadata? I don't get it. What type of metadata did she use to verify any of that crap? What type? From what system? You walking around? You walking around the military base? Oh my God!
Took me to. They finally showed me where the CID building was. I guess. Put me in there, and they recorded me for a while. Asked me a few questions, and we're
in the CID building. You're supposed to be going there to get records on.
At this point, yeah, people. Yeah, and then they mentioned a bomb threat.
He couldn't even tell you what GSA was.
And I had no idea what I was walking into. Obviously,
yeah, because he was walking. Yeah, somebody. Oh man. I had no idea what I was walking into because his punk ass was walking. Can you make this make sense? Candace, you're pathetic. And you said God told you this? Somehow you verified all of this with metadata and never said the metadata. Never showed it. Never showed the 18-minute footage. He doesn't have a DD-214 to show us. What I was walking into, because he was fucking walking. He was walking. Come on now. He was walking. I was walking into. You got your email. You got to see it. He was walking. He had no idea what he was walking into because he was damn walking. Of course he was walking. Why wouldn't he be walking? You can't make this up. Yo. Hold on. I'm looking for your email, no reply. It hasn't come through. Send it to me again. It hasn't come. It didn't go through. I don't see it. You can't make this up. Yo, I can't even get to the episode she did Friday where she going off and cussing out Ben Shapiro. I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow after we go over this lawsuit. Because we going over that lawsuit. You know, for this reason, Candace, we're definitely going over this lawsuit where you're being sued for being a part of a pump and dump scheme for a meme coin. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, okay. You're an idiot. This is nuts. He was walking. I had no idea what I was walking into. You forgot you were supposed to be playing the part of someone that is immobile in a wheelchair. You forgot that because you broke your legs and your neck and stuff like that. You're in a diving therapy session. That man, don't even know what to say. I have no idea what to say. He fell more than 80 feet, broke both his ankles, back, neck, because that's going to determine whether or not you walking. What the hell? Y'all, I didn't get the email. I don't know where it is. Where is it? Let me check my spam. Oh, dear Lord, y'all. Okay. I'm not even gonna tell you. It ended up in my spam. I just looked in my spam. I'm so glad I did. Why do my emails keep going to spam? Andrea Buckhart emails going to my spam. Why? I got emails going to my spam. Oh my God, I got so many emails in my spam. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me pull up. Okay. 2 minute 15 second mark. Two-minute 15 second. Okay.
Nerve damage to the left and right leg, and well, actually lower back, sacral, iliac, the head.
What the hell? Let me put the caption up. Hold on.
I don't use fins because when I use the fins, it's kind of the same thing with moving my legs. Like if I'm trying to walk normally, it'll tighten up. And so I decided not to use any of those, but it's kind of nice because it's just really light and I swim around and try to get into every nook and cranny that I can.
I've been in wheelchairs. I've had nerve damage to the left and right leg, and well, actually lower back, sacral, iliac.
Incomplete paraplegia. He had no idea what he was walking into, though, around the military base. He claimed that he was training at, stayed in the same barracks. He said this out of his mouth. We saw the words. This is bonkers. This is bonkers. Oh, Linda Walker was like, finally. I'm so sorry, dear. It went to my spam. I'm so sorry. If you guys have been emailing me and I'm not seeing it, it's in my spam. So give me some time tomorrow to go through my emails. Y'all, this is not the same person, man. I'm not getting it. This is not the same person at all. That's in here. Or this clown here. I don't know who. It doesn't make sense. Y'all make this make sense. Look at this.
The head of my femur. After leaving the military, it felt like I was alone. If anything, it gave me a reason to push myself in another goal. And I think that was a little spark.
I deployed to Iraq in 2003 for the initial invasion. I survived a year in combat and came back, was promoted twice, and with about 30 days.
Seem like the same person.
Another goal. And
this is unbelievable.
The head of my femur. After leaving the military, it felt like I was alone. If anything, it gave me a reason to push myself in another goal. And I think
and that's the same person as him? This is crazy. Candace, now I'm going to have to snip all three of these photos and put them side by side by side. because this makes no sense. All of that, and for what? It says he's paraplegic. This guy is not the same as him. This guy walks. I had no idea what I was walking into. Around the military base, trying to find a CID building. He walks. No problem. He didn't say he was paraplegic. He didn't say any of that. Not one time. They raising money for him for legal fees. This is crazy. He lied about walking. That guy walks. That's not him. This is nuts. Candace trying to trigger all military personnel. You would think, right? This guy said he was walking. He said he was walking around the military base. You can't make this up. The diver video says part paraplegia. This is nuts. He walked around the military base trying to find a CID building. He went out to eat. He went to the hotel. He walked. But I walked up to the front desk. But I walked up to the front desk. Here's another time where he says he walked. Y'all, this is why we thank God for closed captions. Here's another time where he says, for a while, but I walked up to the front desk. He didn't even say he had difficulty walking. I used to be, in incomplete paraplegia. He never said that. He never said, I was in a wheelchair. I had to learn how to walk again. I broke my back, my neck, ankles. Walked up to the front desk after walking around getting lost on the military base. Had no idea what he was walking into. He said this. I walked up to the front desk. No base exchange is next to the provost marshal's office. Oh my God. Oh man, this is nuts. I believe you, Manny. He got lost, so I don't believe anything he's saying. I don't believe anything that this guy Mitch is saying when he got lost and couldn't find the CID building. Said he had to show some insurance and an ID and a reason why he's on base when he could have just showed military cards if he was a true veteran. No DD-214 either. We still haven't done that. Yep. Not at all. Nothing. Thank you so much, RTs. Did y'all just subscribe? Because do that. You're going to have to subscribe. When I do these 3 photos side by side, his is going to say he walks. The other one's going to say incomplete paraplegia. And the other one's going to say he was fighting for his son, but didn't mention his son. Because you can't make this stuff up. This is crazy. He said he walks. Y'all, this is what he said. Y'all see that at the bottom? But I walked. He got lost. I just went in and parked.
I was on the phone with my missus here and told her, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what they say here, and I'll call you in a few. I ended up not being able to call it back for about 7 hours. And you can, being in the military for a while, you notice when there's a lot of high-ranking people around, and you notice when there's a little bit of a buzz. And I walked in there.
I walked in there. I walked in there. You walked in there. He walked in there. Okay. Never said, you know, once upon a time I was an incomplete paraplegia. Never said that.
That was a little spark. I deployed to Iraq in 2003.
I mean, I'm not even hearing the same tone of voice.
I've been in wheelchairs. I've had nerve damage to the left and right leg, and well, actually lower back, sacral, iliac, the head of my.
Staff sergeant can't find a CID building. Is that normal, Manny? A staff sergeant, he can't find a CID building. He walked around the hotel. He went to a restaurant. Let's not forget he's driving as well, people. He drove. He walked around the military base. He got lost. Didn't know where he was. No photos, anything though. This here says he broke his neck and back and everything. He broke both of his ankles, back, neck, kneecaps, feet, and dislocating his shoulder. That's oh God. He continues to work hard. How old is this? He continues to work hard to regain mobility. Y'all. All right, y'all. My headphones are dying. This has been something else. I don't even know what else to say. He's saying in this Candace video, he's walking around though. He walked in there. He didn't express any issues. He didn't say it hurt. None of that.
I didn't know if this was just a new type of army that I haven't seen for a while.
A new type of army. Yeah, because military people talk like that. I didn't know that this is a new type of army. Is there an old type of army? Y'all, this is a snippet. Because there's an old type of army too. He's like, I didn't know if this was a new type of army. I haven't seen in what? Yeah, because old and new types of armies is a real thing. That's a real expression. You can't make this up. Yeah, he didn't know this was a new type of army, y'all. Let's not forget that. This is so batshit crazy. This specific while land movement is restrictive and confined, the water is the only place he feels truly able-bodied and mobile. Yeah. New type of army I haven't seen. Okay. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. We'll be back at it tomorrow. We're going over this lawsuit, Candace, in this pump and dump scheme, because she doesn't understand how math works either, I guess. Or now how to not take advantage of her own audience. You know, because she doesn't mind helping a con artist raise money. Who can walk? He can walk. Said nothing about his son. Said nothing about any issues, you know, from his injuries. None of that crap. None of that. People are giving money to this. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you guys. And we'll be back at it tomorrow, y'all. Oh, with a real Miss Snow, please stand up, y'all. Y'all take care. I'm going to see y'all in the next one, honey. Until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Go to bed, y'all.